Two states cannot happen without that hope to unite Palestinians behind a final cause that will stop the killing for good. War has to stop, yes, but that is not peace. Peace is two states. And he knows that Netanyahu rejects it. So when he spoke to Netanyahu, did he mention and speak about the two-state solution, and in particular the recognition of Palestine? And does he not accept that if the UK followed the other 140 countries that have done this, that would send a powerful message to both the Palestinian people, but Netanyahu as well?
Well, can I reassure the Honourable Lady that raising this issue does not test my patience? And she is absolutely right. I reject and disagree with those in Israel that say there can be no two-state solution, because if there's no two-state solution, then there is either one state or no state at all, Mr. Speaker. So I recognise why this is a pressing issue, and she can raise it, but as I've said, we will do it at the appropriate moment, hopefully working with other partners as a road to that two states that we desire.
Debbie Abrahams.
Two, please, Mr. Speaker.
In my second week in the role, I travelled to Israel and to the West Bank and called an immediate ceasefire, something none of my predecessors had done. And in my meetings with both leaders, I called for an immediate ceasefire and made the urgent case, as has been described, for a credible and irreversible pathway towards a two-state solution.
Debbie Abrahams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I welcome my right honourable friend and all the team to their place. And as well, I'd like to thank him for calling for the ceasefire when he did visit Israel. That has had a profound impact in my constituency. Does he agree, though, that a permanent ceasefire in Gaza is not only essential for the future of people in Gaza, but would also help to cool tensions in the Middle East, particularly given the attack on the Golan Heights and the tensions that are escalating between Hezbollah, Israel, and even Hutus as well?
Secretary.
Well, my Honourable Fred is right. The death and destruction in Gaza is intolerable. The war needs to end now. And it is also the case that given the escalation of tensions in the region, if that Biden plan is adopted by both sides, we would see that escalation come down. And so for life in Gaza, but also across the region, it is important that that plan is adopted now.
Gon McKay.
Number 4, Mr. Speaker.
With permission, Mr. Speaker, I'll answer questions 4, 5, 6, 10, 15 and 22 together. The people of Gaza face a humanitarian catastrophe. Humanitarian aid is a moral necessity. Almost 90% of the population in Gaza have been displaced, and the Integrated Food Security Phase Classification's recent famine risk assessment found there was a risk of famine across the whole of Gaza.
McKay.
Can I thank the Minister for her answer? Last week I met with the Palestinian ambassador to discuss the heartbreaking crisis in Gaza. Since April, the volume of aid cargo entering the Gaza Strip has decreased by around 50% at the same time as hospitals remain damaged or in many cases destroyed. That's why I welcome the Foreign Secretary's commitment to resume UNRWA funding and his demands for a ceasefire in the region. So can I ask the Minister, having resumed that funding, what steps the Government are taking to allow this vital aid into Gaza and help those so desperately in need?
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for raising this issue, and we are deeply concerned at a number of the developments that he mentions. The UK is providing and will continue to provide significant humanitarian support to Gaza. However, we are also clear Israel must meet its commitment to flood Gaza with aid. It is vital.
Richard Bergen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I very much welcome the Foreign Secretary's decisions on the International Criminal Court and on UNRWA funding. This morning I met with Oxfam, and they told myself and other members of this House that they predict that in this summer, when Parliament's in recess, up to 7,000 people in Gaza will be killed or injured, up to a third of them children. Given this, can the Minister outline what urgent steps the government will take this summer in order to end this horror, including ending UK arms sales to Israel?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, too many people have died in Gaza and too little aid is getting in. We are clear that Israel must take concrete steps to protect civilians and aid workers in accordance with international humanitarian law. This includes deconfliction between military and humanitarian operations and supporting the minimum operating requirements of the UN agencies, as well as, of course, the other matters that my honourable friend, the Foreign Secretary, laid out, including the need for an immediate humanitarian ceasefire.
Deirdre Costa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, I met with some of my constituents in Ealing Southall who live in the Hanwell Broadway area, and they told me about Hanwell Friends of Sabastia, a friendship and support network between our corner of West London and a village in the north of the West Bank. So my constituents have heard firsthand how Palestinians are suffering across the territory. Could I ask what difference this decision to restart funding for UNRWA, the UN aid agency, will make to the lives of ordinary Palestinians, and what discussions she has had with UNRWA's Commissioner General to maximise that impact on the Palestinian people?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm grateful to my honourable friend for raising this matter, because we are clear that UNRWA is the only humanitarian organisation that's able to operate at the scale required in Gaza. Now, the Foreign Secretary, as members will be aware, confirmed to the House on the 19th of July that the UK would resume funding to UNRWA. On the same day, I met with the UNRWA Commissioner General, Philippe Lazzarini, to understand more from him about the situation on the ground, but also reforms that UNRWA itself is undertaking. We also talked about this government's release of £21 million in new funds to UNRWA to support its life-saving work in Gaza and the provision of basic services in the region.
Laura Kirk-Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituents in Aylesbury are appalled by the death and destruction in Gaza. They know, like we do, that only an immediate permanent ceasefire in exchange for the return of the hostages will put an end to this unacceptable and unbearable suffering. In the meantime, the Minister referenced the Israeli government's promise to flood Gaza with aid. The reality is that they are putting in place repeated and deadly obstructions. What conversations has the government had with Israel to ensure that the Israelis end this denial of life-saving assistance?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm grateful to my honourable friend for a question. I know she has a personal interest in this area and indeed experience from humanitarian work before she came in to this place. Now, when the Foreign Secretary was in Israel, he pressed Prime Minister Netanyahu to open all border crossings, including Rafah, to facilitate a significant increase in aid and to allow the safe, effective distribution of aid within Gaza. We will continue to press urgently for this.
Thank you,
Mr. Speaker. Despite designating Al-Mawasi as a humanitarian safe zone, there have been multiple Israeli airstrikes which have killed dozens of civilians and wounded many more, and resulted in the bombing of a compound belonging to the charities Medical Aid for Palestine and International Rescue Committee. So can I ask the Minister what discussion she has had with her Israeli counterparts about stopping any further attacks on Al-Mawasi, and where displaced Gazans have been ordered to go by the Israeli Defence Force for their own safety?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm aware this issue is of personal concern to my honourable friend, that he's visited the region many times, including when he was opposition spokesperson for the region. He asked specifically about the issue of civilians within this conflict. We are aware that around 90% of the population within Gaza have now been displaced, some of them more than one time. We are very, very clear. We need to have a situation where civilians are protected, where aid workers are also treated in accordance with international humanitarian law. We need to ensure that there is deconfliction, and as I stated before, those are matters that we have been pressing as the new government. Thank you.
Ruth Cabret.
Mr. Speaker, the World Health Organization has warned that the lack of sanitation and clean water due to the humanitarian crisis in Gaza means there's a real risk of polio spreading undetected among the people of Gaza. Will the UK government consider supporting a mass vaccination programme in Gaza?
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for raising this matter, and I discussed it, as well as the Foreign Secretary, directly with Dr Tedros, the leader of the World Health Organization, yesterday. She is right about that severe concern around polio, also around the vaccination scheme that the World Health Organization is working on. But I would also point to the fact that when populations are not receiving the food and nutrition that they require, nor clean water, the potential for infectious disease obviously increases. The UK has provided significant support around food and nutrition, other forms of shelter as well, and essential materials. We will continue to do that, and indeed to work with the World Health Organization on these important matters. Thank you.
Kit Malthouse.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While the eyes of the world are rightly on the shocking situation, dystopian situation in Gaza, we should not forget the humanitarian situation in the West Bank, where a largely defenceless population is being ever more persecuted, exposed to violence, seeing their homes and land stolen. Can we please have a comprehensive set of sanctions against violent settlers, the organisations that support them in their activities, and those that are complicit at a state level in what they're doing?
I'm grateful to the Right Honourable Member for raising this issue, and the health and well-being of those in the West Bank was again one of those issues that I discussed with General Lazzarini, obviously from UNRWA, because we are concerned about that situation. We, as one would expect, are keeping all sanctions regimes under review, including this one, and we remain concerned about the situation both for the population but also in terms of the longer term issues around a two-state solution that were referred to previously.
Al Pinkerton.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. And I thank the Secretary. The government have announced a strategic defence review, but the challenges that the UK faces in the mid-21st century are military-related, they are development-related, and they are diplomatic-related. And I would just like assurance that the Foreign Office is going to have a distinct role to play in the strategic defence review, particularly given the light of the conversation that we've just had, that shows the complexities of the UK's global posture in the 21st century. Thank you.
I'm grateful to the Honourable Member for his point. Of course, all of these issues interrelate strongly. We are absolutely determined that we will be working with colleagues in defence, as well as indeed across the whole of government, so that we ensure that we are putting our country's interests first, and above all, protecting our security, the first responsibility of any government. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In recent months, Hamas have targeted Israel's Kerem Shalom goods crossing with rockets and mortars to prolong the misery of their own people, and are also estimated to have spent $150 million constructing their terror networks, misappropriating aid. So does the Minister accept that Hamas will always prioritise conflict with Israel over the well-being of their own citizens in Gaza, and that more steps need to be taken to stop the misappropriation of aid by Hamas?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful to the Honourable Member for his question. Of course, aid materials must always be provided directly to those who are in need, particularly in a situation of humanitarian catastrophe, which is the case currently within Gaza. It is incredibly important that food and nutrition, clean water, other forms of sanitation, medicines and shelter are provided directly to those in need. They must not be misappropriated. That is absolutely fundamental. Of course, these are issues that we've discussed, for example, with UNRWA when we met with them, that we have discussed with other aid agencies as well that are involved in the region. Thank you.
Brendan O'Hara.
Speaker, key to ending the humanitarian crisis in Gaza, of course, is to stop selling weapons to those who have shown they're prepared to use them indiscriminately against civilians. It's been suggested that the government will continue to sell defensive weapons, but given that Israel defines its entire campaign as defensive, how do they propose to tell us at the end of the review on international humanitarian law just how many of the 40,000 civilians who have been killed were killed with defensive weapons as opposed to offensive weapons? And on what legal basis would such a determination be made?
The honourable member, I believe, will be well aware that this is a legal process. It is one which has to be complied with. This government is absolutely clear that we must act with integrity and ensuring that we are following all of those legal procedures, as indeed the Foreign Secretary set out last week in this House and as he's just set out this morning. Thank you.
Richard Ford.
Mr. Speaker, as Shadow Foreign Secretary, the Right Honourable Member for Tottenham urged David Cameron to publish the FCDO's formal legal advice on whether Israel is breaching international humanitarian law in Gaza. As Foreign Secretary, does the new ministerial team still think there is a compelling case to publish the government's legal advice, and will the government be publishing it?
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful to the honourable member for his question. The Foreign Secretary has been crystal clear on this, that he will be as transparent as he possibly can. He will ensure that Parliament is fully updated on these matters.
Mr. Speaker, and thank the Minister for that response. Minister, if we want to improve the humanitarian situation in Gaza, then it's quite clear what we have to do. What the free world has to do, that's to get rid of Hamas, the murderers and the terrorists that they are. They hide amongst the schools, they hide in the hospitals, they hide amongst the civilians. They are the people that are bringing the death to the Palestine. If the Palestinians, and we want to give them the humanitarian aid that we should, then get rid of Hamas.
Here, here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful to the honourable member, and of course this government recognises that Hamas has used civilians as human shields. We are deeply concerned about the humanitarian situation. I have set out a few moments ago our response to that. We need to ensure that civilians are protected, and we will continue to press for that as a matter of absolute urgency.
Phil Brickle.
Question number 7, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the honourable gentleman for his question, and this government is determined to increase the pressure on Russia and continue to support Ukraine. We will keep our Russia sanctions regime under close review and will go further to reduce Russia's capacity to wage war. The government has already taken early further action, including the EPC, in sanctioning an additional 11 ships as part of efforts to disrupt and deter Russia's shadow fleet. And I, in my early meetings, have raised our Russia sanctions consistently with partners and will continue to work with our closest allies in Europe and the United States.
Brickle.
The UK has sanctioned 2,000 individuals and entities since Russia's unlawful full-scale invasion of Ukraine. Yet, since 2022, there's just been one instance of UK law enforcement securing sanctioned funds. What discussions is the Minister having with counterparts across government to ensure that those who evade sanctions are held to account and that money held unlawfully is secured for the public purse?
Well, can I thank my honourable friend for his question. It's a very important question. He's absolutely right to raise it, Mr. Speaker. This government will not hesitate to take firm action to close loopholes and to strengthen enforcement of sanctions. He'll understand that I won't comment on future designations or enforcement actions, but as I said, we've already taken some early steps on the shadow fleet. But he is right, there is much more to do, whether to improve compliance or to target those who enable sanctioned individuals to evade our sanctions, and I will of course keep the House closely updated.
Sir John Whittingdale.
I thank the Foreign Secretary for his early statement calling on the Russian government to release British citizen Vladimir Kara-Murza. Will he look at what further sanctions might be used to put pressure on the Russian government to release him and other political prisoners like the American journalist Evan Gershkovich?
Well, I thank the right honourable gentleman for this very, very important question. He's absolutely right to raise it. We call for the release of all those detained in Russia on political grounds, including those imprisoned for their opposition to Russia's illegal war in Ukraine. And we've met with many of the families of those concerned and will continue to take this very, very seriously.
Shadow Minister Dame Harriet Baldwin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And can I start by congratulating the Minister on his appointment? I know how hard he worked on this brief in opposition. And he will know that the longer Russian sanctions are in place, the more creative Russia becomes at circumventing them. What steps do he and the Foreign Secretary plan to take to end the UK's indirect import of Russian crude oil via the 3 refineries at Jamnagar, Vadinar and New Mangalore? And did he discuss this issue, or did the Foreign Secretary discuss this issue when he travelled to see our Commonwealth friends in India last week?
Well, I thank the Honourable Lady for her question, and it's a pleasure to see her in her position and to have worked with her many times on these issues in the past, across these benches, but also in other formats, Mr Speaker. As I already outlined, and indeed as the Foreign Secretary outlined, we took robust action against Russia's shadow fleet alongside allies of the European political community. We will continue to explore further options to strengthen our sanctions, including in the energy sector, and indeed the Foreign Secretary did raise this at his meetings in Mangalore.
Gregor Ponton.
Number 8, Mr Speaker.
I met my Indian counterpart, Dr. Jaisankar, in Delhi on the 24th of July. We discussed how to unlock the potential of the UK-India relationship for economic growth and to develop a stronger, deeper partnership to reinvigorate that relationship. I was very pleased to launch the Tech and Security Initiative, which brings together businesses across our two countries working in these areas.
Great. I'd like to thank the Right Honourable friend for his response. I recently met with a number of members of the growing Indian population in my constituency of Livingston, and they were very clear with me that if we get our India-UK relations right over the coming 4 or 5 years, that will be a huge benefit to both countries. So I'd like to ask the Foreign Secretary, does he agree with me that the signing of the Technology and Security Initiative within just a month of office, so that we're working internationally to drive our economy and secure our country?
Well, very grateful to my honourable friend. He'll be pleased that the Trade Secretary announced the government's intention to continue trade talks with India just yesterday. I'm sure there's more we can do to reduce barriers between our two countries.
Blackman.
Thank you, Speaker. When the Right Honourable Gentleman visited India, clearly the last government had got a long way down a free trade agreement, but it was stalled because of the Indian general election and then our general election. There are some sticking points, and I wonder if he could update the House on his discussions on removing those sticking points so we can actually unlock the free trade deal that both sides of this House want to see.
Well, the honourable gentleman has great experience in these matters. I disagree with him slightly because he'll remember that the last government set a timetable and said we would have a trade agreement by Diwali. And I'm afraid the question is which one, because successive Diwalis passed and we didn't get one. But I was very pleased that the Trade Secretary set out that we are going to continue negotiations. And of course these issues came up with my counterpart in Delhi.
We come to Shadows Minister Alicia Kearns, and well.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Foreign Secretary rightly visited India to discuss a trade agreement between our countries. His party regularly called for human rights to be part of that UK-India trade deal. So can he update the House on whether he secured said agreement during his visit? Now, on human rights, we on these benches welcome the Foreign Secretary raising with his counterparts the case of Jagtar Singh Johal, a British national who the UN has determined to be arbitrarily detained, and there were reports that he was subject to torture. Can the Right Honourable Gentleman confirm today before the House that he still believes, as he did a month ago, that Jagtar is being arbitrarily detained? And will he today publicly call for Jagtar's release, just as he urged from this dispatch box repeatedly the last Foreign Secretary? Will he meet with Jagtar's family, as Lord Cameron did? And finally, having adopted the Foreign Affairs Committee's recommendation of a special envoy for Britain's wrongly detained abroad, when will he be announcing that somebody has been appointed?
What can I say to the Right Honourable Lady who has raised these issues over many years, that this is a very serious case, and I remain absolutely committed to pushing for a faster progress and to resolve it. I did, of course, raise the issue with the Minister for External Affairs in India last week. We continue to raise our concerns, particularly about allegations of torture and the right to a fair trial, and of course I will meet with the family over the coming weeks.
Tom Gordon.
Question 9, Mr Speaker.
Mr Speaker, Iran's continued repression of women and girls, ethnic and religious minorities and human rights defenders is unacceptable. We will continue to work with international partners to hold the regime to account, including at the UN Third Committee later this year.
Dan Gordon.
Mr Speaker, the Iranian authorities have been systematically targeting BBC Persian staff and their families in an attempt to intimidate them into stopping their work as journalists. Freedom of the press is a fundamental right for people all over the world. So, Mr Speaker, will the Foreign Secretary and his colleagues commit to working across government with the Culture Secretary to revisit the previous cuts to BBC Persia and look to increase funding for vital work the service does?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a very important question. Iran clearly remains an extremely hostile environment for journalists who face harassment, arbitrary detention and long prison sentences. We'll be raising this issue with the new Iranian government when it's formed. The honourable member will know that they are having their inauguration today, so there are no ministers yet for me or the rest of the Foreign Office team to talk to. On the question of the BBC World Service, the Foreign Office currently provides a quarter of their budget, and we will no doubt be looking at this as part of the wider budget review.
Anton Linson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I welcome the Minister to his place. As we were tragically reminded again this weekend, the IRGC is a destructive, malign and terrorist force that is operating through proxies in the Middle East, including Hamas and Hezbollah. Will the Minister please update the House on the work that is ongoing to proscribe the IRGC, something which sadly the opposition failed to do when they were in government? And will he please reassure the House that the UK continues to stand shoulder to shoulder with Israel against their continued aggression?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable friend for the question. This government recognises the threats that IRGC poses. We will take the necessary measures to counter it at home and abroad. We'll keep the list of prescribed terrorist organisations under careful review, but it would not be appropriate to comment on whether or not an organisation is under consideration at this time. Iran continues to destabilise the Middle East through its support to its proxies and partners, and we will work with international partners to challenge this destabilising activity.
Alistair Strathern.
Number 11, please, Mr. Speaker.
Well, one of my predecessors, Ernest Bevin, was instrumental in setting up NATO in the first place, and that's why our commitment to NATO is unshakable. The Washington summit demonstrated that NATO is bigger, stronger and more united than ever, and the Prime Minister and the Defence Secretary continue to engage with allies, and we're very pleased to make our commitment to 2.5% of GDP for defence spending.
Alistair Strathern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Some of my proudest moments in my admittedly reasonably short time as an MP so far have been joining my communities back in Shefford to commemorate the incredible role played not just by British but Allied troops based in our local bases in supporting our way of life through the wars. It's in that spirit that I welcome and celebrate Britain's renewed commitment to NATO on the Labour. But with the previous government having failed to deliver that crucial 2.5% spending commitment, will the Secretary of State commit to working with ministers as soon as the defence review is completed to ensure that we've got a timeline to delivering on that as soon as financially possible?
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right to pay tribute to the work of our armed services and all of our veterans, and I thank him for doing that in the House today. And we have undertaken a strategic defence review and also to ensure that we set out a timetable to get to that 2.5% of GDP out of the appropriate fiscal event in the coming months.
Julian Lewis.
Does the Foreign Secretary share my concern that the dominant strand in the US Republican Party is at the moment falling into the trap of renewed isolationism? And what can we do to try and impress on our American allies that if they turn away from NATO, they will only postpone a conflict that could otherwise be avoided completely?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, I know that the Right Honourable Gentleman speaks from immense experience on these matters. He will recognise that there are a range of opinions on these issues within both political parties in the United States. I was very pleased to see that Donald Trump spoke recently to Zelensky, and that the supplemental of £61 billion worth of aid to Ukraine was found recently.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the Secretary of State agree with me that Ukraine's joining of NATO is absolutely vital to not only Ukraine's security, but also to all European countries' security?
Well, very grateful to my honourable friend for the question. It was absolutely right that at NATO we were able to set out that irreversible pathway to membership for Ukraine, and that NATO was able to come together and speak with one voice.
Stuart Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to have served on NATO operations in both Bosnia and Kosovo, and the 2.5% commitment will strengthen our ties within NATO. Can the Foreign Secretary commit to a timeline at the earliest opportunity to ensure we don't have to cancel any defence projects and ensure that we have the 2.5% of GDP on defence spending ASAP?
Well, can I thank the honourable gentleman and the honourable gentleman that spoke before him for his service on these matters. Can I just gently remind him that the last government to get to 2.5% of spending on defence was a Labour government. We intend to get back there, and those plans will be announced at a fiscal event in the future.
Tracy Gilbert.
Question number 12, Mr. Speaker.
As soon as I came into office, I commissioned new advice on Israel's compliance with international humanitarian law in the context of war in Gaza. We are obliged to look at that advice under criterion 2C for items exported. This is an ongoing process. I pledge to update the House as soon as I can on this very, very serious matter.
Tracy Gilbert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I welcome the change in approach from the government on this devastating conflict in Gaza, and that the review was ordered soon after the Foreign Secretary's appointment. If the review were to conclude that Israel was breaching international law, can the Foreign Secretary confirm that all actions, including halting arms sales, would be considered as part of the government's proportional response?
Well, can I say to the Honourable Lady that the criteria under 2C of our strategic exporting licensing is a clear risk of breach of international humanitarian law. Careful assessments have to be made. There is then a legal process to enable me to meet that conclusion, and of course, with all sobriety and integrity, I intend to do that and update the House as soon as I can.
Councillor Khan.
13, Mr. Speaker.
With permission, Mr. Speaker, I'll answer questions 13 and 16 together. We've been clear that the government must uphold both our domestic and international legal obligations. The UK respects the independence of the ICJ. We received the advisory opinion in the question on the 19th of July and issued a statement which made clear that we will consider the advisory opinion carefully before responding. My colleagues on the front bench have already made clear our opposition to violence from settlers on the West Bank, and I'm happy to expand on that point if the questions would like.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the Foreign Secretary for showing bold leadership and unequivocal support for international law by dropping the previous government's opposition to the arrest warrant against Netanyahu. The ICJ's historic advisory opinion earlier this month made clear that Israel's occupation and annexation of Palestinian territories are unlawful, something many of us have been campaigning against. What steps is the Foreign Secretary taking to ensure Israel ends its unlawful occupation, particularly the recent expansion of Israeli settlements in the West Bank and the annexation of East Jerusalem?
Thank you to my honourable friend for his question. I know he cares about these issues deeply. The Foreign Secretary visited the region within a week of taking office, and he has raised these precise issues with the Israeli authorities. I reiterate that we are strongly opposed to the expansion of illegal settlements and rising settler violence. More land has been declared by Israel in the West Bank as state lands this year than in any time since the Oslo Accords. The British government already has sanctions against 8 people and 2 groups in relation to settlers in the West Bank, and we will be looking at all options for tougher action on issues facing the West Bank.
Can the Minister be clear? The judgment or the opinion given by the ICJ is quite clearly that the occupation of Gaza, the West Bank and East Jerusalem is illegal. The settlement policy is illegal. Does the government accept that view? In accepting that view, what actions are they going to take? to ensure that appropriate sanctions are made against Israel, including ending arms supplies to them, to ensure that that judgment is carried out and the people of Palestine will be able to live in peace and not under occupation.
I thank the Right Honourable Member for his question. This is an extremely complex finding of 90 pages issued after considerable deliberations by the ICJ, with a variety of views from the judges. As we said at the time, it will take us some time to respond to the full judgment, and we'll update this House when we're in a position to do so. Sanctions will remain under review, as I've discussed in the previous answer.
Number 14, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Bangladesh is an important Commonwealth friend. However, we do remain deeply concerned about the recent events, and I thank the many members across this House who have raised it with the Foreign and Commonwealth and Development Office. I spoke to the Bangladesh High Commissioner on the 19th and 23rd of July, and then on the 22nd of July, my right honourable friend, the Foreign Secretary, called for an end to the violence and for democratic reforms and the rule of law to be protected.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Following the high death toll among student protesters, international human rights bodies are reporting further crackdowns on dissent, from mass arrests and enforced disappearances to torture and unlawful killings. Does the Minister agree with me that Bangladeshi people must have the right to exercise their fundamental human rights, including the right to protest, and will she join with me in expressing solidarity with Bangladeshi people in Bangladesh but also around the world facing repression?
She is an excellent champion for her constituents, and the UK and international partners continue to push for progress towards accountability and justice, including through an independent, impartial and transparent investigation into alleged human rights violations.
Dame Caroline Dinich.
Number 17, Mr. Speaker.
Give me. Oh dear. I was pleased that at the NATO conference we were able to come together as all nations and reaffirm our commitment to Ukraine, and that we took great heart from Zelensky speaking to the cabinet for the first time and being united that we continue to stand with the people of Ukraine.
Dame Caroline Dinich.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and of course I welcome his commitment and the government's commitment to supporting Ukraine, and the provision of military aid and humanitarian aid is important, but sadly it won't be enough to secure long-term peace. So will he reassure me that if and when Ukraine seek peace talks, the UK will stand by them and support them absolutely in their efforts to bring this wasteful and terrible war to a conclusion?
Well, can I say to the Honourable Lady that I welcome the Ukrainians' desire to have peace summits and to see so many nations come together to discuss the issues that are pertinent to getting that peace. She knows that the best way to achieve peace is for Russia to leave, and that we continue to stand with Ukraine. And just as we committed in opposition for this to be a cross-party issue, I'm very grateful that the honourable gentlemen in the front bench are ensuring that this remains a bipartisan issue here in the UK Parliament.
Shadow Minister Paul Helms.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and can I welcome the Secretary of State and all ministers to the front bench, and I look forward to working with them. Can the Secretary of State reassure the House that he is working flat out, as was the last government, to make sure that the roughly £2 billion of funds generated from the sale of Chelsea Football Club gets distributed urgently and reaches those in desperate need of humanitarian assistance due to Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine? And does the Minister agree that Chelsea FC is effectively now one of the largest charitable organisations in the country, and the sooner the funds are mobilised, the better?
It's an ongoing and complex issue. We endeavour to do the best that we can at pace, unpicking much that happened previously under the previous government.
We now come to topicals. Lloyd Hatton.
Topical 1, please, Mr. Speaker.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government is reconnecting Britain with the world in European capitals, at NATO and in Lebanon. I've been resetting relations with Europe and reinforcing support for Ukraine. I've also deepened partnerships with the Global South to tackle the climate crisis and unlock economic growth, and I'm taking a balanced approach on the Middle East, calling for an immediate ceasefire, the release of all hostages, and more aid into Gaza.
Order.
A builder living on Portland, a B&B owner in Weymouth, or a shopkeeper on Swanage High Street all pay their fair share of tax. And yet some individuals take advantage of offshore tax havens, such as the BVI, to avoid paying their fair share. My constituents play by the rules. We ought to know a bit more about those who choose not to. So can the Secretary of State set out what steps his department is taken to throw open the books in British tax havens and implement public registers of beneficial ownership?
I raised this issue in opposition. I think it was the last speech I gave before the election. It's an issue that I intend to take up with full vigour. We were concerned that parts of the last government were turning a blind eye to these issues, and I hope to come forward with further proposals in the coming weeks.
We come to Shadow Foreign Secretary Andrew Mitch.
And he'll get full support from this side of the House in imposing open registers of beneficial ownership on the overseas territories. Can I ask the Foreign Secretary to pay special attention to Sudan, which is suffering the largest displacement crisis in the world? There is clear evidence of ethnic cleansing once again in Darfur, and the human misery, which I saw on the border with Chad earlier this year, is amongst the most harrowing I've ever seen.
Well, I'm very grateful to the Honourable Gentleman for raising the issue of Sudan. I was able to raise this issue with G7 foreign ministers in my first days in office, and I continue in discussion with the United States, who, as you know, have summoned a gathering in Switzerland to try and achieve that peace.
Drew Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Both main parties committed in their manifestos to restore the 0.7% international development target. And as you will have seen, last year we reached nearly 0.6%. So will he discuss with the Treasury returning to 0.7, not in one bite, but over the next 2 years? This would secure best value for money for British taxpayers and also help those most in need.
Well, I paid tribute to the Honourable Gentleman earlier, but this is one area that was left in a mess because, frankly, $3.4 billion being spent on refugees in hotels is a lion's share of that amount. It's a lot for myself and my honourable friend, the Overseas Development Secretary, to deal with, but we will do all we can to get back to that 0.7% as soon as possible.
Imran Hussain.
Mr. Speaker, next week marks 5 years since the illegal revocation of Article 370 and 35A, taking away what little autonomy the Kashmiris had and paving the way for further persecution of the Kashmiris by the Indian Armed Forces. So will the Minister make clear she's committed to upholding international law and confirm that the UK will uphold UN Resolution 47 that demands the birthright of the Kashmiris to a free and fair plebiscite?
Thank the Honourable Member for Bradford for his passionate defence of human rights in Kashmir, and he, of course, understands the UK government position that all countries should respect sovereignty, human rights, the rule of law, and we push all parties to work towards upholding United Nations resolutions.
Lib Dem Democrats spokesperson Leila Moran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This weekend we saw an escalation across the UN blue line when Hezbollah and Israel were exchanging rocket fire. 12 Druze children tragically lost their lives. One child dying in war is too many, no matter what nationality they may be. But this region is a tinderbox. What is the Foreign Secretary doing to calm the area now that we have seen an escalation? Because surely that would be a disaster for the region.
Foreign Secretary.
Well, the Honourable Lady is right. The situation on the de facto border between Lebanon and Israel is very concerning. We urge all parties to act with caution. The UK condemns the strike in the Golan Heights that has tragically claimed the lives of 12 people. Hezbollah must cease their attacks and their destabilising activity. I was pleased to speak to the Prime Minister yesterday, and there will be more that I will say on Lebanon in the coming hours.
Ian Byrne.
On the 19th of July, the Foreign Secretary stated that 500,000 people in Gaza are at phase 5 of acute food insecurity, the classification definition that indicates starvation and famine. UNICEF had already reported 29 children have died from malnutrition. How does the government plan to change this reality as Palestinians face the harrowing reality of death by starvation because of a political choice?
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for raising this issue. We discussed it obviously previously within this session. We're deeply concerned about the humanitarian situation within Gaza. We have obviously reflected that in our policy response, but also in our humanitarian response as well. That's included, for example, the statement that was made by the Foreign Secretary on his visit to the region, where he committed £5.5 million to UK Med. They're providing a field hospital on the ground, which is desperately needed. We've also ensured that there will be continued provision of the items of medicine and food and nutrition that's required, and play our part in that. Thank you.
Ian Room.
Mr. Speaker, the united support for Ukraine is not shared in the United States, with worrying comments by the Republican vice presidential candidate. So, Mr. Speaker, I know the Foreign Secretary knows Mr. Vance. Can he tell the House what assurances he has from him regarding financial and military support for Ukraine should Trump win?
Well, can I say to my honourable friend that the US has committed over £135 billion in support for Ukraine, including the £61 billion supplemental for Ukraine, and we thank them for that. I was very pleased to meet with JD Vance at the Munich conference and then subsequently in Washington, D.C. And I continue to have a good conversation with him about these very important issues.
Ola Barton.
Speaker, the destruction and loss of life in Bangladesh is of grave concern to me and a great number of my constituents. I welcome the Minister's conversations that she has already had with Bangladeshi counterparts and urging for calm. Can the Minister advise what measures are being taken to support British nationals in Bangladesh? And will she join me in thanking the Bangladeshi community in my constituency of Liverpool Wavertree, who contributes so much to our city?
I thank my honourable friend for being so active on this issue, including at the parliamentary engagement on Bangladesh last week. The UK is deeply concerned by the violence by state and state-sponsored actors, and we have updated the travel advice, and all of the information is available on the FCDO website. And we will be very open to taking personal emails from her or any other members who have constituents who have got concerns either in Bangladesh or in the UK.
Richard Holden.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In quick succession, this new government has renewed unconditional funding for UNRWA despite the Hamas links. It's also endorsed the ICC's very controversial case. Following Hezbollah's attacks at the weekend, will the government reflect on the step-by-step abandonment of one of our closest allies in the Middle East and the potential impact that this could have on continuing rather than curtailing conflict and delaying the peace settlement that we all want to see in the Middle East?
Can I say to the honourable gentleman, there is absolutely no abandonment of our close ties and our relationship with Israel, and it was hugely important for me to speak to both the Prime Minister and the President to reiterate that, of course. But it was also right in reflecting on the work of Madame Colonna and her report, and I urge him to read the report and read the recommendations, that like all of the rest of our international allies, that we do come forward with the funding. We did that with an extra 21 million. And can I remind him that $1 million of that is to ensure that those recommendations are implemented to ensure the neutrality of UNRWA.
Mr. Speaker, what steps is the government taking to ensure that Israel complies with its international legal obligations following the recent rulings by the International Court of Justice?
I know my honourable friend has taken up these issues time and time again from the dispatch box. Let me make clear, the expansion that we have seen this year is entirely unacceptable. It's more than the last 20 years that we've seen combined. We are keeping these issues under review, and of course I raised that with Prime Minister Netanyahu when I saw him in Israel.
Manuela Portigala.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the government commit to do whatever it can to urgently
secure an immediate ceasefire in Gaza, get the hostages home, and to re-establish as soon as possible a dedicated peace process to set us on the path to a two-state solution raised by many of my honourable friends today, including the member for Oxford West and Abington.
Well, I think the Honourable Lady speaks for the whole House in the way that she has put her comments, and I give her that undertaking.
Kate Osborne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Minister tell me what steps are being taken to support peace and human rights in Colombia? And as the penholder for the UN Security Council, can the Minister say more about what steps the government can take or any new initiatives to support the full implementation of the 2016 Colombian Peace Agreement?
Thank the Honourable Lady for her question. I know that she has visited the region and has a keen interest in it. Colombia, of course, is one of the 32 countries currently designated by the FCDO as a human rights priority country. We work closely with the government and communities, including Indigenous communities, to work on violence against women and girls, and the UK has committed £80 million towards peace, stability and human rights, working together with civil society across the piece.
Sir Roger Gale.
Mr. Speaker, this summer marks the 50th anniversary of the illegal occupation and invasion by Turkey of the northern part of the island of Cyprus. The Foreign Secretary tell the House what steps, what initiatives his government is going to take to seek to resolve that frozen conflict for which the British government does have a historic responsibility as a guarantor power.
Well, can I thank the right honourable gentleman for his very important question, and well aware of his interest on this issue over many years. We remain committed as a government to a bizonal, bicommunal federation on the basis of political equality, adherence to United Nations Security Council resolutions, and we'll continue to engage with the United Nations envoy and the UN process on this important matter.
David Taylor.
Can I ask the Minister what assessment they've made of the potential implications of asylum accommodation policy of using the overseas development budget to help fund asylum accommodation?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government is committed to restoring overseas development assistance, as we mentioned before, to 0.7% of GNI as soon as fiscal circumstances allow, and overall to restoring our development reputation and reconnecting our country to countries in the global south. Now, the delivery of aid by this government is made more challenging by what took place previously, the uncontrolled expansion of so-called in-donor refugee costs. In 2023, the UK spent £4.3 billion of overseas development assistance on in-donor refugee costs. That's 27.9% of UK ODA. We are determined to ensure that we do not have the kind of unplanned reductions we saw before. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What steps will the British government be taking following the highly disputed election result in Venezuela of election of President Maduro, in working with our American colleagues over the disputed land in Guyana to prevent any incursion there?
Well, I thank the Honourable Gentleman for raising these issues. It's of huge concern, this disputed election that has taken place in the last few days, and I issued a statement yesterday. And of course, there is ongoing discussions with our American friends and indeed with the state of Guyana, given the threats that we've seen from Maduro in the past. I'm very grateful for the question.
Ben Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now that it's just been revealed that the UK has fallen out of the top 10 manufacturers globally, does my right honourable friend agree that strengthening our country's trading relationship with the European Union for goods as well as for services needs to be an essential part of achieving the government's ambitions for growing the economy?
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right that our biggest trading relationship is with the European Union, and he will know that the former Prime Minister Boris Johnson got the paper-thin deal that he did. We haven't yet got a new Commission in place. We've are absolutely committed to a new veterinary deal and to dealing with the issues of qualifications particularly, but we will take forward discussions with the European Union in good spirit in the coming months as soon as they're in place.
Sir Gavin Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ethiopia is on the cusp of recognising the Republic of Somaliland, and I would ask the Minister to look at where British policy is, to make sure it reflects the new reality. And I'd ask if she would maybe have time to meet with me to discuss how we can strengthen and deepen our relationship between Britain and the Republic of Somaliland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The UK has encouraged dialogue between Ethiopia and Somalia when it comes to this issue of the Ethiopia-Somaliland Memorandum of Understanding. We've also expressed our full respect for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of the Federal Republic of Somalia. Of course, I would be happy to meet with him on any issue, including this one. Thank you.
Alex Sobel.
Thank you. I welcome Honourable Friend and his team to their places. I've discussed with many of them the chronic human rights situation in West Papua over many years. In 2019, President Widodo invited the High Commissioner for Human Rights to visit West Papua. That visit has not yet taken place. What steps is the government taking to ensure that visit takes place, both the Indonesian government and with the United Nations?
I thank my honourable friend for his inter-parliamentary work on this important question. The UK strongly supports the efforts of the authorities and civil society to address the legitimate concerns of the people of Papua, as he's highlighted many times in this House. We continue to monitor the situation in Papua, including the ongoing issue of internal civil displacement caused by clashes between separatists and Indonesian security forces in Papua. The UK remains supportive of a visit by the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights.
Mr. Speaker, has the Foreign Secretary had an opportunity to meet with his counterpart in the Irish Republic, given the ministerial statements there in recent months regarding the thousands of people that they believe to be there illegally, that they say have come from the United Kingdom, and what can be done to try and resolve that matter in a way that will satisfy both nations?
Well, I was very pleased, alongside the Prime Minister, to meet with the Irish Taoiseach and to discuss these and other issues.
Dr. Rupert.
You and I are both old enough to remember Tiananmen Square. The use of lethal force on student protesters in Bangladesh has rightly been condemned by our government. Can I urge that the Bangladeshi investigation, that they put pressure on that it has an international element, because a country that can just turn off all communications with the outside world and controls all institutions right down to their stormtrooper-like police shouldn't just be allowed to mark its own homework.
My right honourable friend, the Foreign Secretary, has been very clear that what has happened in the last couple of weeks in Bangladesh is not acceptable, and we've raised that on a number of occasions, including the nature of the judicial review which is currently being undertaken by the government of Bangladesh.
Dance.
A 25-year-old constituent of mine went missing on the evening of Saturday the 13th of July in Sardinia. The Italian authorities called off the search on Friday. So, Mr. Speaker, will the Foreign Secretary meet with me to urge the Italian authorities to help find my constituent?
Can I thank the Honourable Gentleman for representing the concerns of his constituent's family. I recognise this is a very, very distressing time for them. He will know that consular officials are providing support to the family and have remained in regular contact with the authorities in Italy. The Ambassador has raised this case with the Italian authorities. They've ended the active search, but the investigation is ongoing, and I'd be very happy to meet with him to discuss it further.
Can I thank the Secretary? Can I thank the Foreign Secretary and his team for the £500,000 committed to the Caribbean after the devastation on Grenada and Carriacou from Hurricane Beryl? But can I press him and the team with the fact that the Caribbean is at the sharp end of the climate crisis? So can he tell the House what plans he has to advocate at COP29 for a replacement to the £100 billion climate finance deal?
Well, I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for taking up these issues from the backbenches. He will know that I was dealing with these issues on day one in office. Very sadly, this is the beginning of hurricane season across the region. So I keep in close touch with my Caribbean colleagues and expect to have further conversations later today. And of course, we will be taking up these issues as we head to COP.
Shawkat Adam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure the House will agree with me that the situation in Gaza, and particularly for children, is absolutely horrific, with reports estimating that up to 50,000 children are requiring health-related treatment, and that's not even including conflict-related injuries. Will the Secretary of State agree with me that, along with international partners, we must secure a mechanism that allows these children to be treated here in the UK, especially as many hospital facilities have been erased in Gaza?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The issue of medical treatment within Gaza is one that this government takes very seriously, including that, of course, for children. We have reflected that in our operations since coming in to office, particularly around supporting UK Med, which operates a field hospital that the member may be aware of. As I mentioned before, the Foreign Secretary announced £5.5 million going towards its operations. Now, that includes covering support for trauma, other forms of public health as well within Gaza. And we will, of course, keep this under review. There's extreme need. Thank you.
Egan.
All of us here want to see an end to the conflict in Gaza and Israel, and that means getting to a lasting peace as soon as possible. Growing in concern that we're seeing rising hostilities on the north of Israel with Hezbollah, with a deadly increase attacks targeted against civilians. Hezbollah, of course, an Iranian-funded terror group which has entrenched itself in southern Lebanon. Can the Foreign Secretary give us reassurance that Britain will play a full part in working with Israel and other allies to counter this threat?
Well, I'm very grateful to the honourable friend for the question. Further escalation is in nobody's interests, and can I reassure him, we understand who sits behind Hezbollah, and that is Iran. And they have been engaged in a lot of activity to drive escalation forward in the region. So, of course, I want to give him that reassurance.
Final question, Bob Black.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 111 hostages are unaccounted for in Gaza. Some are foreign nationals, but most are Israeli citizens. Recently, bodies were recovered from under Yunus Khan, the city, demonstrating that Hamas have complete contempt for humanitarian areas. What action is the Foreign Secretary taking to secure the release of the hostages? And will he guarantee that Hamas will play no further part in the governance of a state of Palestine?
I can say to the honourable gentleman, it was very important for me to meet with hostage families when I was in Israel. I've spoken to hostage families since returning back to the country, and of course we are giving all assistance we can to the Israeli authorities to ensure that those hostages get out. And I really want him to understand that we have this as a #1 concern. Those hostages need to be returned.
That completes questions. Right, I have to notify the House, in accordance with the Royal Assent Act of 1967, that the King has signified his Royal Assent to the following Act: Supply and Appropriation Main Estimate Act 2024. We now come to the urgent question. Kevin Hollingray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I ask the Secretary of State to make a statement on financial redress for postmasters and outstanding issues relating to the Post Office Horizon scandal?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As honourable members will know, convictions across the UK have now been quashed through recent legislation, and those affected are now able to apply for financial redress under the Horizon Convictions Redress Scheme. The scheme will be wholly delivered by the Department, not the Post Office. All other forms of redress, including those pursued under the Group Litigation Order, will be delivered by the existing schemes. Mr. Speaker, since taking office, this government has continued to work closely with both the Scottish Government and the Northern Ireland Executive to identify those who have had their convictions overturned. Letters have started to be issued to those eligible, which will confirm that their conviction has been quashed and provide further information on how to access financial redress. But I would encourage those who believe they are eligible not to wait for a letter. Please do come forward now and register for the Horizon Conviction Redress Scheme. We have put guidance on gov.uk to help people know where they stand, whether their conviction has been overturned, and if eligible, how to apply for redress through the registration and application process. Victims will be able to choose from two options. Firstly, they can either accept a fixed settlement of £600,000 Or secondly, they can choose a full claim assessment if they believe their losses exceed £600,000 and wish to have their application fully examined by the government. No matter what route they choose to take, once an applicant's eligibility is confirmed, they will be paid a preliminary payment of £200,000. We're making sure that they can access historical data from both the Post Office and HMRC to support their decision and the application. We also recognise that with the best will and support in the world, in a few cases, some information may not be retrievable. But I can assure honourable members that even in those cases, we will do all we can so that a fair offer is made to sub-postmasters who have suffered this terrible injustice. This House was united in the last Parliament in its wish to see justice for sub-postmasters, and in this Parliament we do intend to deliver on that.
Shadow Minister Kevin Holland-Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, it is disappointing that I've again had to ask an urgent question to get the government to come to the dispatch box. It's also disappointing that neither the Secretary of State nor the Postal Affairs Minister has responded to either of those urgent questions. This is a very clearly important matter and one deserving of full scrutiny by this House. And despite earlier promises by him, only 12 days ago, to give the House a significant update, only a written statement was available. One of the final acts of the last government was to pass legislation which, for the first time in history, overturned hundreds of convictions and set in train the process to provide redress to the victims. We made a clear commitment that these victims would be able to apply for redress before the summer recess. This commitment has not been honoured. Although claimants can now register for redress, to do so they need a reference number that is only available to those individuals written to by the Ministry of Justice, who have today confirmed that only 10 postmasters of the 700 have received such a letter. So can I ask the Minister, when will the other 690 postmasters be written to? Assuming claimants apply for the most rapid form of redress, a fixed sum award, when will the first £600,000 payment be made? The Secretary of State will acknowledge that we had conversations regarding court of appeal convictions and those refused leave to appeal, which were not quashed by the legislation. What steps is he taking to ensure these cases are given assistance to overturn their convictions? The last government also announced that we would top up claimants in the Horizon Shortfall Scheme to a minimum payment of £75,000. How many of the thousands of claimants in this scheme have been written to that effect? And finally, where is the Secretary of State, or where is the member for Harrow West, who I understand has been appointed Post Office Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, we promised to update Parliament before the summer recess. We've done that by way of a written ministerial statement, and I note that the Shadow Secretary of State himself, when he was the Minister, came and answered on most occasions for the government. We certainly didn't take that as indication that the government was taking this matter any less seriously than they should, and that's not the case now either. And I understand the frustration that the Shadow Secretary of State has about the number of letters that have gone out, but there have been difficulties in corroborating some of that data. I understand when the Shadow Secretary of State made that promise as a minister, he did so in good faith, but it has turned out that there have been additional physical checks that have been required. We have had to access court documents, sometimes stretching back decades, which have meant that there have been delays, but the Ministry of Justice have actually put more resource into that to ensure that that carries on at pace. As is noted, the website is now up and running. Applicants can register on that now. I'm pleased to report, as of this morning, already 89 people have done so, and we hope that once verification checks have been completed, that payments can be processed within 10 working days. In respect to the Court of Appeal question, we understand that that was discussed at length during the passage of the Act. It is a matter that is deserving of further consideration, and I understand that the the Minister for Postal Services has indeed had conversations in regard to what we can do in respect to that.
Liam Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I welcome the answer provided by my honourable friend? He will remember that when the Select Committee reported just 4 or 5 months ago, we noted that 80% of the budget for redress had not been paid out. And we suggested to the now Shadow Secretary of State a number of measures to put into the bill to speed up the process. Those amendments were rejected. So can the Minister now assure us that he does have a grip on this and we will now begin to see checks in the post much faster?
Can I just say, we do speak through the chair, not to the Minister, and as an established member of this House, I'm sure he wouldn't want to start on the wrong foot with me. Come on, Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I think the Honourable Member makes a very important point. We do want payments to be processed as quickly as possible. Data is updated monthly on the government website. We can see that in terms of the group litigation order, 210 offers have now been made under the HSS scheme of 2,730 claimants. Altogether, 2,417 offers have been accepted, and 110 convictions on the OCS scheme. Initial payments have now been made to 103 of those people.
We come to the Lib Democrats. Spokesperson Sarah Olney.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. It's been said many times across this House, but it bears repeating. This was an appalling miscarriage of justice. The shocking dishonesty of Post Office officials found its match only in the bravery of the sub-postmasters who stood up to them. The Liberal Democrats welcomed the legislation in the previous Parliament to finally deliver justice by quashing their convictions, and we likewise welcome measures to ensure that those affected get the compensation they deserve. However, what we've seen with previous compensation and redress schemes for the victims of this scandal was a pattern of delay, complication and inefficiency. Neither the Post Office nor the Department for Business and Trade have earned the necessary trust of sub-postmasters to administer these schemes. And it was with that in mind that in 2022, the Business and Trade Committee recommended that an independent intermediary body should be set up. Will the Secretary of State agree with me that it is now time to appoint that independent body to ensure that these schemes get delivered fairly, effectively and without delay?
I thank the Liberal Democrat spokesperson for their contributions. We are concerned that matters are taking too long. We have been working with lawyers who've signed up to a framework for representing claimants, and we're looking at ways that we can speed the process up. There are issues in terms of actually collating enough expert evidence to support the claims, but we are looking at ways how that can be actually accelerated. In terms of the independent process, we are looking at an independent mediation step after the initial decisions and offers are made, and ultimately an independent appeal decision will be considered as well.
Ian Lavery.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. There's a whole number of individuals out there who, because they weren't directly employed by the Post Office, they've been convicted, they've repaid a huge amount of money, 10, 20, 30,000 pounds, back to the Post Office, but because of the circumstances they find themselves in, hence not employed by the Post Office, but perhaps by the sub-postmaster, cannot get any redress whatsoever. These are victims of the Horizon scandal equally as much as anyone else. Can the Minister tell me what advice he can give me to the people in my constituency of Blythe and Ashton who find themselves in these circumstances?
I'll thank my honourable friend for the question. I think there are some specific circumstances there that I would welcome his further information on. If you can contact the department and the relevant minister, we'll look through those circumstances and see if there is anything we can do, because we really do not want anyone to be out of pocket as a result of this scandal.
Sir Gavin Williamson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Communities across the country were impacted by the Horizon scandal, and one of those was Wheaton Aston. And not only did Wheaton Aston lose a much-loved postmaster, they actually also lost their post office as well. Would the Minister look at the specific case of Wheaton Aston, not just in terms of that postmaster getting the compensation, but also take up the issue with the post office to make sure a post office is returned to the village?
Thank the right honourable member for his question. I'll certainly relay that back to the department. We'll look in some detail on that. It is important that communities do have a post office that they can access. They are a vital part of our infrastructure in this country. They are a vital lifeline for many individuals, and we want to make sure that every community is served as much as possible.
Evelyn.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'd just like to take a moment to pay tribute to my predecessor for the work that Marion Fellows did in this issue throughout her time in this House. I was delighted to hear from the Minister that there's been conversations with the Scottish Government regarding this issue and looking for justice and redress for sub-postmasters. Can I ask the Minister how confident he is that there will be no further obstacles put in the way of justice and redress in Scotland by the Scottish Government following those conversations?
I thank the my honourable friend for her question and would join her in paying tribute to her predecessor, who was tenacious in her pursuit of this matter. We have had a number of conversations with the Scottish Government, and we don't want to see any difference between the way this scheme is administered in any part of the country, and we're confident that that will be the case.
Dame Caroline Downey.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This is a national scandal, and it's almost impossible to quantify the lack of trust, the loss of trust that has resulted both with the government but also with the Post Office over this. I wonder if the Minister could just set out a little bit more what they intend to do to ensure that the information and the support to make these applications to the redress scheme for every single postmaster that had been affected, every single one that had a conviction quashed, is going to be taking place.
Thank the honourable member for a question. It's a very important one. Disclosure packs are being prepared for every claimant, which will contain what we believe will be all the information they need to assess whether they wish to accept the fixed sum or proceed for a more detailed assessment of the claim. It will include details of their contracts and remuneration with the Post Office, details of whether they were eligible for the Royal Mayor Share Plan, and indeed any other information that the Department can obtain which is requested. We want to work at pace with individuals to make sure they have all the information they need to make an informed decision on this.
It's Osborne.
Speaker, the Minister will be aware that I've long campaigned on this issue. He might not yet be aware of a letter that I sent to his department highlighting issues with the current compensation schemes, as well as calling attention to issues with the original 555 sub-postmasters, of which my constituent Chris Head belongs. Chris was one of the thousands of Horizon scandal people impacted by the scandal, and he himself has still only been offered 17% of his verified claim. So will the Minister agree to meet with me and Chris to discuss these issues?
I thank my honourable friend for her question. I am indeed aware of the letter and indeed all the work that she has done over a number of years in support of her constituents and indeed the wider sub-postmaster community. I'm sure that the relevant minister will agree to meet her and her constituent, and I'll make sure that request is passed on to him.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member for Ynys-Môn, I represent Lorraine Williams and the formidable Noel Thomas, who spent his 60th birthday in jail for a crime that he never took place. It is clear that sub-postmasters continue to be treated appallingly by the UK Government in the wake of the Horizon scandal, made to feel guilty for the cost of compensation for the public purse. Can the Secretary of State give me confidence to know that the new government will compensate for the real human cost of the suffering caused by this awful scandal?
Thank the honourable member for a question. We do not want sub-postmasters to feel guilty for claiming what is rightfully theirs. What this place has decided is their entitlement. We've made measures to ensure that they won't have to foot any legal bills for taking advice in respect of their applications, and we want to make sure that every potential head of loss is covered and adequately compensated for. So we want to make this as easy and as swift as possible for those affected.
Hello.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to hear from the Minister that they are going to expedite this national scandal and sort out payment to those people who have been extremely badly treated by what is a state-owned entity. My question is, are you going to do anything about those people who arguably knew that the Fujitsu software called Horizon was deficient and yet still brought legal cases against sub-postmasters, many of whom went to prison? Personally, I think there must be some redress, and those people going right the way back who were responsible for bringing cases against innocent people in the knowledge that the software was deficient, they must suffer some form of penalty.
The honourable member makes an important point which has been raised on a number of occasions previously. We believe that the correct approach to this is for the inquiry to assess those individuals' particular culpability, and then we will take forward their recommendations, because I think it's important that we see that individuals do take some responsibility and accountability for their actions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Horizon IT scandal is without doubt one of the greatest miscarriages of justice in our history. And whilst we cannot change what has happened, we must establish what went wrong. So can the Minister assure the House that he will carefully consider the findings of the Post Office Horizon IT inquiry? And does he agree with the Shadow Secretary of State's position that there should be prosecutions for those that are deemed responsible?
Again, we are taking a very close interest, as the Honourable Member would expect, in the evidence that is coming forward in the inquiry. Much of it is shocking. It's very concerning, the amount of obfuscation and, shall we say, misinformation that's been put out by a number of individuals. We think it's right to wait to see what the Chair of the inquiry recommends in terms of future action, but we're certainly committed to looking very closely and making sure that individuals do take responsibility for their actions.
Jardine.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. One of my constituents who was affected by the Horizon scandal was about to end more than 20 years of service with the Post Office with a comfortable package when she was persuaded to take on a post office for those 2 months. She did and got caught up in the Horizon scandal. She then had months of trauma of trying to prove her innocence, arguing with the Post Office, and was sacked. Lost the package and lost a lot of expense. I spoke to the previous minister about it and she has applied for compensation, but she's now being told that she's not entitled because she didn't have a contract, which she says she did have. So will the minister meet me to discuss how we can possibly protect people and ensure that they get the compensation they're entitled to, and that we don't have this continual excuse finding for not paying people who deserve compensation?
I'm grateful to the Honourable Member for raising that question. Where there are evidential difficulties, we are looking at other ways that we can make sure that those who should be eligible are entitled to the claim, and I'm happy to have further conversations with her in respect of that.
Jim Shannon.
Can I thank the Minister very much for the answers to the questions that have been posed. And I make representations for the 26 postmasters from Northern Ireland who have been fighting for years, and indeed for more years as well, to clear their name. Whilst it is fantastic that movement has been made to undo the wrongs of this scandal, and for that I thank the Minister and the Government very much, what steps have been taken to ensure that compensation is issued to all postmasters across the UK in a timely manner to avoid more delays and miscarriage of justice, including those 26 from Northern Ireland? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, thank the Honourable Member for his question. We are working closely with the Northern Ireland Executive to make sure that all the information required is verified and corroborated, so that those individuals in Northern Ireland who have been caught up in this scandal receive that letter as soon as possible.
Right, that completes the urgent question. We'll let the front benches change over. I now call the Deputy Prime Minister to make a statement to the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And before I begin my statement, I know the whole House will join me in sending our deepest condolences and strength in the hours ahead to those affected by yesterday's shocking incident in Southport. And as a mother and grandmother, I can't even begin to imagine the depth of pain and suffering of those involved. And I'd like to echo the words of the Honourable Member for Southport in thanking the police and the emergency services for their swift response. And our thoughts and prayers are with those who have already sadly lost loved ones and are now fighting for their lives as well. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I've come to the House to make a statement about this government's plan to get Britain building. Delivering economic growth is our #1 mission. It's how we'll raise living standards for everyone, everywhere. The only way we can fix our public services. So today I am setting out a radical plan to not only get the homes we desperately need, but also drive the growth, create jobs and breathe life back into towns and cities. We are ambitious, and what I say won't be without controversy, but this is urgent. Because this Labour government is not afraid to take on the tough choices needed to deliver for our country. Mr. Speaker, we're facing the most acute housing crisis in living memory. 150,000 children in temporary accommodation, nearly 1.3 million households on social housing waiting lists. Under 30s less than half as likely to own their own home compared to in the 1990s. Rents are up 8.6% in the last year. Total homelessness at record levels. There are simply not enough homes. Those on the benches opposite knew this, but what did they do for 14 years? As my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, said yesterday, they ducked the difficult decisions. They put party before country. They pulled the wool over people's eyes by crowing about getting 1 million new homes in this last Parliament. But they failed to get anywhere near their target of 300,000 homes a year. And in a bid to appease their anti-housing backbenchers, they made housing targets only advisable. They knew that this would tank housing supply, but they still did it. And as I stand here today, I can now reveal the result, that the number of new homes is now likely to drop below 200,000 this year. Unforgivable. This legacy makes our job all the harder, but it also makes it so much more urgent. So today, I'll explain how Labour will deliver the change needed to turbocharge growth and build more homes. And I'll start with housing targets. Decisions about what to build should reflect local views, but that should be about how to deliver new homes, not whether to. Whilst the previous government watered down housing targets, caving into their anti-growth backbenchers, this Labour government is taking the tough choices, putting people and country first. For the first time, we'll make local housing targets mandatory, requiring local authorities to use the same method to work out how many homes to build. But, Mr. Speaker, that alone is insufficient to meet our ambition. So we're also changing the standard method used to calculate housing need, so it better reflects the urgency of supply for local areas. Rather than relying on outdated data, this new method will require local authorities to plan for homes proportionate to the size of existing communities. And it will incorporate an uplift where house prices are most out of step with local incomes. The collective total of these local targets will therefore rise from some 300,000 a year to just over 370,000 a year. Now, some will find this uncomfortable, and others will try and poke holes. So I'll tackle the four arguments head on. First, that we're demanding too much from some places. To this I say, we have a housing crisis and a mandate for real change, and we all must play our part. Second, that some areas might appear to get a surprising target. Well, Mr. Speaker, no method is perfect, and the old one produced all sorts of odd outcomes. Crucially, ours offers extra stability for local authorities. Third, that we are lowering our ambition for London. I'm clear we're doing no such thing. That London had a nominal target of almost 100,000 homes a year based on an arbitrary uplift was absolute nonsense. The adoption of the London Plan has a target of around 52,000, and delivery in London last year was around 35,000. The target we're now setting for London, roughly 80,000, is still a huge ask. But I know it's one that the Mayor is determined to rise to, and I met with him last week about this. Fourth, some will say a total of 370,000 is not enough. To this I say, ambition is critical, but we also need to be realistic. I want to now move to the Greenbelt. If we have targets for what we need to build, we next need to ensure we're building in the right places. The first port of call must be brownfield land. We are making some changes today to support this, but it's only part of the answer, Mr. Speaker. This is why we must create more strategic system for Greenbelt release to make it work for the 21st century. Local authorities will have to review their green belt if needed to meet housing targets. But they'll also need to prioritise low-quality grey belt land, for which we are setting out a definition today. And where land in the green belt is developed, new golden rules will require provision of 50% affordable housing, with a focus on social rent, as well as schools, GP surgeries and transport links that community need, and improvements to accessible green space. And let's not forget, Mr Speaker, that it was the previous government's haphazard approach to building on the Greenbelt that has seen so many of the wrong homes built in the wrong places without local services that people need. Under Labour, this will change. Now, Mr Speaker, increasing supply is of course essential to improving affordability, but we must also go further in building genuinely affordable homes. And part of this must come from developers. And the Housing Minister will be meeting with major developers later to ensure that they commit to matching our pace of reform. But an active mission-led government must also play its role. This is why today I'm calling on local authorities, housing associations and industry to work with me to deliver a council house revolution. Yeah. Mr Speaker, this isn't just a nice add-on. It is vital to getting the 1.5 million homes built, because we know that schemes with a large amount of affordable housing are likely to be completed faster. And injecting confidence and certainty into social housing is how we get Britain back to building. The previous government had to downgrade the number of new homes their affordable housing programme would deliver. And now today, I can unveil that not only between 110,000 and 130,000 affordable homes are due to be built under this programme, down from their original target of 180,000. In our worst case scenario, some 70,000 fewer families in need of a secure home will lose out, Mr Speaker. How have they let that happen? And once again, it's this government which will have to pick up the pieces. This is why today I'm announcing immediate steps for the biggest boost to social and affordable housing in a generation. Yeah. We will introduce more flexibilities in current Affordable Homes programme working with Homes England, and will bring forward details of future government investment at the spending review. I also recognise that councils and housing associations need support too. So my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, will set out plans at the next fiscal event to give them the rent stability that they need to borrow and invest. Yeah. But, Mr Speaker, we must also maintain existing stock, which is why I'm announcing important changes to the right to buy. We have already started reviewing the increased right to buy discounts introduced in 2012, and will consult in the autumn on wider reforms to right to buy. And we are immediately increasing flexibilities for councils when using right-to-buy receipts. And in addition, to help councils provide homes for some of the most vulnerable in society, I can also confirm today that the £450 million of the Local Authority Housing Fund will flow to them to provide 2,000 new homes. This is what Labour does. Mr Speaker, these reforms are key to realising our wider growth ambitions. Part of that comes from new homes themselves, releasing untapped potential of our towns and cities that for too long have been throttled by the insufficient and unaffordable housing. But it also flows from making it easier to build the infrastructure on which we rely. So we're making it easier to build laboratories, gigafactories, data centres and electricity grid connections. And we must make it simpler and faster to build the clean energy sources needed to meet zero carbon energy generation by 2030. We've already ended the de facto ban on onshore wind, but we're also proposing to bring large onshore wind projects back to the nationally significant infrastructure projects regime, NSIP, change the threshold for solar development to reflect the developments in solar technology, and set a stronger expectation that authorities identify sites for renewable energy. To deliver all of this, we need every local authority to have a development plan in place. Up-to-date local plans are essential to ensuring that communities have a say in how development happens. Areas with a local plan are less vulnerable to speculative developments through appeals, and yet just a third of places have one that is under 5 years old. This must change. We will therefore fix this by ending constant changes and disruption to planning policy, setting clear expectations of universal local plan coverage and stepping in directly where local authorities let residents down. Local plans ensure local engagement and are critical to making development that have local people's needs met. But in demanding more of others, we're also going to demand more of ourselves. 2 weeks ago, I said that I will not hesitate to review an application where the potential economic gain warrants it. So today, I can confirm that ministers and I will mark our homework in public, reporting against the 13-week target for turning around ministerial decisions. Now, Mr. Speaker, I know what I've said seems a lot, but this is only the first step. We plan to do so much more. We'll introduce a planning and infrastructure bill that will reform planning committees so that they focus on the right applications with the necessary expertise, further reform compulsory purchase compensation rules so that what is paid to landowners is fair but not excessive, enable local authorities to put their planning departments on sustainable footings, streamline the delivery process for critical infrastructure and provide any legal underpinning that may be needed to ensure that nature recovery and building works hand in hand. We'll also take the steps needed for universal coverage of strategic planning within this Parliament, which we will work with local leaders to develop and formalise in legislation. And shortly, we'll say more about our plan for the next generation of new towns. And because we know that this crisis cannot be fixed overnight, in the coming months, the Government will publish a long-term housing strategy for how we will transform the housing market so it delivers for working people. These are the right reforms for the decade of renewal the country so desperately needs, and we will not be deterred by those who seek to stand in the way of our country's future. The honourable members opposite may say this cannot be done, but I say that once again, I'll prove them wrong. This government will build 1.5 million homes that are high quality, well designed and sustainable. We will achieve the biggest boost to affordable housing for a generation, and we will get Britain building to spur the growth that we need. And I commend this statement to the House.
I now call the Shadow Secretary of State just to say, if you could name between 7 and 8 minutes. Just up to you. Shadow Secretary of State, Kemi Bennell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I echo the Right Honourable Lady's comments regarding the appalling incident in Southport? We on this side of the House send our deepest condolences to the families of all of those who are impacted. Mr. Speaker, having listened to her statement, I have many questions. I know that the Right Honourable Lady won't be able to answer all of them, certainly not in the time that we have today. So I hope that for those questions that she doesn't have the answer to now, she'll be able to provide written answers within a month and before the end of the summer recess so that we can pick up quickly when we return for her department's oral questions in the next parliamentary term. Mr. Speaker, the Labour Party has a mandate to deliver what they promised in their manifesto. As a party which has governed for most of the last 100 years, we respect that mandate, and it is our job, as His Majesty's loyal opposition, to scrutinise their plans and ensure that Labour are saying what they mean and, more importantly, doing what they say. But with that right to deliver their manifesto come many responsibilities. Labour now have a responsibility, unlike in a manifesto, they have a responsibility to be crystal clear about what they actually want to do to avoid prolonged uncertainty. They now have a responsibility to understand and address the concerns of councillors and local residents. They now have a responsibility to explain the economics and allocate the funding, which we all know will be needed for this plan. And they now have a responsibility not to be contradictory in what they are setting out. So they mustn't make promises which any impartial observer knows can't be delivered. And crucially, they mustn't break their commitments early. And yet, Mr. Speaker, we are already seeing changes to what they committed to. On the 20th of June, the Chancellor stated that they would update the NPPF within 100 days. So why is Labour now briefing that it will be before the end of the year? That's a lot more than 100 days. They've just started, they're already changing their targets. So will the Right Honourable Lady confirm that the NPPF will be updated and in effect by mid-October, the deadline that they set for themselves? They are proposing an 8-week consultation over summer holidays for their updates to the NPPF. This is the third set of updates that we will now have in a year. In the previous consultation on the NPPF in 2023, we had 2,600 responses. How will they have a meaningful consultation, which is what the legislation requires, that respects the input of local planning authorities and others? There will be legal challenges. Are they ready for them? They are proposing multiple changes to planning, the NPPF update, new primary legislation, the Honourable Lady just described, changes to nutrient neutrality, which they've recently converted to, and the NSIP, just to name a few. So the Right Honourable Lady says she wants to end constant changes and disruption to planning policy. That's great, but how is she going to avoid creating years of uncertainty and making it harder for local authorities and developers to build new housing as all of these changes are worked through? As I said to her the last time we sat opposite each other, these things do take time and these things are not as straightforward as she is laying out. The government will not be able to deliver its ambitions unless it recognises that. But what is most interesting in this statement, Mr. Speaker, is that she confirms that she is reducing the housing need calculation for London. Can she confirm if that reduction will apply to other urban areas? And can she explain why she is reducing the need for cities like London to build more housing when they are the ones who have the infrastructure to support it? Why is she forcing suburban and rural areas to take more housing when there are schools in Hackney, like de Beauvoir Primary School and Randall Creamer Primary School, that are shutting down because they don't have enough pupils? Why is she doing that? The government is talking about the grey belt in the planning framework. It's very interesting. I've had a quick look through. They define it, but what limited contribution to the 5 green belt purposes actually means in planning terms. What does that actually mean? Because if they're not clear, planning inspectors will determine that, and we will yet again have more and more local opposition. It is also interesting, Mr. Speaker, that the government is considering changes to restrict the right to buy. The Right Honourable Lady has told us very proudly how she was able to buy her own council house. Can she, at least one certainly, can she confirm to us that following these changes, young people across England will still be able to exercise the same right to buy that she herself had in 2007? Mr. Speaker, there is also a responsibility to address the concerns of councillors and local residents. I know from my own constituency the references that they have to traveller sites will cause some concern. The fact that she has stood up and said many of the housing allocations will be surprising. This is very difficult for local councils and local communities to deal with. Where is the respect for local decision making? We're not saying that they shouldn't be ambitious, but they're going to have to take local government in hand when they do this. They say they want to impose exacting mandatory housing targets on local authorities. When we had the advisory target, it was so that councils could make sure that they could do better, not do worse. So it is wrong for her to claim that this was us removing mandatory housing targets. Councillors have repeatedly told me that they are afraid that they will be forced, under a duty to cooperate, to sacrifice their own green spaces to take the housing need that the urban leaders who are her friends failed to meet. So what's she going to say to reassure leaders in places like Bromsgrove, Wychavon and South Staffordshire? And what penalties will she apply to local leaders like Sadiq Khan who fail to meet their housing need requirements? What happens when the mayor fails to meet even these reduced targets that she has set for him? She's already let slip that she is ditching the requirement to ensure that beauty is a key part of housing, something that I was actually very proud that the previous Conservative government put at the heart of our planning reforms, because local people do want beautiful housings. So now she's telling us that she's going to be replacing what they want with a requirement to meet 1.5 million ugly houses instead. Why on earth would they take out something? Why on earth would they take out something which means so much to local communities? People deserve to live in beautiful homes, and the fact that the Labour Party doesn't care about that shows exactly how they're going to develop their policies. Their responsibility to explain the economics and set out how they will fund their proposals is also quite key. They need to ensure that the NPPF has a new growth-based approach, they say, but that's already in the NPPF. She would know if she had read it. I bet she hasn't. The Chancellor effectively killed off some major NSIP schemes on Monday, like the Arundel bypass. Is there all this talk of prioritising infrastructure energy projects just a way of dressing up cuts to other kinds of infrastructure. Where's the economic analysis that her department has undertaken on the housing market? Yesterday, we also saw the Chancellor come to the dispatch box, claim not to have understood the pressure on public finances and how it was also difficult. We warned repeatedly during the election. They say one thing and they do another. They said they weren't going to raise taxes. Now we can see what they're planning. But the Chancellor did not say anything about the impact on housing. So now I'm asking the Right Honourable Lady, on behalf of the British people and local authorities, what it means for them. Is she going to follow the same playbook, pretend she didn't know what it costs to build affordable housing, or to change the planning system and impose more costs for builders, home buyers and renters? These are just a few of the questions that the government will need to answer, and I'm sure colleagues across this House will have many more questions for them. But the government is in danger of choosing the worst of all worlds, not addressing basic economics of house building, centralising decision-making, and when you look at all that, it looks like the 1.5 million homes will be a distant aspiration rather than a meaningful target. Thank you.
Well, let me start by welcoming the Right Honourable Lady to her place, and can I wish her luck for her leadership campaign now she's confirmed she's running.
The best of luck.
So it was her ambition all along to be leader of the opposition, not mine. I must say, the Honourable Lady seems to be taking to opposition very naturally. I think she'll find herself comfortable for a long, long time on those benches. I mean, the Right Honourable Lady had a lot to say in her response, and I'll come to the substance of it in a moment. And I know that the Right Honourable Lady's already put quite a few written questions in, and I look forward to many more from her once she's had a chance to read and digest her brief after the election. But it felt like there was a couple of things I'm not quite sure she understood. Firstly, and this is critical, the British people kicked them out of office in a landslide victory. And secondly, why was that? So let me just remind her. The government in which she served has left us to clear up the mess. They crashed the economy and trashed our public services. They bankrupted Britain and they covered it up. They knew that they threw the book at the doctors and then they doctored the books. She keeps speaking about the Tories' record on housing, but I'll remind her again. Year after year, the Tories failed to keep their housing targets. She speaks about the Mayor of London with their bizarre figures that they set for the Mayor. Every single year, the Conservative government failed to meet their own target, talking of promises that they can't keep. I'll come to the Right Honourable Lady's question on the MPPF consultation. It starts today, Madam Deputy Speaker, for 8 weeks, and we're asking people to engage. It's an incredibly detailed consultation because we mean business, and it wouldn't come to any surprise that the work needed to be done after the disaster of the last Tory government that ripped up the National Planning Policy Framework and made a right mess of it. The former Tory Secretary of State handed back £1.9 billion of vital funds. The Right Honourable Lady talked about the Affordable Homes grant. The last Secretary of State handed back £1.9 billion funds to the Treasury. So we will be making it more flexible, working with Homes England to get the homes that we need. The party opposite...
You're just reading. You're supposed to be answering the questions.
They are the questions. No, they're the bits I've written, actually, in regards to her questions. The party opposite is now talking to themselves and not the country. And they talk about, and the Right Honourable Lady mentioned chaos and uncertainty. I really don't know how they can say that with a straight face after the chaos and uncertainty we've had. Countless housing secretaries not knowing what was going on. And there is increases, Madam Deputy Speaker, in answer to the question. In every inner city area, there is increases in the targets. And can I remind honourable members that we inherited the most acute housing crisis in living memory. And I say to the Right Honourable Lady, the Greenbelt definition is in the consultation. I suggest she reads it. And it also tackles beautiful homes, Madam Deputy Speaker, because we will build homes at scale. They will be beautiful. We'll protect the natural environment. We will make sure that people have the homes that they deserve and that they need. And I come to the point the Right Honourable Lady made about councils and representing council leaders. I find that astonishing because the council leaders that I've spoke to were absolutely overjoyous with the fact that the Tories were kicked out, because the council leaders say to me that they have been left with a dire situation, an absolute dire situation. I know the members opposite like to think it's just Labour councils, but councils across the whole political spectrum have been left in a disaster situation because the party opposite did not build the homes that people need. We have a homelessness crisis in this country. We have a crisis where people under the age of 30 cannot get homes now. It is impossible for people to get on the housing ladder. That is the failure of the last Conservative government. That is what we're going to fix, Madam Deputy Speaker, and that's what we're going to get on and do.
Clive Betts.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and welcome you to your place. Can I first of all really welcome both the ambition of my right honourable friend's statement and the details involved in it and those commitments. Let's get 2 points. In terms of the targets, and the Select Committee in the last Parliament said the targets had to be mandatory. If they aren't mandatory, many councils will simply choose to ignore them. But in mandatory targets, she gave an assurance that the targets were based on a proper needs assessment of each local authority and will do away with the nonsensical and arbitrary urban uplifts which she referred to in the case of London. And secondly, in terms of social housing, and I was proud to be brought up in a council house like she was. In terms of social housing, will she work closely with local authorities and look particularly at land value capture? Where the planning permission for a site uplifts the value of that site, will she ensure that the total increase in value does not go to the landowners alone, but actually is used to benefit the public purse and reduce the cost of building those homes?
I thank my honourable friend for his question, and I can confirm that we are getting rid of the urban uplift, and the new method of housing targets is better than the previous one, because the previous one we believe was outdated and figures, the urban uplift the figures were plucked from thin air. So we believe that this will give, our new method would give councils stability and certainty to plan for their homes and local services they need. In terms of land value capture, again, this will come forward with more. There's a little bit within this consultation, but there's more within the planning and infrastructure bill that will come forward, as we spoke about in the King's speech.
Daisy Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. May I welcome you to your place. May I thank the Deputy Prime Minister for giving advance sight of her statement and to associate myself and my party with her remarks about the devastating and senseless attacks in Southport. Our thoughts and prayers are with all those affected. Now, for too long under the Conservatives, we had a planning system that put developer greed over community need, a system which did not deliver the homes that we needed to tackle the crisis, but did destroy swathes of our greenbelt. But this statement, Madam Deputy Speaker, raises a lot of questions. So here we go. First of all, for those local authorities which are at an advanced stage of their draft local plans, will they need to start again with the new standard method, or can they continue? Secondly, for those local authorities that have recently conducted a Greenbelt assessment, do they need to do it again under the new system, or will the current one stand? There seemed to be a conspicuous absence, Madam Deputy Speaker, of a particular target on social homes, not affordable homes, but on social homes. Will the Deputy Prime Minister take up the Liberal Democrat target of building 150,000 social homes every single year? We welcome the proposals by the government to review the compulsory purchase compensation. Will she take up the Liberal Democrat plan to put an end to land banking by reforming the Land Compensation Act so that local authorities can acquire land at a fair values? We welcome the review of the right to buy. Will the government allow local authorities to use that money to replace lost stock? The government indicated that it will be reviewing borrowing rules so that local authorities can borrow to invest. Will they allow local authorities to borrow to invest at a scale that will allow them to put an end to homelessness, overcrowding and housing register waiting lists? What powers and resources will they give to planning authorities so that they can enforce the requirement to put infrastructure first? Will they scrap the cap on developer planning fees. And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, on the Greenbelt, there are some local authorities in the London Metropolitan Greenbelt area who, even when they have accounted for all of their brownfield sites and all of their grey belt sites, they still have to build thousands and thousands of homes on the Greenbelt, land which is supposed to be designed specifically to stop urban sprawl. Will the government put anything in the MPPF that will give any protection to the concept of Greenbelt at all? Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you for those questions. In terms of local plans, it depends on where they're up to in terms of the direct question you asked, and there will be a transition, and we outline that within this consultation because we recognise areas have got quite far on. And in terms of where that's up to, it very much depends on what the difference is between what their local plan says and what we've asked, and we outline all of that in the consultation as well. We've been fair to those that have already done the work, so where that work has already been done, it's just about updating it and not disregarding where people already have local plans. But I say to the Honourable Lady that a third of areas have up-to-date local plans, so I would impress on all members of this House to speak to their local authorities to ensure that they have a local plan, because that is how we critically make sure that people feel engaged as part of that process, and we protect areas of Greenbelt and other areas by ending the speculative developments that we see. In terms of social homes numbers, again, I talked about the flexibility in the Affordable Homes Grant. There's stuff within the consultation here about the right to buy, which I recognise, and how the council and also housing associations can borrow to bring up their stock. I recognise the problem we face with the homelessness crisis, and it's something that I'm particularly keen to tackle. We also talk about the compulsory purchase orders, and again we're doing a consultation on that because we think that that needs to be dealt with. We will also bring forward some of the other issues within our planning infrastructure bill. Planning will be strengthened. We've already announced 300 extra planners, local planners. We'll strengthen 106. We'll have an accelerator task force for those stalled plans, stalled sites that we have. And again, where there is a release of grey belt, they will be the golden rules that I outlined. So therefore, we will expect a lot from developers when they're in use of that. And also, we consult on fees as well within this consultation period. There is a lot within this consultation, but I believe that it will make a significant difference with engagement with local areas and to make sure that we meet the housing target that we need and that the country desperately deserves.
Rachel Hopkins.
Deputy Speaker, too many families are housed in substandard, overcrowded flats created through permitted development rights, such as former office block conversions. So will the Deputy Prime Minister give families in my constituency of Luton South and South Bedfordshire some hope for the future by confirming Labour's commitment to good quality, affordable family houses, including council houses, under her proposals?
I thank my honourable friend for that question, and she's absolutely right. 14 years of the Tories have left social and affordable housing in a crisis, and this is to fix the overall problem that we've got with the housing crisis that we face. We have to have more social housing for rent, and I hear this. The right honourable lady opposite was talking about speaking to local councils, but members here, including new members, will know that their casework that comes through in their box already, their posts that they've seen, and their local leaders are saying what a desperate situation it is, and it's because of the supply problem, and it's because we need to fix the problem around social and affordable housing, and that's why we've got our golden rules. That's why we're going to strengthen 106 and expect the developers to do what they say they're going to do, and all of our departments are going to work to make sure that the infrastructure is there so people get the homes that they need locally and that they see the infrastructure that improves their local area and nature.
Desmond Swain.
New Forest District has its local plan recently agreed on the basis of a local housing need. When will it be required to reopen that assessment on the basis of her new algorithm and that target become mandatory?
Well, the short answer is when the next point when it updates. But as I said before in my answer to the Honourable Lady, those that have an up-to-date local plan won't be made to start again. So it's good, and I commend the Honourable Gentleman's local authority for having an up-to-date plan, because that is the best way to have consultation with your local area and provide the housing that local people need. And that's what this government wants to do, working with local leaders, working with mayors to make sure we deliver the houses that local people want and deal with the crisis that they face.
Paula Barker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I congratulate my right honourable friend for making a superb statement. My right honourable friend knows that she will have strong support on these benches for building homes that she has identified that we particularly need in Liverpool to tackle homelessness, rising costs and the huge waiting lists for social housing. But councils will be reluctant to build if they know they will simply end up in the hands of private landlords who exploit the right to buy. So I welcome her review into the higher discounts imposed by the last government. And can she assure me that this will be a rapid review? Because with the mess that she's inherited, there is no time to waste in clearing this up.
I thank my right honourable friend for that question, and again, short answer is yes, it will be a rapid review. We've already been speaking about this even before the election, and we want to make sure that people take part in that review, but we're also very clear that the right to buy formula that the government set out in 2012, the discounts, means that councils just cannot replace the houses that are bought under the right to buy scheme. We believe that people should have the right to buy, but it has to be balanced against what the public give in discounts on our social housing stock and making sure that we can replace that stock for those that desperately need it.
Paul Holmes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This announcement, quite frankly, will be a disaster for my Hamble Valley constituency. And in Hamble Valley, Liberal Democrat Eastleigh Borough Council has built over the last few years double the number of houses required by targets and assessments. So can the Secretary of State confirm that she will take into account retrospective building numbers for those areas who have already built more than their fair share? And why is she placing even more pressure on local services in the South East where house prices are the most expensive, but leaving cities alone and not increasing house numbers there too?
Well, I say to the honourable gentleman, they do increase. They do increase, and the new method that we'll be using is based upon what stock and also the affordability. So I ask the honourable member to look at the consultation on it, because what we want to do is be honest that if there is a particular shortage, and there's many areas that has a particular shortage, that we have to be building those homes. We stood on an election mandate to do that. Now, local plans, I don't know if the honourable gentleman's local authority has them. We will engage with them on that, but we do not have the homes that we desperately need. And I say to the honourable gentleman, engage with the local authority, get those local plans in place and work with us to build the houses that his constituents desperately need.
Liz Twist.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I thank the Secretary of State for her statement today, and particularly welcome the acknowledgement that where there are new developments on Greenbelt, that the facilities that go with them are so necessary. But can I ask the Secretary of State what steps should be taken to ensure that local communities can hold developers to account for the protection of our habitat and open spaces when they come forward with plans?
I thank my honourable friend for that question. And Labour has a brownfield first policy, and within the outlines that we've put in the release of Greybelt, there are very strict golden rules on that, and we will be supporting local authorities with making sure that they have the best from 106 notices and that the golden rules apply. I actually think that the consultation that we put out today with the proposals for the national policy, the MPPF, the proposals that we're putting within the MPPF will actually strengthen the release instead of that haphazard way that we've seen it at the moment. And we'll also see the kind of homes that people desperately need in their areas that are affordable to them, including homes for social rent.
Kit Malthouse.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Could the Secretary of State confirm two things? One, where local residents have complied with her coming mandatory targets through a neighbourhood plan rather than a local plan, that neighbourhood plan will reign supreme and will not be trampled over by planning inspectors subsequently. And secondly, that protected landscape, what used to be called an area of outstanding natural beauty, of which my constituency is 80%, but now called national landscape, that will also still be of significant protection within the planning system.
Yes, I can confirm that neighbourhood plans will remain and also that the protections remain. I think it's really important, and again what we're saying in terms of the release of the grey belt is that it has to be for the benefit of local natural spaces. We want to see areas where people can, within walking distance, have access. Many people do not have access to those areas. They're inaccessible on the green belt, but we will be protecting, as we have always done, and there's no change to that, areas of natural beauty and parks, etc.
Emily Darlington.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As the new MP and former Cabinet Member for Housing of arguably Britain's most successful new town, Milton Keynes, no way. I welcome today's statement. It is exactly what we've needed to hear. The struggles and the conflicts that we've had trying to deliver the housing that people in Milton Keynes need has been enormous and a real waste of resource, to be quite frank. But we need not to only build new houses, but to build new communities. Will she meet with me and Milton Keynes City Council so we can discuss how we can help deliver this essential mission so that everyone has a place to call home?
Well, can I welcome the member for Milton Keynes to her place? I've visited Milton Keynes quite a number of times, and what a fantastic example of a Labour new town. And I think the honourable member has already been quite pithy in getting a meeting arranged with my housing minister, and I look forward to hearing more about how we can learn from Milton Keynes and have the next generation of new towns coming forward.
Richard Ford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to welcome the consultation on the National Planning Policy Framework. One of the documents that was circulated to colleagues today was an MPPF with track changes, and buried on page 55 there's a footnote that says that this following sentence is proposed for deletion. The availability of agricultural land used for food production should be considered when deciding what sites are most appropriate for development. That's in the existing MPPF. It is proposed that that's taken out. The UK is only 60% self-sufficient for food, down from the mid-80s when we were 78% self-sufficient. Is the government taking enough account of self-sufficiency in food?
Yes, and we believe that it's already considered within the MPPF, and there's already guidance on agriculture land as well, and in particular high-grade agricultural land. So we believe the protections are already in there in terms of food.
Mark Ferguson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I want to congratulate the Deputy Prime Minister on her statement today. Slightly disappointed with some of the comments from the Conservative benches, but I hope the Deputy Prime Minister will reject them as the British people rejected them on the 4th of July. Yeah. Madam Deputy Speaker, like the Deputy Prime Minister, I am fortunate enough, like most people who have a mayor in England, to live under a Labour mayor. Will the Deputy Prime Minister work with me, work with Labour mayors, including her own and my own, and councillors and members of this place, to ensure that we get the right kind of developments in the right places?
I thank my honourable friend for that question, and he's absolutely right, because what we're trying to achieve today, and the legislation we'll be bringing forward as announced in the King's Speech, is about how we strengthen local consultation. I've already said to members that only a third of local authorities have up-to-date local plans, so this is a wake-up call to say, as part of local planning and having local plans in place, there is an obligation to consult, and then consult again on the final plan. So many people who are frustrated by housing that goes up is because of this speculative development, because there hasn't been that engagement. So what we're proposing today, and we've already met with mayors, we've met with council leaders, this is a push that has come not just from local leaders and mayors, but from the voters. I believe that's why we won as large as we did at the general election, because people want to see that change. So we know that that engagement has to continue. We know that we have to work with local leaders and mayors to make this plan a reality, and we're going to work with them to make sure that we get those homes and we get the infrastructure and that we get the next generation of social and affordable housing that the people of this country need.
Mark Francois.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and good luck in your new role. It is possible to have successful development, but from experience, it has to be something that you do with people and not to people. This is the latter. These pernicious top-down targets have the practical effect at ground level of setting one town against another, one village against another, and one local community against another. And given the Chancellor's statement on public spending yesterday, who will pay for the tens of billions of pounds of infrastructure that would be required to make all of this work? All experience shows that on development and house building, the man or the woman in Whitehall really does not know best. Yeah. Why then are you going back to the old, failed way of doing it, which will not work?
Yeah. Prime Minister.
I mean, I'm shocked that to tell the honourable member, but that the MPPF was an MPPF before we took government as well. So national targets have always been there. It's not something that I've dreamt up. But the important thing, is our new method is clearly based upon what the housing stock and the affordability and the need in their area. This is a need that has created a housing crisis in this country, and that is why the electorate elected the Labour government on the mandate that we did, because we said we are going to fix the housing crisis that we've inherited. And I would say that this is again about local plans. I implore the honourable member to get with his local authority, to get a local plan, to engage with local people and to listen to those that are waiting desperately, probably the thousands in his constituency, desperate for a home that they know will never come.
Joe White.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My local authority has just agreed its local plan during the general election, and it was the first authority in the country to commit Section 106 funds to our local hospital. As Deputy Leader, I was very proud to lead on this. I see Section 106 funding as the most effective method of mitigating against the impacts of development and bringing in much needed funding for infrastructure. How does the Deputy Prime Minister envision how Section 106 funding can be reformed to make it a far more effective method of bringing in the infrastructure spending?
Deputy Prime Minister.
Well, can I congratulate the honourable member, not just for her getting to this place, but also for the work she did previously, and also congratulate the local authority for the work they've done on having a local plan, and also that making sure that they did get what they needed out of the Section 106. And she's absolutely right to say that it's important, because those health needs, whether it's GP services, hospitals, schools, or whatever the infrastructure is, Section 106 plays a very important role, and it needs to be strengthened. We talk about it in here a little bit. We talk about the golden rules that we will apply if Grey Belt is released, but we'll be working with our department to ensure that local authorities are given the resources they need and the expertise from here, so that we can make sure that they get the best out of 106 notices.
James Wilde.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Thousands of new homes are planned in Kings Lynn in my constituency, but that development requires transport and other infrastructure. So will the Secretary of State work with the Transport Secretary and the Chancellor to unlock the funding for the A10 West Winch Housing Access Road so that development can proceed?
Deputy Prime Minister.
Well, again, there is a challenge that we have inherited, and I hope that the honourable member's area has got a local plan when it comes to what they're requiring, and therefore they can push for part of their infrastructure as part of their Section 106. So I'll happily engage through the Minister on that particular issue, but I'm wondering whether the honourable member was in the chamber yesterday and realised what a mess his government left us in.
Sarah Owen.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I welcome you to your new place. Can I start by thanking the Deputy Prime Minister for the speed at which she and her fantastic team are tackling the housing crisis. It is welcome news in Luton North, where my surgeries have been consistently full of people struggling in overcrowded housing, facing skyrocketing rents for substandard conditions. And we have daily cases of people subjected to eviction notices through no fault of their own. Does she agree with me that the government's new plans to build genuinely affordable housing and for this council house revolution to start can't come soon enough for towns like mine?
Prime Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for that question, and I think she articulates what many members across the House, even members opposite, will recognise in terms of the challenges that we face. And this issue has been ducked for 14 years by the Conservatives, and in fact it went backwards because of the changes they made to the MPPF in last year. And that's why we're making absolutely no bones about the fact that we do mean to deliver, and that's why this consultation is so important and why we've put that out there now. And I say to honourable members, we do intend to move at pace. People who are in temporary accommodation, 150,000 children that haven't got a home to call their home. I think about that every single night and think there isn't a day that we can afford to waste in terms of dealing with that situation for them. And I promise them across your constituency and everybody else's that I'll do everything I can to make sure that they have a home.
Lee Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Now then, I welcome the news of a council house revolution. And we all know that the Deputy Prime Minister is a little bit of an expert when it comes to council housing. But can she confirm that priority will be given to British families, veterans and pensioners?
Deputy Prime Minister.
Well, we have confirmed that people with a local connection will get priority in those homes. But I also say to the honourable gentleman who tries to make a quip about the fact that I grew up in a council house, is that the situation that I hear, and when I was took on this brief, is that actually people used to talk about my childhood as if I grew up in poverty, but there's many kids today that if they got a council house, it would be considered they'd won the lottery. Those children today can't have that. So we will build the homes. We will prioritise that people locally can get them, and we'll make sure that first-time buyers get first dibs as well. There's a number of measures that we're putting in place to make sure that the homes that are built are there for the people that need it.
Ben Goldsborough.
Deputy Speaker, residents in Heatherset, Mulbarton and Loddon have sadly had all their fingers burnt by the old planning policies that were in place from the previous government. Can you give me assurances that going forward the Section 106 will be strengthened to ensure that public good, public infrastructure will be in place to make sure that our new housing is accessible for everyone and gives them the resources they need to live a very happy life?
Deputy Prime Minister.
There is parts of this consultation which does look at how we can strengthen 106, and we want to do that in conjunction with local authorities. We are also bringing forward at a later date through this Parliament, which I mentioned in my statement, about strategic planning and also the planning and infrastructure bill. So this is the start of the process, but we know there's a lot more to do, and I look forward to your engagement with that.
Wendy Martin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. So, I'm no NIMBY, but today what we're seeing is a lurch back to top-down mandated targets that will ride roughshod through local communities like those that I represent across Aldridge Brown Hills and local decision-making. I do agree with the Deputy Prime Minister, though, when she says that the first port of call must be brownfield land. So can she confirm that she will do this by giving full financing to brownfield land remediation and reclamation?
Deputy Prime Minister.
Well, we think we can better use brownfield funding, but I say to the honourable member that it's not riding roughshod over local decisions and what local people want, because having mandatory housing targets and plans means that people will be able to decide. What we're saying and what we said at the general election is that we will build 1.5 million homes. We said that really clear, and we have a mandate to do that. We think the new method for housing targets works better. We think it will deliver for people, including the affordability test, and therefore we will deliver the houses that her constituency needs, and I would encourage her to engage with that process with her local authority.
I am planning to end this statement around 20 past, sir. Could you please help each other by keeping questions short? I call Rachel Maskell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This has to be the most important statement I've heard since being in the House. And York has really suffered with the proliferation of luxury accommodation, second homes and short-term holiday lets. So I welcome this so much. Could she say what steps can be taken for plans, developers currently with plans in the system, so that we can pivot to ensure that we hit the targets that we need for having the affordable and social housing we desperately need right now?
Deputy Prime Minister.
Well, I absolutely agree with the Honourable Lady that we do need to have these affordable homes that we desperately need, and that's why, depending on where her local authority is in the process, we'll be setting out those targets which are likely to be increased for her local area and for them to engage in that process. The golden rules are there, which will again allow more affordability where there is a restrictive release of grey belt, and also that we will ensure that we help and support on the affordability and making sure there isn't a gaming of the system, so that we get the best that we can out of Section 106.
Andrew George.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I strongly endorse the sentiment and purpose of the Deputy Prime Minister's statement and policy statement today. She's aware that the planning system is, as others have said, fueled by greed rather than need. And in a place like Cornwall, which is not NIMBY, it's one of the fastest growing places in the United Kingdom, it's almost trebled its housing stock in the last 60 years, and yet the housing problems of local people have got worse. So my question to the Deputy Prime Minister is that house building targets are a means to an end, and surely it would be far better in places like Cornwall that those targets be set on addressing the need rather than simply allowing developers to fill their boots.
I thank the Honourable Gentleman for his question, and that's what the new formula does. What we're trying to do is assess the need for areas, and in particular on what their current stock is, taking account of that, but also about affordability. And I suspect Cornwall has a particular challenge with that as well. But what we're hoping to do as part of this as well is strengthen the plans on Section 106, the new Homes Accelerator Task Force, which will help get those sites that have already got planning permission moving forward. And by working across Whitehall, we'll go about to deliver the infrastructure that people want as well, because that is the other big issue that keeps coming back, is where we have speculative sites or release of greenbelt, or where there is big housing in an area, that the infrastructure is incredibly critical to that point, and that's what we need to overcome, and that's what we're clear that we need to do as a government.
Helena Dollymore.
Madam Deputy Speaker, in my constituency of Hastings and Rye, we are at the sharp end of the housing crisis, and we desperately need more affordable and more council homes. So I really welcome today's statement. The party opposite may behave like this is a zero-sum game between building more desperately needed homes and protecting the environment, but we on this side know that is not the case. So can I ask my right honourable friend what this new government's approach will be to ensure we have sustainable development, protecting our environment and making sure we have the infrastructure, including sewage pipes, and preventing flooding while building the homes that my constituents so desperately need?
Deputy Prime Minister.
I thank the Honourable Member for her question, and also welcome her to her place. And she's absolutely right, and it builds on the question that I answered previously, that we have to protect our green belt, and we think the proposals that we're putting forward does that. But it also means that we have the right type of homes and we have the infrastructure, and that also that as part of this process that there will be nature considerations and the rules around that, there is the infrastructure that people need, and that there is access to the countryside and healthy living. There's a number of factors within the consultation that the Honourable Lady can look at, which will talk about how we're delivering better, greener areas for people, which hopefully her constituents will be able to get behind.
Sir Roger Gale.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's good to see you in that chair. I'm not sure whether the Secretary of State has discussed her proposals with the Secretary of State for Agriculture or the National Farmers Union, but the answer that she gave earlier in relation to food production was risible. What she's actually announced today is effectively a recipe for disposing of the land that will be needed to feed our children and our grandchildren. And just before she goes ahead with this, could she tell the House how many planning consents have been granted, are sitting there unbuilt out, and shouldn't we be using those first?
Deputy Prime Minister.
Who was in charge?
I thank the honourable gentleman for his question, but I really do, with absolute respect, say to the honourable gentleman, please read the consultation, because we do think that we do support our agriculture, which is around just over 10% of the land that we have, and we will make sure there's best and most versatile. And I talked before about protecting the land that is of best value, and we will do that. And the land that we're talking about, grey belt, which we define within the MPPF consultation, is not agricultural land. It's disused garages and it's other things of that nature, not, as the honourable gentleman wants people to believe, the land that we need for food.
Olivia Bailey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I welcome the Deputy Prime Minister's twin ambitions set out today to get Britain building to provide the homes that we need and to make sure that we have the infrastructure required to support them, like schools and GP surgeries. These are of equal importance, and you cannot have one without the other. Can she confirm that the aim of her package on social and affordable housing is to go net positive, so that the number of social rent homes is rising rather than falling, and achieve it in the first year of this Parliament?
Deputy Prime Minister.
Well, I welcome the honourable lady to her place, and within the first, it is going to be a challenge, but we're absolutely desperate to try and meet that challenge as quickly as we can. That's why we're moving at pace with the consultation exercise that we've put forward today, and we will do that as quickly as we possibly can, so we can make sure that we are making the affordable and social housing we need, as well as making sure that we have the green spaces in the infrastructure that people desperately need as well.
Sir John Hayes.
Thank you. Welcome to the Chair, Madam Deputy Speaker, and welcome to the Honourable Lady to her new role. I appreciate that she won't have time to wax lyrical today about our vision of aesthetics, nor to extend at length on the relationship between truth and beauty. Nevertheless, given the welcome reference in her announcement about proportionality and the link between the existing built environment and the scale of development, will she also take into account the character and style of development? She may know that I've served on the Building Beautiful Commission and the Office for Place. Will she agree to meet the Office for Place to discuss beauty? For she will know that the wealthy can always live in beautiful places, in beautiful homes, but that people from council houses, as she and I originate, deserve their chance to know, to sense and to see beauty.
Prime Minister.
Can I thank the honourable gentleman for his comments, and I absolutely agree with everything that he says, and I know the Minister will be meeting shortly with all of stakeholders, and I think he's got a meeting with those that you've just mentioned as well in the coming days. But I would love to work with the honourable gentleman to make sure that we build the houses that people deserve, whether those social, affordable housing or any other housing. They should be beautiful, they should have character and style, and we're determined to make that happen.
Now Shabar Khan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I also thank my right honourable friend, the Deputy Prime Minister, for her statement and the focus that she has rightly given to the delivery of genuinely affordable homes, which will provide much-needed housing security to many of my constituents in Gillingham and Raynham. But recognising some of the immediate homelessness challenges felt by local authorities, can she detail how the plans she has announced today relieve pressures on homelessness and temporary accommodation?
Deputy Prime Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for that question, and she's absolutely right to talk about homelessness and the pressures that local authorities face, and it's this issue in particular that I feel quite personal about, because the amount of stories I've heard, not just since I've been in the shadow role as previously, but in the role that I am fortunate and humbled enough to have now, is that we cannot continue with the homelessness crisis. Behind every single one of those figures is a human being, And it really does have an impact, like poverty does. Housing has a significant impact on people's lives and opportunities. And that's why, as Deputy Prime Minister and in my role, we'll be bringing different leaders together, a local and regional and here, to make sure that we can really tackle homelessness, because we need to do something about those figures. We've inherited a really poor state of affairs, and I'm determined to make sure that we do something about that.
Adrian Ramsey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the Deputy Prime Minister for her statement. Residents in my constituency of Waveney Valley, as in so much of the country, are finding that many of them are being priced out of being able to live in their local community. The homes that are being built are just not affordable to local people. So I welcome the statements today on affordable housing, but could the Deputy Prime Minister set out, of the 1.5 million homes that she's pledged to build, how many does she expect to be affordable, and in particular how many does she expect to be council homes? And could she also set out what action will be taken to address the fact that we have 1 million empty homes in this country?
To Prime Minister.
I thank the Honourable Member for his comment. It's really difficult to set out in detail at a particular local level because it's subject to obviously Section 106 and the type of development. That's why local plans are really important and us supporting that. But I would refer him to the consultation document on, for example, the release of Grey Belt, which talks about a minimum of 50% of affordable. And again, that depends upon what local need is. You have to try and get the balance right, because if local areas are saying we need X, and then I say, well, you're going to have Y, then that's a challenge. But what we have said is that if the Grey Belt is released, that 50% must be affordable. That can be chosen by the local area. If they say, I want a particular amount of social rents, that they can put that in there. And I would say that, again, looking at the document, looking at the methodology that we're using, I think, and looking at the affordability test, I think that that makes things much better in terms of giving a number and a figure that reflects the realities of people in the local area.
Alistair Strathern.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. May I too welcome you to your place. The Deputy Prime Minister will be all too aware the extent to which the current planning system is failing communities like mine. Not building the affordable homes people are crying out for, not delivering the infrastructure my growing communities need, and not even protecting some of the most nature-rich parts of our countryside. But while the opposition benches might not like to hear this, under the last government, Greenbelt approvals, often haphazard, increased tenfold, while brownfield approvals halved. Yeah. Will the Deputy Prime Minister reassure my constituents that her golden rules will ensure brownfield and greyfield sites are truly prioritised and infrastructure and affordability is prioritised too, to finally deliver growth that works for communities like mine?
Yeah. Deputy Prime Minister.
My honourable friend is absolutely right to mention the haphazard way in which the Green Belt has been built upon under the last government. You'd think that it never happened in some of the responses I've had back from the opposite side of the chamber. But I'm clear that brownfield should always be the first port of call, and that's why we've been making brownfield development easier within the MPPF, and that we'll also be taking firm action to limit the scope of gaming and consulting on how to stop developments who have paid over the odds for land, using that as an excuse for negotiating their Section 106 contributions down. So there's a number of measures, including our golden rules, that will make sure, hopefully, we push towards brownfield and that the release of Grey Belt has to be within our golden rules.
Vance.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Yesterday, the Secretary of State and Minister made the decision to approve the appeal made by Envar Composting in relation to the proposed medical waste incinerator on the edge of St Ives, despite the rejection of the initial application by the Conservatives and Labour on Cambridgeshire County Council. Local residents in St Ives, as well as the impacted rural villages of Somersham, Bluntisham, Colne, Pidley, Woodhurst, Oldhurst and Needingworth, are hugely concerned that their opposition and concerns have not been heard by the Secretary of State. So given NHS England's 2023 clinical waste strategy states a need to reduce the use of incineration and details a strategic priority that requires in-house waste processing capability to be developed, why has the Secretary of State approved a medical waste incinerator against local wishes, and will she meet with local residents to hear their concerns?
Deputy Prime Minister.
I thank the honourable member for his contribution, and in the specific case I've not dealt with it myself personally, but what I can say to you is that when making those decisions, we weigh up the advice and the planning expertise that we have in there, and those decisions will be made based upon that evidence that we have. It's an objective way of making a decision.
Noah Law.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the Deputy Prime Minister's plan to put building homes at the heart of our mission to raise living standards and also to ensure that what we build reflects local views. Will she give an update on our plans to give councils greater powers to tackle the scourge of second homes that, particularly in Cornwall, put a drag not just on our community but our economy as well, so that we can unlock supply through this channel?
Deputy Prime Minister.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for that contribution, and like I said in the opening statement today, this is the first steps. We know there's so much more that we need to do. We've got a significant amount of legislation coming forward, which the Housing Minister will be able to update the House on going forward. But this MPPF is about particular making sure we get the housing targets, but I understand the point that the member's making, and we need to address many more issues that we face in housing, and that's why we had significant amounts of it in the King's speech.
Sir John Whittindale.
There are currently an additional 3,000 homes being built in Malden and Heybridge in my constituency, and the Liberal Democrat-controlled Chelmsford wants to build another 3,000 at Hammond's Farm in my constituency. Yet the local roads, health services, education services are all under intolerable pressure. So what will the Secretary of State do to ensure that necessary infrastructure is put in place before these developments take place?
Prime Minister.
Well, I mean, the honourable gentleman will know that his government was in government for 14 years and could have resolved this, and this is part of the reason why we're consulting on the revised MPPF, because we recognise, and I've said to many honourable members in the chamber today, that infrastructure is critical, that people often reject the housing proposals because they don't see sufficient infrastructure. That's why we have the golden rules. That's why I've asked all of the departments to look at what we can do to make sure that that infrastructure is there, and that's why we'll support strengthening of Section 106 to make sure that developers don't try and squeeze out of what they were promised as part of that development.
Emma Foodie.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As my right honourable friend has said, this has got to be about building communities, not just about building homes. But on too many occasions in my constituency, residents have been left for too long on incomplete and unadopted estates. So does the Deputy Prime Minister agree that both the social and physical infrastructure must be delivered at the earliest opportunity in developments, and that developers must be held to account for the delivery of this?
Deputy Prime Minister.
I absolutely agree, and it goes back again to the point that far too often is the objections to development is because people don't see the infrastructure, and people see that in some cases developers try and wriggle out of their obligations. As I said and set out in the consultation document we're putting forward today, is that we believe that it will strengthen local authorities' hands, and that we'll be able to make sure that we get that infrastructure that we desperately need alongside those houses.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Deputy Prime Minister has outlined the need for house building and the dire need that there is across the United Kingdom, and set out a system to try and achieve that. However, one of the things that's really important is those people who are trying to get mortgages. For instance, here in the mainland here, those who earn £75,000 a year are having difficulty getting a mortgage. Those back home in Northern Ireland who probably are earning much less, say 40, 45,000, have no chance of getting a mortgage. So can I ask the Deputy Prime Minister this question: what can be done to help people get mortgages and thereby be able to buy a home and move forward? Thank you.
I thank my honourable friend, I'll say, for his contribution today. And he's absolutely right that we've got to fix the situation, not just on affordability, so those houses come forward. We spoke in the general election, and we'll be bringing proposals forward for a mortgage guarantee scheme. But hopefully the New Deal for Working People, which is coming forward with the legislation in October time, to make sure that we make work pay. And the Chancellor announced again for public sector workers pay rise, and we recently wrote to the Low Pay Commission to expand their remit, so we'll make sure that over 1 million people will get a pay rise, because jobs that pay will also mean that people can then afford to have their own home.
We now come to the statement from the Foreign Secretary.
Madam Deputy Speaker, with permission, I want to make a statement on the situation in Lebanon. On the 27th of July, Hezbollah launched a series of rockets into northern Israel and the occupied Golan Heights. Tragically, in Majd al-Shams, one strike killed at least 12 civilians, young people, one just 10 years old, who were playing football. I expend my deepest sympathies to their families and to the Jewish community as they grieve for their loved ones. The government is unequivocal in condemning this horrific attack and calling on Hezbollah to cease their rocket strikes. This atrocity is a consequence of indiscriminate firing, paying no heed at all to civilian life. This attack is part of an intensifying pattern of fighting around the Israeli-Lebanese border. For months now, we've been teetering on the brink. The risk of further escalation and regional destabilisation is now more acute than ever. At the end of my first week in office, I spoke to Lebanese Prime Minister McCarthy, and yesterday I called him again to express my concern at this latest incident. I've also visited Israel and discussed the situation with Prime Minister Netanyahu and Foreign Minister Katz. And I will visit Lebanon as soon as the circumstances allow. We support Israel's right to defend itself in line with international humanitarian law. And as I said before, they are in a tough neighbourhood, threatened by those who want to see their annihilation. Over 40, including 24 civilians, have now been killed by Hezbollah strikes in northern Israel and the Golan Heights. And tens and thousands of Israelis have been displaced from the area, while in Lebanon, over 100 civilians have died and almost 100,000 are displaced. A widening of this conflict is in nobody's interest. Indeed, the consequences could be catastrophic. That is why we continue to press for a diplomatic solution based on UN Security Council Resolution 1701, which called for a long-term solution based on the disarmament of all armed groups in Lebanon, no foreign forces in Lebanon without its government's consent, and no armed forces other than the UN and Lebanese government troops deployed south of the Litani River near the border with Israel. It is why, even in the face of serious provocation, our Council is restrained. We welcome the Lebanese government's statement condemning violence against civilians and urging the cessation of all violence. We continue to support the Lebanese armed forces. The UK has provided more training and equipment to 4 of its land border regiments, and we're working intensively with the United Nations and our partners, including the United States and France, to encourage de-escalation. Madam Deputy Speaker, with our partners, we will do all we can to prevent the outbreak of full-scale conflict, but the risk is rising. I therefore want to underline the government's advice to British nationals. We advise against all travel to the north of Israel and the north of the Golan Heights, and against all travel to Lebanon. There are frequent artillery exchanges and airstrikes. Tensions are high and the situation could deteriorate rapidly. My right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, chaired a COBRA meeting this morning, and I'm working with Foreign Office consular teams to make sure we are prepared for all scenarios. But if this conflict escalates, the government cannot guarantee we'll be able to evacuate everyone immediately. People may be forced to shelter in place. And history teaches us that in a crisis like this one, it is far safer to leave while commercial flights are still running. rather than running the risk of becoming trapped in a war zone. My message then to British nationals in Lebanon is therefore quite simple: leave. Madam Deputy Speaker, the tensions on the Israeli-Lebanese border are one aspect of a wider crisis in the Middle East. Across the region, we see evidence of malign Iranian activity in their support for Hezbollah, Hamas, Houthis and other groups whose actions destabilise the region and who show scant regard for the death and destruction this causes. This government is committed to working alongside our partners to counter Iranian threats. Meanwhile, in Gaza, fighting continues. The scenes at the Khadija school, civilians killed, shocking images of injured children underline the desperate conditions endured by civilians, and the reports of the humanitarian situation remain sobering, with the threat of disease and famine looming ever larger. This government continues to do all it can to provide relief to Palestinian civilians. I recently announced new funding for field hospitals run by UK Med, who have treated more than 60,000 Gazans since the conflict began. And we've restored funding for UNRWA, providing 21 million in new funds to the agency, able to deliver aid at the scale needed. But what is urgently needed, Madam Deputy Speaker, is an immediate ceasefire. All the hostages must be freed. The fighting must end, and much, much more aid must get into Gaza. A ceasefire would not only alleviate the suffering in Gaza and secure the hostages' release, it would also reduce tensions across the region, helping to prevent an escalatory cycle in Lebanon, and offer hope of renewed peace processes between Israel and Palestinians. As I said in the House in my first appearance as Foreign Secretary before this dispatch box, we are committed to playing a full diplomatic role in efforts to secure a just and lasting peace. Our overarching goal is clear: a viable sovereign Palestinian state alongside a safe and secure Israel. Madam Deputy Speaker, we do not want to see more civilians killed, more innocent lives cut short, but the risks are clear. We are urging de-escalation of the current crisis while ensuring we are prepared if diplomatic efforts do not succeed, with a clear call today for all British nationals in Lebanon to leave immediately. I commend the statement to the House.
Sharon Foreign Secretary Andrew Mitchell.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I would like to thank the Foreign Secretary for advanced sight of his statement. This is indeed a matter of profound concern and gravity for us all. The tragic and senseless attack in the Golan Heights over the weekend must be met with full, unequivocal condemnation. Children and young people innocently playing football with bright futures and the rich tapestry of life ahead of them had their lives cruelly snatched away. My thoughts, and I'm sure the thoughts of the whole House, will be with their parents, siblings, friends and all those affected by this monstrous act. Madam Deputy Speaker, the risk of further escalation across the blue line is real, and the government is right to take it seriously. We do not want to see a widening of this painful conflict, and the opening of a new front would be in nobody's interest. If we are to avoid it, all involved need to show restraint. We should be crystal clear that includes Hezbollah. Let nobody forget this is a proscribed terrorist organisation which has no regard for human life, human dignity or human rights, and nobody should be in any doubt about Hezbollah's intention towards the world's only Jewish state. And Hezbollah supports Hamas, another proscribed terrorist organisation, which has also inflicted appalling suffering, with the worst atrocity committed against Jewish people since the Holocaust and the Second World War. Hezbollah must cease its attacks right now. That message must be aimed at Tehran too. The government must use the communication channels that we have with Iran to be extremely firm with the regime. Iran must use its influence to rein in its proxies and stop destabilising the Middle East. But beyond stern words, we must use all the tools at our disposal to disrupt malign behaviour by Iran and its proxies like Hezbollah, including tough sanctions to crack down on finance sources and flows of weapons. Sanctions must also demonstrate that terror group leaders cannot escape the consequences of their action. The government must also rally the international community to collectively reaffirm its commitment to implementation of UN Security Council Resolution 1701, because that is critical for a long-term peace. If I may, I'd like to press the Foreign Secretary on 3 specific points. First, what steps is he taking to amplify the advice that he has already and rightly given so clearly, that British nationals in Lebanon should leave now? What is he doing in country to get the message across and make information on how to leave quickly and easily accessible? What steps is he taking to look after the interests of the Foreign Office and other dependents in Lebanon? Secondly, does he have an estimate of how many Brits are actually in Lebanon? And thirdly, what discussions has he had with key partners in the region who, like us, wish to see a destabilising escalation averted? Madam Deputy Speaker, I would like to conclude by making a broader point. We are clearly at a critical point in this conflict. We could see Hamas accept the deal on the table, which would see a pause in the fighting, a return of the hostages, a flood of aid, and the space created to bring about the conditions for a sustainable peace. Or we could see the suffering in Gaza grind on and a dangerous escalation along the blue line. This is the time to be putting maximum pressure on Hamas, as we have been discussing today, and on Hezbollah. It is also the time to remain in close dialogue with Israel and maintain our position as a trusted partner, because that is critical, whether for getting more aid into Gaza or for urging restraint by Israel. The Foreign Secretary will have heard concerns in recent days about what many of us perceive as a shift in the government's approach to our close ally Israel, including in relation to the International Criminal Court. The Foreign Secretary gave me an answer on that point in oral questions earlier today. We should make clear, Madam Deputy Speaker, that while recognition of Palestine is important and does not need to be at the end of the process, it equally cannot be at the start of the process, where it could be seen as a reward for violence and for terror. I do hope that going forward the government will not only continue to work to avoid an escalation along the blue line, but also maintain this close relationship with Israel. The trust and friendship that exists between the UK and Israel matters because it allows us candidly to discuss all aspects of the current conflict with Israeli counterparts at the very highest levels, in addition to using our influence as a member of the United Nations Security Council. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Foreign Secretary.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm grateful to the Right Honourable Gentleman for the tone and the cross-party nature in which he made his remarks. He knows better than many in this House how serious it is dealing with any crisis that might escalate at this time. He's absolutely right to draw the relationship between Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis, with Iran. Of course, we keep our sanctions regime under review, but he's right to press the case about the axis, and he's absolutely right that, of course, we keep all channels open, those that we have with Iran. He'll be pleased to know that I spoke to Prime Minister Misrani. We talked about the Blue Line. He will recall that I was in Lebanon a few months before the election was called, and I indicated in oral questions earlier, it is my hope to get to the region once more, taking all advice that he would expect me to take. I want to reassure him that it has been important, of course, to communicate our advice to leave Lebanon, and if you are in the UK at this time, not to travel to Lebanon, and to convey that advice across all channels. And that is taking place. It's been taking place since last night, and it will be taking place over the coming days to communicate that very loudly in country as well. He will also note that we have begun the registration scheme that allows UK nationals to register their presence in Lebanon so that we know where they are, Madam Deputy Speaker. Of course, we keep the safety of our consular staff in close and close review, particularly with the dangers that exist with missiles being fired in this way on both sides. Our estimation is that about 16,000 UK nationals are in the region, but of course asking people to register does enable us to know who is there, and of course we urge people to leave on the many flights that are available currently, commercial flights from Lebanon, to leave and make their way to Europe and back home. And of course we are working with our international partners. He will note that the US, Germany and Canada all upping their travel advice along the lines that we first began yesterday.
Derek Twigg.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Can I welcome the statement by the Foreign Secretary? In terms of Iran, can I ask the Foreign Secretary, and because he referred to it in his statement about countering Iranian threats, in his short time in office, has he made any assessment yet about how successful they have been?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, can I say to my right honourable friend that we are clear-eyed that Iran continues to destabilise the Middle East through its military, financial and political support for its proxies and partners, including Iranian-aligned militia groups in Iraq and Syria, Hezbollah and Lebanon and the Houthis in Yemen, and we continue to work with international partners to encourage de-escalation and a long-term peace and security in the Middle East.
Lib Dem spokesperson Richard Ford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the Foreign Secretary's statement and his advice to British nationals, which seems like a very wise precaution and could potentially involve us not having to evacuate British citizens in the future. I join him in condemning the Hezbollah strike in the Golan Heights, which killed 12 Druze children, and our thoughts go out to their families. But now we find the region on the precipice that many of us have feared since the 7th of October last year, the escalation of the dire conflict to another front, with Israel's Minister Smotrich warning of an all-out war with Hezbollah. The UN Special Coordinator for the Middle East peace process has urged maximum restraint and the immediate cessation of rocket fire across the Blue Line. We welcome that call and urge the UK government to work closely with regional powers to do whatever we can to de-escalate the situation. So my question to the Foreign Secretary is, has he and have his colleagues engaged with the UN Special Coordinator? And if not, will they do so, given the Special Coordinator's vital role in moments such as these? The Liberal Democrats welcome his call for an immediate bilateral ceasefire to end the humanitarian devastation in Gaza, to get the hostages home and to open the door to a two-state solution. This is a deeply insecure region, and that insecurity is felt by everybody who lives there, by Israelis, by Palestinians, by everybody. A two-state solution will deliver the dignity and security that they need, and I'm reassured to hear the Foreign Secretary will be making those calls on regional powers when he next visits the region.
Foreign Secretary.
Well, I'm very grateful to the Lib Dem spokesman for the tone and manner of his remarks. Can I reassure him that I have been in touch with the UN Special Envoy, Amos Hochstein. I've spoken to him several times over the past. I intend to speak to him again over the coming days. And as I indicated, it is my hope to get to the region if the security situation allows. And he's absolutely right. An immediate ceasefire is what we need. We need those hostages out and we need the aid in. But on that point of an immediate ceasefire, if we get that ceasefire, if the Biden plan is adopted, then it allows us to see de-escalation across the region. That is why we need to see that plan adopted by both sides as soon as possible.
David Pincher, distinguished.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And may I take this opportunity to welcome you to the Chair. I welcome the Foreign Secretary's statement on Hezbollah's horrific attack and his condemnation of the awful strike in Majd al-Shams. What steps will the Foreign Secretary take to put maximum pressure on Hezbollah to cease its rocket attacks for good?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman. We've got to long-standing no-contact policy with Hezbollah. However, we of course continue to speak to the government in Lebanon as fragile as that government is. We condemn Hezbollah's destabilising activity, and we do obviously coordinate very closely with regional partners, some of whom are in contact with Hezbollah.
Sir John Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Welcoming the Right Honourable Gentleman to his place. He's not technically speaking a Right Honourable friend, but he's a personal friend of mine since my original attempt to stop him being elected in Tottenham many years ago. Thank him for his statement today, Madam Deputy Speaker. He knows well there are many moderate and measured voices in Lebanon and in the Lebanese diaspora too, and I'm glad that he's emphasised the close relationship between our government and our armed forces and the Lebanese army. Will he agree to meet a small group of people who have been associated with the all-party group, of which I've chaired? As you know, Madam Deputy Speaker, all-party groups are reforming as we speak. But there is a group of parliamentarians that have been part of that all-party group. It would be very useful for us to meet him to discuss what more can be done across the House to support the efforts he's described today.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, over my 24 years in this place, the strangest of friendships are struck up across party lines. And so, of course, I will meet with the Honourable Gentleman and the group, because this is a very serious issue, and I know that this is a cross-party issue that all members of this House will want to see de-escalated.
Clive Betts.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I welcome my right friend's statement, and we must deplore the loss of civilian life, particularly children, on either side of the divide. So welcome his calls for de-escalation in Lebanon and for repeated calls for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. But looking ahead to the long-term peace, to a two-state solution, how does my right friend deal with the comments of the Israeli Prime Minister the other day, who said that Samaria and Judea are an integral part of Israel and they're not occupying the West Bank? In that situation, hasn't the government got to get on with recognising a Palestinian state, rather than waiting for the Israelis to come round to the view it's acceptable to them?
Secretary.
Well, I'm very grateful to my very good friend who has been championing these issues now for many, many years. And of course, this last period has been of huge concern to him and to his constituents. I was horrified by the degree of expansion that I saw in the West Bank a few weeks ago, more in the last year than we've seen in 20 years. The violence is unacceptable, and the tone and the rhetoric and the statements from some members of the government, I think, is very alarming indeed. And so, as he would expect, I did press these issues with both the Israeli Prime Minister and the Israeli President, and we keep the situation in the West Bank under close review.
Brendan O'Hara.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Secretary of State for prior sight of his statement, and I share his deep concern as to where the region currently finds itself. He will not need reminding that in the immediate aftermath of the Hamas atrocity on October the 7th, the international community allowed Israel to blur those vitally important lines between legitimate self-defence and a lust for revenge. As a result, Israel has acted with impunity, and 40,000 civilians are dead, and Gaza has been reduced to rubble. So what discussions has he had with Israel and our international partners to ensure that, heaven forbid, should this conflict escalate further, that all those involved know and understand and accept that revenge and legitimate self-defence are not the same thing under international law, so we avoid in 9 months' time having another 40,000 civilian casualties?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, can I say to the Honourable Gentleman, it was very important for me to visit the occupied territories and Israel within the first week in office. We said this in opposition, and we say this again in government. Of course, given the hostages, that are still in Israel. Israel has a right to defend itself, but it is a qualified right. It has always been within international humanitarian law. And the scale of civilian loss of life, the children, the women who have lost their lives, the aid workers who have lost their lives, against a backdrop in which journalists are not allowed into the country, has been a matter of deep concern and worry across the international community. So, of course, I raised these issues. It was also important to meet with hostage families and to be absolutely clear, we want to see those hostages returned.
Kim Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and congratulations on your new appointment. I'm sure my right honourable friend will agree with me that the escalation of violence can be reduced if we look at ending the suffering in Gaza. At a briefing I attended today with Oxfam and Medical Aid Palestine, they talked about how Israel were using water as a weapon of war. People have 4.7 litres of water per day to wash, clean and cook, and that is less than a toilet flush. So I welcome the position that we've taken. We've moved, greatly, but does my honourable friend agree with me that we need to go much further and much faster?
Secretary.
Well, my honourable friend is right. The issue of water, waterborne disease, we now have polio setting in, and of course we've had the famine because the lack of desalination is a very, very serious issue. That's why it was important to take the decision in the first days of office to restore aid to UNRWA, also to increase the amount of funds available to UK Med and to do more to open up field medical sites across Gaza. We will continue to press the aid issue in Gaza. I think it is important that the Rafah crossing is opened also, which would alleviate a lot of suffering.
Mike Tapp.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the Foreign Secretary for your calls for de-escalation and a ceasefire, which of course should include the release of all hostages to ensure that we get more humanitarian aid in and a two-state solution. But of course we need to also look at the flow of arms, training and finances from the Iranian regime to the terror proxies of Hezbollah, Hamas and the Houthis, who are working tirelessly to ensure there isn't peace in the region. Foreign Secretary, do you agree that we should be helping Israel as much as we can to defend itself from these groups and their attacks?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, the honourable gentleman is right. When you look at the scale of rocket fire and missiles and the damage that they are doing, when you think about these poor people away from their homes in northern Israel and boarded up now in hotels for months and months and months, it is important to have in clear view who is supporting these proxies and the arms and the weaponry that is driving a lot of conflict in the region, including by Hamas, by the way. And so for all of those reasons, we do keep sanctions under review.
Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Foreign Secretary for his statement today. And obviously, yet more deaths is a tragedy. Every mother and every father grieves for lost children, as do all relatives. But there is an issue here that unless the government and Israel and others accept the ICJ opinions and judgments about the illegal nature of the occupation of the West Bank and Gaza, and of course the illegal nature of the occupation of the Golan Heights, then we're in danger of the conflict getting much worse. The UN Secretary General has called for restraint. Will the British government join him in doing that, but also join him in trying to convene some sort of regional peace initiative in order to prevent this whole thing escalating completely out of control? And finally, does the government reject the Israeli occupation of the Golan Heights?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, I'm grateful to the right honourable gentleman who I know has taken up these issues over many years in this Parliament. Let me be clear that what I saw and what I continue to see in the occupied territories is unacceptable. He will know that the community who experienced this violence in the Golan Heights are Druze in background, and this is occupation of the Golan Heights as well. I do recognise that. I want to see de-escalation across the board. I want to see a solution along the lines of Oslo and 1967. That is what we all want to get to, a two-state solution. And we will achieve that if we have an immediate ceasefire and we get back to political dialogue and conversation.
James Asser. No?
Oh, I'm going down for a question.
Thank you. Thank you. Jim Shannon.
I always have a question. Sorry, I'm not. Humour's not what this is about, and I apologise for that. I shouldn't have said that. Can I just say that I can thank the Secretary of State very much for his calm and measured statement. It encapsulates, I believe, the temperament and the concern of all of this chamber from both sides, and I thank him for that. The attack at the football pitch in Majal Shams is deadly and full of complete evil. 12 children and young adults were slaughtered. Can the Secretary of State outline what steps have been taken to find the perpetrators, make them accountable, and ensure that the message is sent that these attacks will not bring peace but instead bring further division? And what steps will be taken to assist Israel, whose very existence by Hezbollah is under threat? Hezbollah, of course, the terrorist murderers of innocents that they are, and that they must be neutralised. Thank you.
Foreign Secretary.
I'm very grateful to the honourable gentleman, and he knows a lot about the issue of terrorism, and it's for that reason that he's used his position on the backbenches always to raise these issues. And he's absolutely right. There will be many people in our Jewish diaspora in this country looking with real fear about the prospect of escalation, worrying about their loved ones. We have updated the travel advice in relation to Israel, and particularly northern Israel as well at this time. And of course, we continue to work with our close ally in partnership in what is a very, very challenging moment.
And finally, Mike Martin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Illegal Israeli settlements are imperiling the future viability of a Palestinian state, so they undermine the two-state solution. Would the Secretary of State consider issuing a statement that says that if Israel continues to expand illegal settlements, then the UK will immediately recognise the Palestinian state?
Foreign Secretary.
I recognise the huge concern that there is in this House and across the world with the nature both of the expansion and the violence. I've also said that recognition is important as a pathway to peace, and no country has a veto on when and how we do that working with partners. I don't think, however, that the proximity of the two is the right way to go about things diplomatically, and I suspect we would struggle to find other partners that would support us if we did that.
I'll now allow some time for the benches to clear before we start our next business.
Point of order, Madam Deputy Speaker. May I seek your guidance, Madam Deputy Speaker? I wish to place on record my severe concerns about the government's failure to come formally before the House on their decision to impose VAT on independent schools. Not only have they imposed this policy through a written ministerial statement, but they have now also said that they will charge VAT on any fees that are paid in advance. And WMS is insufficient and purposely prevents the House from debating a policy that affects rural economies. I have 10 independent schools in my own constituency, but also military and SEN families, and both comprehensive and independent schools. How can she help us resolve this incredibly important issue for so many in the House?
The Honourable Lady has placed her concerns on the record, and I'm sure the Treasury bench will have heard them. The Clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Budget Responsibility Bill, second reading.
Now,
Minister to move second reading.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I congratulate you and welcome you to your place in the chair and say what a privilege it is to open this debate on behalf of the government in my first appearance at this dispatch box as a minister in this new Labour government. At the general election, the British people voted for change. This new Labour government began work immediately to deliver on that mandate. Sustained growth is the only route to the improved prosperity that this country needs and to improve the living standards of the British people. After 14 years of Conservative failure, this work is urgent. It is now our national mission. To deliver on our mission, as my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, has set out days after taking office, we must fix the foundations of the economy and restore economic stability. The Chancellor emphasised this commitment to deliver economic stability by meeting with the Office for Budget Responsibility, the OBR, soon after becoming Chancellor. Under the legal framework we inherited from the party opposite, there is no requirement on the Treasury to subject fiscally significant announcements to independent OBR scrutiny. We all experienced what happens without this, when huge unfunded fiscal commitments are made without proper scrutiny and when key economic institutions like the OBR are sidelined. The country cannot afford a repeat of the calamitous mini-budget of September 2022, when Liz Truss and Kwasi Kwarteng's reckless plans unleashed economic turmoil that has loaded hundreds of pounds onto people's mortgages and rents. Conservative ministers put ideology before sound public money, party before country. Madam Deputy Speaker, with this Labour government, we are turning the page. We will always put the country first, party second. Our commitment to fiscal discipline and sound money will never waver. That is why this government is firmly committed to the independence of the OBR and the important principle that in normal times, the announcement of a fiscally significant measure should always be accompanied by an independent assessment of the economic and fiscal implications to support transparency and accountability. And it is why we made a commitment in our manifesto to therefore strengthen the role of the OBR and why we have acted quickly to deliver on this commitment today. This action will reinforce credibility and trust by preventing large-scale unfunded commitments that are not subject to an independent fiscal assessment. As the chair of the OBR, Richard Hughes, has reiterated in his recent letter to the Chancellor, it is a good principle of fiscal policy making that major fiscal decisions should be based upon and presented alongside an up-to-date view of the economic and fiscal outlook. In line with this, yesterday, the Chancellor commissioned a full forecast to accompany our budget on the 30th of October, following the important principle that significant fiscal policy decisions should be made at a fiscal event and accompanied by an independent OBR assessment. This fiscal lock is an essential part of our mission to deliver economic stability. It is one of our first steps to fixing the foundations, and it is our guarantee to the British people that this Labour government is a responsible government which will never play fast and loose with the public finances and family finances as the Conservative Party has done before. I will now turn to how the bill will achieve this. The bill sets the legal framework for the operation of the fiscal lock. Its provisions build on the legislation that established the OBR, the Budget Responsibility and National Audit Act of 2011. In line with this, the technical detail underpinning the fiscal lock will be set out via an upcoming update to the Charter for Budget Responsibility. The Charter sets out the government's fiscal framework, including guidance on how the OBR performs its duties within it. To support scrutiny of this bill during its passage through Parliament, the Treasury has published a draft of the relevant Charter text, which will make clear exactly how the government plans to implement the fiscal lock. A full update to the Charter will be published in due course, on which members of this House will vote in the usual way. The bill itself does 5 things to ensure that proper scrutiny of fiscal plans will be followed. First, the bill requires that before the government makes any fiscally significant announcement in Parliament, the Treasury always requests that the OBR presents an assessment taking this into account. This builds on the usual process whereby the Chancellor commissions the OBR for an economic and fiscal forecast to accompany a fiscal event. It guarantees in law that from now on, every fiscally significant change to tax and spending will be subject to scrutiny by the independent OBR. Second, it gives the OBR new powers to independently decide to produce an assessment if they judge that the fiscal lock has been triggered. If a fiscally significant announcement is made without the Treasury having previously requested a forecast from the OBR is required to inform the Treasury Select Committee of its opinion and then prepare an assessment as soon as is practicable. This means that, come what may, the OBR through Parliament will be able to hold the government to account. Third, the bill defines a measure or combination of measures as fiscally significant if they exceed a specified percentage of GDP, with the Charter then setting the precise threshold itself. Setting the threshold in this way provides clarity for both the OBR and external stakeholders about what constitutes a fiscally significant announcement, i.e. when the fiscal lock has been triggered. And it ensures that the government can set it at the right level going forward, recognising economic conditions. The threshold level itself will be set at announcements of at least 1% of nominal GDP in the latest OBR forecast. As an example, this year, the 1% threshold would be £28 billion. This will ensure that we properly capture any announcements that resemble the growth plan of former members Liz Truss and Kwasi Kwarteng in 2022, with the broader risks to macroeconomic stability that this entailed. Fourth, the bill ensures that the fiscal lock does not apply to governments responding to emergencies, for example, the COVID-19 pandemic. The bill does this by not applying in respect of measures that are intended to have a temporary effect and which are in response to an emergency. The Charter will define temporary as any measure that is intended to end within 2 years. This recognises that it is sometimes reasonable, for example during a pandemic, for the government to act quickly and decisively without an OBR assessment if that is needed in response to a shock. Of course, in emergencies it may be appropriate for the Chancellor to commission a forecast from the OBR to follow measures that needed to be announced or implemented rapidly, and that would happen in the usual way. Alongside any such announcement, the Treasury will be required to make clear why it considers the situation to be an emergency. As set out in the updated Charter, the OBR will have the discretion to trigger the fiscal lock and prepare a report if it reasonably disagrees. Fifth and finally, the bill requires the government to publish any updates to the detail of the fiscal lock, such as the threshold level at which it is triggered, in draft form at least 28 days before the updated Charter is laid before Parliament. This is an essential safeguard in the bill, preventing any future government from choosing to ignore the fiscal lock by updating the Charter without the consent of Parliament. I shall.
And the Minister is setting the stark realities of where we are financially. It's important that we all understand that. I just wonder, has the Minister had the opportunity, when these things could be fairly dramatically change the financial positions of us all within the United Kingdom? For instance, regionally, the Northern Ireland Assembly is one example, the Welsh Assembly, the Scottish Parliament. I think it really be important that those discussions take place with them early enough so that the impacts of what could happen or might happen would be better understood.
I thank the honourable gentleman for his contribution. As I'm sure he knows, the Chief Secretary to the Treasury is traditionally the lead minister in government for relationships with the finance ministers in the devolved governments. I've already met a number of times with his counterparts in the Northern Ireland Executive, as well as theirs in Scotland and Wales, and I look forward to meeting them in person in Northern Ireland, I hope in September, for further such discussions. Madam Deputy Speaker, to conclude, people across the country are still suffering the consequences of the Conservative Party's economic experiment in 2022. Conservative ministers took the most reckless decisions without any thought for their real-life impact on the British economy and on family finances. Astonishingly, they have still made no apology. With this Labour government, our commitment to fiscal discipline and sound money is the bedrock of our plans. So, the Budget Responsibility Bill guarantees in law that from now on, every fiscally significant change to tax and spending will be subject to scrutiny by the independent OBR. The bill will reinforce credibility and trust by preventing large-scale unfunded commitments that are not subject to the scrutiny of an OBR fiscal assessment. This delivers on a key manifesto commitment to provide economic stability and sound public finances by strengthening the role of the independent OBR. This is a crucial first step to fixing the foundations in our economy so that we can achieve sustained economic growth and make every part of the country better off. And for those reasons, Madam Deputy Speaker, I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I call Opposition Spokesperson Gareth Davies.
Madam Deputy Speaker, congratulations on your election to the chair. And Madam Deputy Speaker, let me take this as my first opportunity to congratulate the Honourable and Right Honourable gentleman opposite, the new Treasury ministerial team. They've taken up some of the best jobs in government. I loved every minute of my time in the Treasury, even when I had to come to this place to face my shadows. And I will always be grateful to the officials who supported me and the team so ably. And as the Member of Parliament for Grantham, the home of our country's first female Prime Minister, I congratulate our country's first female Chancellor. It is right that we highlight that. While the two are not politically aligned, we can all recognise when a ceiling has been shattered, and no matter who is breaking it, and we certainly recognise that on this side of the House. Madam Deputy Speaker, the bill before us today seeks to amend the Budget Responsibility and National Audit Act of 2011, a bill introduced by a Conservative Chancellor and which created the Office for Budget Responsibility. The bill should be understood in that context, building on a previous bill which replaced a system where His Majesty's Treasury would produce its own forecasts and the Chancellor of the Exchequer would essentially mark their own homework. Back then, this was an essential piece of legislation, given what had gone on before. Between 2000 and 2010, the then Labour government their so-called forecasts for growth in the economy were out by an average of £13 billion. Their forecasts for the budget deficit 3 years ahead were out by an average £40 billion. Their forecasts therefore lacked any credibility at all. And it wasn't just the forecasts which led to the creation of the OBR, it was the management of the economy. Much has already been said by the Shadow Chancellor about higher inflation, higher deficit and higher unemployment the Conservatives inherited from Labour in 2010. But what is sometimes forgotten is that total public spending accounted for almost half of the national income when Labour last left office. Welfare spending ballooned by a staggering 45%, and this runaway spending meant that we inherited the largest budget deficit of any economy in Europe, with the sole exception of one country, and that was Ireland. And so the idea, Madam Deputy Speaker, that Labour have an unblemished record when it comes to the public finances is just plain wrong. We Conservatives created the OBR, in part to guard against Labour's fiscal unaccountability and recklessness with the public finances. We continue to support the role of the OBR in providing open, fully transparent, independent forecasts for all to see, no matter who is in government. And what was good to hear, genuinely good to hear, was the Chancellor recognised the importance of the OBR when she said that because of the OBR, in her words, you don't need to win an election to find out the state of the public finances. She was absolutely right about that. That's why, Madam Deputy Speaker, yesterday's supposed revelations just simply won't wash. In fact, she's so supportive of the OBR. If she is so supportive of the OBR, I ask a simple question. Why was yesterday's statement based on Treasury analysis and not OBR analysis? Surely if they're very supportive of the OBR, they would have asked the OBR to conduct that analysis, not internal Treasury analysis. The OBR have always said that they would be ready to produce analysis any time on short notice. But Madam Deputy Speaker, look, that was yesterday. And today we're here to talk about the bill in front of us right now. While we're supportive of the OBR, we think it is right that the House needs to consider a number of concerns we have that we'll be seeking clarification from the government on. Firstly, the bill will require the Treasury to request and the OBR to produce a report on fiscally significant measures announced by the government, with the exception of temporary emergency measures. The definitions of these terms, fiscally significant, temporary and emergency, will be set out in the Charter for Budget Responsibility, as the Chief Secretary outlined. The draft Charter text, published alongside this bill, deems measures to be fiscally significant if they cost the equivalent of 1% of GDP in any financial year. It defines as temporary any measure intended to end within 2 years. And the draft Charter text gives the OBR discretion to reasonably disagree with the Treasury's interpretation of what constitutes emergency. Given some of the rhetoric around this bill, we note that nowhere in this bill or the surrounding documents is the OBR actually empowered to prevent a government from taking fiscally significant action of any kind? The effect of this bill is to ensure that an OBR costing accompanies any fiscal significant action a government takes, nothing more, nothing less. Some of the way the Chancellor described this bill as being a so-called lock to prevent certain activity is, if I was being generous on my first outing, overly ambitious. The bill is described as introducing a fiscal lock which the Chancellor promises will prevent large-scale unfunded commitments. It's just not what this bill does, though. There is no fiscal lock. If anything, it's a forecast lock. The potential impact of this bill is limited, so limited, actually, so specific as to leave some to wonder whether, for all the animated hyperbole of the Chancellor yesterday, this is prioritisation of gimmicks over governing, despite what the Prime Minister said at the King's speech. I will in a moment. Secondly, and as I say this, I say it genuinely constructively, the government needs to be better prepared to clarify what is meant by emergency. The draft charter gives the OBR the power to reasonably disagree with the government's interpretation of what is or not an emergency. But this raises questions around whether the OBR is equipped in the first place to make such a decision. What counts as an emergency should mostly be clear-cut. But what about instances that are less obvious, unforeseen circumstances that will come down the track? The OBR would then be straying into political decision-making, which would rightly raise constitutional issues. Even if, ultimately, it is for ministers to decide on such matters, any resulting disagreement between the government and the OBR on whether the circumstances amount to emergency could undermine the credibility of the government, the OBR, or both. Thirdly and finally, in the event the lock is... I'll give it.
I thank the Minister for giving way because I'm genuinely perplexed. I can't understand whether the Shadow Minister is with his former colleague, the South West Norfolk member, who wanted to see the OBR abolished and not part of any other decision-making, or doesn't feel that this piece of legislation goes far enough. Either way, does he recognise and accept, as thousands of mortgage payers in this country now do, the disaster of the previous Conservative Prime Minister's budget and the impact it's had and the need never to go back to those days?
Madam Deputy Speaker, we support the OBR. I've been clear on that. We created the OBR. So to suggest that we don't support the OBR is incorrect. But I would just pull her up on some economic facts. The reason interest rates were so high and mortgages went up is because we faced a global challenge which this government will now experience. In office, you have to deal with events. And what caused inflation around the world was two things. It was the war in Ukraine, which pushed up gas prices. Wholesale gas prices reached record highs. And secondly, the fallout from the pandemic, a once-in-a-century pandemic, which the party opposite seem to have forgotten about. And so those two factors resulted in 11% inflation, which resulted in my, at the time, Chancellor, and Prime Minister prioritising bringing down inflation, which we did, to 2%. And we've now handed this government 2% inflation, half the deficit we inherited in 2010, half the unemployment, and the fastest growth in the G7. So the suggestion that we need to take lessons from the party opposite on economic performance, I think, is a little rich. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, a third and final concern that we have, and we have others, but I'm keeping it short, given its second reading. In the event the lock is triggered, the OBR does not need to produce one of its standard reports, even though the Treasury, under this bill, is required to request such a report to avoid breaking the lock. The bill, therefore, creates the possibility of an entirely new OBR report, which is not envisaged by the original Act. And I'd be grateful to the Minister if he could explain this and what it actually means in practice when he sums up this debate. While standard OBR reports must be published, it is not clear whether this applies to other reports the OBR may prepare. If this requirement does not apply, is the government happy to give the OBR the power to decide whether or not its costings are published? This is potentially very concerning when it comes to transparency. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, the official opposition look forward to more detailed scrutiny of this bill and the practical implications of it. But be in no doubt, we support the OBR. We created it to bring in much needed transparency to our fiscal framework after years of fiscal folly and false promises by the Labour Party. But at the same time, let us not pretend that the OBR should be the ultimate judge of good policy, that nothing bad can happen under its watchful eye and nothing good can happen beyond its gaze. Labour knows this. It's precisely what they argued 15 years ago when we first debated this bill that led to the OBR's creation. Nor should it become too political. The OBR should be a referee, not a player, in the fight for fiscal accountability. In the end, we stand by the principle that the British people, through their elected representatives, should always have the deciding say on public policy. We look forward to debating this further in the months ahead. We will not be voting against this bill at second reading, and we look forward to the debate.
Stella Creasy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I feel like I'm almost in Alice in Wonderland's world when it comes to listening to the opposition benches responding to this piece of legislation. I certainly feel concerned that they may have been with the Cheshire Cat and possibly following the Queen of Hearts, trying to pretend that their previous Conservative Prime Minister didn't exist, or indeed that the member for Spelthorne was never ever the Chancellor. Those of us, and I declare a direct conflict of interest, paying a mortgage, know all too well how they were in charge and the damage that they did with their disastrous mini-budget, and so why this piece of legislation is so important. And I'll wager that their constituents can tell them too, if they wish to try to suggest that the economic harm that the previous government did to this country and that we will all be paying for generations to come was solely to do with Ukraine or indeed the pandemic. That mini-budget was a political choice. But worse than that, it was a politically uninformed choice because the government at the time consciously and purposefully made the decision on ideological grounds to press ahead with a budget that cost 1% of our GDP, and to hell with the consequences, as we have all seen. That is why this legislation is so important. Now, I am pleased, I will always welcome a sinner repenteth, Madam Deputy Speaker, a shadow spokesperson who recognises the value of independent scrutiny and indeed urges us all to go further. We will always welcome that approach because it is right, because our constituents do deserve better, because we can see how bad things are and how broken this country is. And what this bill has at the heart of it is what funds there are to repair the damage that was done by the previous administration. That is why the spokesperson for the government minister, my mind has gone, it's the end of term, the Chancellor is here today with this piece of legislation to be clear with us about why it matters and why we put things on the books, and we have sound money at our heart, because the markets didn't react by accident and put up all our mortgages. They saw with terror the damage that bad leadership can do in the Treasury and have asked us accordingly to meet that challenge. And frankly, there is nothing progressive about crashing the economy, and that's exactly what the previous government did. Now, by putting on the record the need to report independently on fiscally significant measures, we are starting with a clean sheet to say that we will not take such a reckless approach with other people's money, because at the end of the day, that's what this is. The tax revenues that are generated are the monies of our constituents, and therefore it is right that we are careful about how we administer them. But I also recognise in this piece of legislation there are challenges, and in the contribution I want to make today, I hope to hear from the ministers on the front bench further clarity about this concept of fiscally significant. As somebody who's always liked to be hawkish about public money, I think it is important that we are clear where we are investing, and I very much urge the Treasury to think about investing to save. I see that in our broken society. I see the damage that is done by poverty, by poor public services and the higher costs that come. So I want us to be clear about the funding that we have and where that is coming from and why every penny matters. I will always give way to the members.
I'm very grateful. As she knows, the new government have intimated that they may decide to mirror much new EU legislation, which could well have budgetary consequences. On Europe, she and I have not quite always seen eye to eye, but would she agree with me that in that context it's actually a bad mistake to do what the government want to do tonight and to abolish the European Scrutiny Committee?
He preempts many of my own concerns that there is a very strong story to tell about good fiscal discipline, that it is not possible to do that independently in a modern global economy, and therefore it does matter the scrutiny that we're able to provide in this place about a whole range of regulations, and those do include financial regulations. I think particularly about the city, I think particularly about issues around a financial tax, for example, and I know there are many across this House. He and I, is right, I haven't yet convinced him of the merits. I'm confident that one day we can, of working more closely with Europe, but I do agree with him that that should be a matter for this House to be fully part of. Just as I believe in the principles behind this piece of legislation, that disinfected comes from transparency and it comes from our ability to see what is going on. And that's why I think it is so right that this government has brought this legislation forward. But let me move on to some of those areas where I think it is right that we ask what we mean by fiscally significant. Because he and I might disagree about what deal we do in resetting our relationship with Europe, but there can be no doubt it will have a very clear economic impact on this country. I think right now of the hauliers considering whether they will give up bringing goods to the UK at all because of the Brexit border tax, a measure that the previous government admitted was inflationary, that could have a substantial impact not just on our food security, but on our economy, on pushing up the cost of living, that many of our constituents know that there is still too much month at the end of their money. And any measure, to my mind, which makes that harder is something that we should challenge. Well, that will also reflect our tax take. The point that I'm getting to is if we're talking about measures that are so fiscally significant that they account for 1% of GDP, well, a trade deal would easily meet that criteria. So we need to be clear in this legislation, clear what we ask of the Office of Budget Responsibility, who after all have provided previous evidence on the impact, for example, of leaving the European Union, whether we consider their role in such matters. If we are going to put everything on the book, let's make sure that the public understand fully the decisions that we're making and where that information is coming from. Another area where I feel that as a House we need to act, especially if we're being asked to make very difficult choices about some of the most vulnerable in our communities, those people who rely, for example, on welfare, those pensioners who might rely on the winter fuel payment, is around our outgoings. Because we have to be honest, this country is pretty much bankrupt as a result of the previous administration. And if somebody in that dire financial position came into our surgeries, we would sit with them and we would talk about a debt relief order. We would look at their costs. We would look particularly at consolidating the debts that they may have. Many of my colleagues here will know that for many years I have been concerned about legal loan sharking. Well, that's not just within people's private lives, it's within the public sector as well. And I consider the Private Finance Initiative to be the legal loan sharks of the public sector. If we are talking about fiscally significant measures, measures that meet that test of £28 billion, well, we have £151 billion of outgoings committed to private finance companies in this country against £57 billion worth of assets. Most people can see those figures do not add up. Local authorities spend around £18 billion every 2 to 5 years on PFI repayments, of which about £4 billion is interest costs. That would suggest an average interest rate of around 35%. If somebody came into your surgery with a loan at a 35% interest rate, you would be encouraging them to go to a debt relief order. Our country is no different. And it matters because individually local authorities might not meet that fiscally significant threshold, but collectively they will for us. Because we're not going to let hospitals and schools go bust, go out of business. Indeed, Parklands High School in Liverpool was built under PFI. It was closed because there wasn't a demand for the places, but Liverpool City Council are still paying £12,000 a day for that closed school. They have £42 million left to pay in repayments, and the company that owns it is making a profit of around £340,000 a day from that scheme. Private finance companies are on our books, and they should be on our books nationally. They should be considered a fiscally significant measure because there are things that we can do to consolidate those loans and to reduce the outgoings that will come. So in my contribution to this bill and in the amendments that I may table, depending on what the ministers say, I think we need to be clear that everything that is fiscally significant, both decisions that we may not proceed with and decisions that we do proceed with, should be subject to that level of scrutiny. The National Audit Office has already given us plenty of information about the poor value for money of private finance initiatives, and many people here who have these schools and hospitals in their constituencies will have seen it firsthand. There is evidence from the Department of Health about what could be done to consolidate those loans that probably would generate some of those savings that would be fiscally significant when we're talking about the sums involved. It would be fantastic to see the Office of Budget Responsibility pick this up as part of us knowing just how much we have to pay out as a country, just how much of a contribution we need to make. And this is going to private companies who are not paying tax in this country on the whole, so it is not generating revenue that can go back into paying for the repairs that need to come. The previous government started to look at these issues and then walked away. I know this government, with its commitment to fiscal discipline and fiscal transparency, will want to be open about the benefits and costs and the fiscal significance both of those trade deals that we might make and indeed of private finance initiatives. And I look forward to hearing from the ministers on the front bench about that. It is a very different world. The Shadow Minister is smiling. I'm sure that he misses his colleague from Spelthorne, but I know he will not miss the opportunity to say sorry to all of our constituents for the mess that we have been left in, for the reason why we now need this legislation and the discipline of the Office of Budget Responsibility, and for the failure to tackle those long-term problems that have left legal loan sharks and poor trading opportunities for our constituents, because they are going to pick up the pieces for generations to come.
I now call the Liberal Democrat spokesperson, Sarah Olney.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to see you in the chair. Congratulations on your election. The Liberal Democrats understand the importance of a stable economy to the well-being of our nation, and we will support this bill as it makes its way through Parliament. We have seen the effects of the chaos and uncertainty wrought by the previous Conservative government in their horrendous mismanagement of the economy, and we know that future prosperity can only be built upon a firm foundation. The former member for South West Norfolk may have intervened to prevent officials from using the phrase disastrous mini-budget in the King's Speech document. However, this was a disaster for which many millions across the country continue to pay the price. Liberal Democrat MPs have been returned to this House in greater numbers than ever before because we understand how much our constituents have suffered from the increase in mortgage payments, higher fuel bills and escalating food prices that resulted from the disastrous mini-budget. We will do all we can to tackle the cost of living crisis being felt by so many, and we welcome the new government's commitment to building a strong platform for economic growth. We welcome this bill as a signal of strengthened fiscal responsibility and transparency, which we hope will prevent a repeat of the Conservatives' disastrous mini-budget under Liz Truss from ever happening again. And after the turmoil of the outgoing Conservative government, we welcome the seriousness of intent of this government as it rebuilds trust with the financial markets and the business and financial sector as a whole. The financial irresponsibility and unfunded tax cuts seen in the mini-budget sent mortgage rates soaring and continued a pattern of low growth, falling living standards and business uncertainty under the Conservatives. Millions of people across the country continue to see the devastating impact of this disastrous governance in their food and energy bills and feel its heavy burden in their own personal finances. A recent report from the Institute for Fiscal Studies shows that 320,000 people have been pushed into poverty because of mortgage interest rate rises caused by the incompetence of the previous Conservative government. It has been devastating to hear the stories of so many households dragged into poverty and to know that so many families are struggling under the worst cost of living crisis in a generation. And it is painful to reflect upon the thousands of people who were hoping to make progress in their lives and improve the circumstances of their families, but find themselves pulled backwards by the weight of the costs now piled upon them. The IFS report tells us that the number of adults unable to keep their homes warm enough increased from 1.8 million in 2020 to 4.6 million in 2023, and they attribute that increase to the rise in mortgage interest rates during that period. This statistic lays bare in shaming detail the enormous and ongoing impact that the Conservatives' disastrous mini-budget has had on all of our lives. The broad positive responses that this bill has evoked across the business and finance sector are indicative of the desire for industry stability, and we welcome the engagement from economists and industry experts who advise the beneficial impact of this bill on confidence in public finances. Indeed, even the former Chancellor himself has acknowledged that he is minded to support it. We will carefully scrutinise the details of the bill to make sure it will achieve its intended aims. In particular, we will look closely at the threshold for fiscally significant measures set out in this legislation as measures worth at least 1% of GDP or approximately 30 billion, and whether this regulation could be circumvented by governments announcing major changes just below the threshold. The proposed terms had a substantial threshold before the OBR could insist on intervening, raising questions over how easy it would be for a government to skirt the rules and avoid scrutiny from the watchdog. While we understand that the bar has been set relatively high in order to prevent a large-scale, irresponsible fiscal event, such as the disastrous mini-budget, we are aware of the limitations that this places on the bill. In particular, with regards to announcements which would have largely indirect fiscal events because of their impact on the economy, but small upfront costs to the government, and therefore wouldn't trigger the fiscal lock. We ask the Chancellor whether a GDP measure alone can adequately capture the impact of a spending or taxation measure on the economy, and whether the government should examine the possibility of using additional criteria in establishing the threshold. And we must consider the wider context within which the Conservatives' damaging mini-budget came about to determine whether the proposed measure we are debating today would be sufficient in itself to stop such a disaster from ever happening again. The Conservatives' period in government, during the last two parliaments in particular, was characterised by a distaste for the institutions that provide checks and balances to power, accompanied by efforts to actively undermine them. Throughout the course of the last few years, we've seen attacks on the judiciary, the civil service, on the BBC, on the Bank of England, on the EU, and on any British citizen who dared to express the view that the government's botched Brexit deal was doing enormous damage to our economy. We have seen the provisions of international treaties be airily discarded. Conservative ministers even illegally prorogue Parliament. Even now, in the Conservative Party leadership contest, it seems the one thing all candidates agree on is promising that the UK should leave the European Court of Human Rights. The disastrous mini-budget emerged from a philosophy that the power of the central government, exercised by successive Conservative Prime Ministers, can trump other vital independent institutions. And it's precisely this philosophy that we must never see from government again. The ongoing failure of the former Member of Parliament for South West Norfolk to apologise for the disastrous mini-budget underlines the fact that she thinks she was both entitled and correct to unleash it onto an unsuspecting country that voted neither for it nor for her. To truly address the causes of the systemic failure that led to the disastrous mini-budget will take a great deal more than just this bill. It requires the government to work alongside the institutions that exist to both support and challenge its decision-making. It requires the government to submit its proposed measures to parliamentary scrutiny. Liberal Democrats think that reforms devolving power to local bodies to decentralise decision-making would also strengthen our ability to take long-term decisions in the national interest. This bill and other measures are encouraging signs of this new government's intention to ensure that those in power will act with more integrity and transparency. But ultimately, unless all governments are themselves committed to upholding the principles of fiscal responsibility, transparency and sound governance, the risk of future disasters like the mini-budget will remain. In our general election manifesto, we set out the need for every fiscal event to be accompanied by an independent forecast from the OBR. More broadly, we wish to see the government foster stability, certainty and confidence by managing the public finances responsibly, getting the national debt falling as a share of the economy and ensuring that day-to-day spending does not exceed the amount raised in taxes. And we must make the tax system itself fairer by asking some of the wealthiest companies in the world to pay their fair share, the big banks, the oil and gas producers, the tech giants, instead of adding even more to the burden on hard-working families. To improve stability and growth, we need to fix our broken trading relationship with Europe and set up an industrial strategy, helping to make Britain one of the most attractive places in the world for businesses to invest. We must work in partnership with responsible, sustainable businesses to tackle the climate emergency and spur the growth needed to invest in health, social care, education and other essential public services. Responsible public finances are essential for the stability, certainty and confidence that drive economic growth, and they are vital in getting mortgage rates under control too. Under the outgoing Conservative government, we found out just how much pain and damage can come from fiscal irresponsibility. Liberal Democrats want to see a thriving British economy that provides jobs and opportunities for people and is attractive to businesses and investors. We welcome this bill as a useful step in that direction, helping to improve long-term stability and responsible economic management. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Point of order, Madam Deputy Speaker. Does the point of order relate to the business being discussed right now?
Business of the day, yes, Madam
No. Just for reference, I know for new MPs it can be tricky, but points of order must be relevant to the business or be made during transition between items of business. But I know as a new MP that isn't easy, and I'm grateful for the member for giving notice of this point of order, so proceed.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We're hearing a lot about transparency, accountability and scrutiny. But the reality is, on the business of the day, proposed by the Leader of the House, is the plan to abolish the European Scrutiny Committee. Now, when this country voted to leave the European Union, we voted to take back control. How, Madam Deputy Speaker, can we scrutinise the activities and negotiations of this government with the European Union if the government abolishes the European Scrutiny Committee? Surely it's completely in contrast to what the government has proposed in its manifesto and all of these discussions about scrutiny.
I'm very grateful for the member giving us notice of his points of order. It is for the government to decide what orders should be tabled and whether there should be consultation. Any select committee can scrutinise matters within its remit, which may include matters relating to the European Union. The remit of the European Scrutiny Committee is to examine European Union documents as defined in Standing Order number 143. Broadly speaking, there are proposals for European Union legislation or policy. It is for the House to decide whether the committee still fulfils a useful function now that the UK is no longer a member of the EU, not for the Speaker. Thank you. I now call Martin Rhodes.
Madam Deputy Speaker, thank you for calling me to make my maiden speech during this debate. I moved to Glasgow in 1992, expecting to stay for 3 years. And now, over 3 decades later, I'm very pleased to have made it my home. And for those more than 30 years, I've lived in the north of the city. It is therefore a great privilege and a great responsibility to have been elected to serve the constituency of Glasgow North. It is a constituency of huge variety and diversity. At its northern boundary, farmland north of Somerston, and at its southern boundary are the River Clyde, the Scottish Event Campus, the Hydro Venue, and the city centre. From the west of Scotland's Science Park at its western boundary to the Glasgow Tigers Speedway track toward the eastern boundary. And of course, a lot more in between. Firhill, the home of Partick Thistle, the Kelvin Grove Art Galleries, Postle Marsh, a site of special scientific interest, Glasgow Caledonian University and the University of Glasgow, the School of Art and the Royal Conservatoire, the Queen's Cross Church of Charles William Mackintosh, the Forth and Clyde Canal, the River Kelvin, Rockhill, Maryhill and Dossone Parks, as well as Kelvin Grove Park and the Botanic Gardens. But most of all, far more important than these key landmarks, are the communities that make up Glasgow North, many of which have faced and still face significant challenges and have sought to do what they can to support each other in the face of those challenges. Resilience is a thread that runs through the diverse communities of Glasgow North. It is an area that I'm pleased to call home and am now privileged to represent in this place. Madam Deputy Speaker, I wish to recognise the work of my predecessor as the member for Glasgow North, Patrick Grady. In his time here, he was chair of the All-Party Parliamentary Group on Malawi and has a long interest in development issues, an interest I'm sure he will continue to pursue outside this place. The boundaries of the constituency are different to those of Glasgow North in previous parliaments and includes parts of the city that were previously in Glasgow North East and Glasgow Central. I know that my honourable friend, the member for Glasgow North East, in her first speech, will want to recognise the former member for Glasgow North East, Anne McLaughlin. So with no disrespect to her, I will keep my comments to the former member for Glasgow Central, Alison Thewlis. As Glasgow Central no longer exists, I want to ensure that we do not as a House miss the opportunity to recognise the commitment and work of the former member for Glasgow Central. In her time in this place, and before that as a city councillor in Glasgow, she showed her commitment to serving those she represented. There is one other former member for Glasgow North who would like to pay tribute to today, Anne McKechnie. She served in this place from 2001 to 2015. She has been a friend and a giver of wise advice for many years. And her time in this place and outside shows her continuing commitment to public service. All of us here want to ensure that we represent the people that we are elected to represent. And we also recognise across this chamber the aspiration to serve of all members. But we also need to ensure that mutual recognition of this service does not blind us to the challenges that face politics and public service. A number of events not too long ago have added to and encouraged the distrust, not just of politicians, but of politics itself. The turnout in my own constituency at the general election was just over 50%, and across the country, only around 60%. There are many reasons for this. Certainly, in some constituencies such as mine, the large amount of student accommodation lying empty because of the summer break counted towards lower turnout. And across Scotland, holding an election at the start of the school holidays may have reduced turnout too. But we should not let these contributory factors hide the clear opinion of many that politics is a self-serving occupation to which they demonstrate their indifference, distrust, and disdain by not using their vote. For too long, government and politics has too often allowed itself to be characterised by posturing and positioning, rather than the serious work of analysing problems, assessing potential solutions, and then delivering change. The empty charade of superficial posturing can initially seem to excite and engage, but the lack of substance, the lack of delivery, and the lack of integrity can so easily tip the balance from excitement to disillusionment and a sense of betrayal. Thorough analysis, serious discussion, and honest decision-making has to be the basis of politics. If we are to rebuild trust, financial responsibility and transparency being a key part of that. It is our challenge across the chamber, over the course of this Parliament, to rebuild trust in political institutions and processes. We need to show to people out there that politics is acting in their service, and we need to show that politics can make real and positive changes to their lives and communities. That is the challenge to all of us. Madam Deputy Speaker, that is the challenge that I hope that I can meet as I try to do so over the course of my time in this place.
Dave Deegan.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm very pleased to follow the honourable member for Glasgow North, who's just delivered a textbook maiden speech. In so doing, he negotiated his way around the sort of fairly awkward changes to the Glasgow constituencies and played, I think, judging by the reactions within the chamber, a unanimous salute to two former servants of their constituency, whom he now serves, and also hard-working representatives within this chamber. And I think if I could reciprocate, he also mentioned former Labour Minister in the Scotland office, I seem to recall at the time, Anne McKechnie, who invited me to her constituency office in Glasgow when I was a mature student around about 2010-11, and gave me a good hour of her time, which at the time I thought, well, that was fairly generous. As an MP, I realise now just how generous that was to do for somebody who was not your constituent and who within about 2 or 3 minutes clearly demonstrated signs of a particularly different political outlook. So congratulations to the honourable member. Madam Deputy Speaker, I welcome the Budget Responsibility Bill and commend the Government for bringing it forward. I'm not certain it is what they say it is, and I'll develop that in a wee moment. But who amongst us can forget the aftermath of the Truss Kwarteng debacle, plunging businesses and households across these islands into chaos, while then the pair of them disappearing off into the sunset, leaving us here to pick up the pieces of the arrogant and economically illiterate fiscal experiment while in government. And if anyone has forgotten, then they aren't the mortgage payers up and down these islands who are still paying the price of that particular Tory government misadventure. Mortgage rates spiked at 6% after the mini-budget, and figures out last week Madam Deputy Speaker, from Money Facts show that the average rate for a 2-year fixed deal is still 5.79%. We in the SNP warned at the time that the mini-budget approach would lead to economic chaos. Therefore, the SNP can only be supportive of these measures included in the bill to help try and ensure that there is never a repeat of that ridiculous performance. So, an independent assessment by the OBR for major and permanent fiscal interventions is welcome. It's responsible, we support it, but to be clear, it is no silver bullet. It won't fix the economy, and nor will it prevent fiscal incompetence from the current or future Chancellor or their officials or junior ministers. It won't fix the credibility of Chancellors who, for example, upon taking office, say they didn't know about the £20 billion black hole in the previous government's fiscal plan which they were adopting, even though they were warned about it repeatedly and in public by the SNP, by the IFS and others. So the SNP welcome efforts at increasing economic transparency, but the truth is that Labour have also been substantially short of honest with the public in this area. The new government is seeking to create a counter-narrative, a counter-reality to uphold the belief that the cuts and tax hikes which Labour will soon visit upon businesses and communities across these islands have been done to Labour by the Tories rather than done to the people by Labour. And that is the truth of the matter. If Labour are serious about restoring faith and growth of the economy, then much more action is needed from the government than this. No economy ever cut its way to growth, but rather growth being a function of investment. In closing, Madam Deputy Speaker, I greatly fear this new Labour government is getting a bit carried away with its own success and sailing off from reality at some knots. I cite the nauseating government of service hyperbole, the Potemkin energy company that is GB Energy, which is abject nonsense, and now this fiscal lock, which is set out in the bill. An assessment by the OBR is not a lock on anything, Madam Deputy Speaker. It does not enable, nor does it prevent anything. It does not confine, nor does it decide anything. And Parliament will never allow it to be used as a shield for the Chancellor. From its beginning to its end, it is simply an impartial assessment, leaving the hands of the Chancellor of the day free to prosecute whatever plan they wish, consistent with the OBR's assessment or not. And so it should be, because Parliament is here to hold the government to account, and the people across these islands, which I think we just saw. And it's certainly no, to be clear, it's certainly no replacement for rigorous parliamentary scrutiny of fiscal policy. It's a core function of this House, Madam Deputy Speaker, which I'm sure you will agree with. So in the interests of consensus, would the Minister concede this minor point of detail that fiscal report is far more realistic in terms of what it actually means than fiscal lock for this nevertheless welcome measure?
Maiden speech, Blair McDougall.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And as I'm being welcomed to my place, can I welcome you to your place and congratulate you? Can I also congratulate the member for Glasgow North. He spoke about the lack of trust in politics, and I think an eloquent speech like that and the service he will give to his community will go a long way to help repair that. And can I say how wonderful it is to see you as one of many, to see the Honourable Gentleman rather, as one of many Labour MPs from that great city. Can I say to the member for Angus and Perthshire Glens that I don't wish to nauseate him, but my speech is going to be about public duty. So apologies for that. Yesterday evening, after the statement by the Chancellor and the discussion afterwards about responsibility and duty and about the legacy that people leave within this chamber, I was standing on the banks of the river, watching the river go by, as it has done for countless generations. And I thought of everyone who had stood on those banks before, about the choices they had made, the decisions they'd made, and how those choices had impacted on the lives of everyone who followed them. Because, Madam Deputy Speaker, the first and most important duty, and the duty that this bill seeks to enshrine, is taking responsible decisions that will ensure a richer life for those who follow us, for our children and our grandchildren. And the failure of our age is that we departed from that purpose. We have departed from that purpose, and in doing so have left people trapped in short-term lives. Lives without the opportunity to learn for the future, lives without a permanent home, lives of short-term precarious work. A generation has been handed down falling life expectancy, a poisoned environment, and a legacy of debt. Now, time and generations flow, and they can change for the better or for the worse. And that changes as a result of political decisions, and it also happens as a result of personal decisions. And I'll talk about that aspect a little later in my speech. But the hard decisions that we make today are what create a better tomorrow. And as political leaders, for me, this bill is about us taking the kind of decisions that my constituents make every single day. And passing this bill will be a promissory note that this new Parliament will do better, and that this new Labour government will reclaim the legacy and the future of an abandoned generation. And Madam Deputy Speaker, the story of intergenerational opportunity is the story of my constituency of East Renfrewshire. And I'm going to be very brave, and I'm not going to claim that my constituency is the most beautiful constituency. Partly because over the last couple of weeks listening to other honourable members, I'm quite happy for that title to rest until the next maiden speakers perhaps stand up. And you certainly can find natural beauty in East Renfrewshire if you walk through Greenbank Gardens, or you stroll through Rooken Glen, or you take a hike up the top of the Neilston Pad. But the extraordinary thing about my constituency isn't the place, it's the people. Because generation after generation have moved to East Renfrewshire because it offers hope for the next generation and a better life for their children. First they came for the mills, the works and the quarries. They came to Neilston, to Busby, to Giffnock and to Thornley Bank. In Barrhead they came in great numbers for a job at the old Shanks Works, making the toilets for the Titanic, for royalty, and also, Madam Deputy Speaker, the toilets for this place. I must admit there is some jealousy for me when I hear other honourable members talk about the pride they feel when Mr Speaker has chosen whisky that members sip on, or the shortbread for the canteen that members snack on, or the member for Inverclyde in West Renfrewshire talking about the seats that we sit on coming from his constituency. I don't want to think about what honourable members do on my constituency's most significant product, but I hope the relief it provides enhances the quality of debate in the chamber. But those industrial workers were followed south out of Glasgow by the Irish and the Jewish communities, then by Muslim families, and in turn by Hindus and Sikhs. And more recently, we've been joined by Ukrainians and Hong Kongers who are not just looking for opportunity, but looking for liberty. Because East Renfrewshire is somewhere where people aspire to live. Parents sacrifice and strive to make the dream of living there real, driven on by the love of their families. Because in East Renfrewshire, Madam Deputy Speaker, we have extraordinary schools, the best schools in Scotland, with remarkable teachers who open wide the future for our children. And I want to make special mention of the remarkable Isabel Mayer School, where every child with additional special needs is valued and celebrated. But sacrificing and striving for the next generation doesn't stop at the school gates in my constituency. It goes far beyond that. Volunteers at Nelly Boxes, the Include Me Too Club, or the Back to School Bank work to ensure that disadvantage or disability are no barriers to a childhood of opportunity, discovery and fun. St Cadoc's football team is typical of the sports clubs who offer our kids the confidence and camaraderie that comes with competition. Started in 1987 by the school Janny, it now has thousands of kids playing football. But I could have just as easily told the story of Giffnock Soccer Centre, Barrhead Youth Football Club, Neilston Wasps, GHA or Whitecraigs Rugby Club, or East Wren cricket club. I could go on, and as it's my maiden speech, I will. Harlequin Youth Theatre gives kids the thrill of performance, and our flourishing Girl Guides, Scouts, Boys and Girls Brigade, and our Maccabee offer young people adventure and a taste of leadership. East Renfrewshire is, to borrow a phrase from something else, a constituency of joiners. That's a wonderful thing, unless you happen to be their Member of Parliament. I know from speaking to my predecessors that East Renfrewshire is not always the easiest place in the world to represent. 3 different honourable members from 3 different parties have won and lost my constituency in the last decade. My immediate predecessor, Kirsten Oswald, deserves enormous praise for the service she gave to the constituency, which is typified by the fact that when she lost the constituency at one general election, she came back and fought again and won. I hope I should say that is not something which is repeated, but it's typical of how much she loved this constituency. Both she and Paul Masterton, my Conservative predecessor, have been a source of constant support and advice, and I thank them for that. I also want to make special tribute to the former honourable friend, but now just my friend, Jim Murphy, who served the constituency for 18 years. I know from my time knocking doors in the election how fondly he was remembered by the constituency, and it's been wonderful to talk to more long-standing honourable members to find out that he's still as fondly remembered in this place. Madam Deputy Speaker, prior to the election, I spent most of the last decade working with Democrats against dictators around the world. But not all of my predecessors had such a frosty relationship with authoritarians. In 1941, Rudolf Hess bailed out of his Messerschmitt over the fields outside of Eaglesham in my constituency and parachuted to the ground. The Deputy Führer of the Nazi Party was seeking to negotiate with Douglas Hamilton, a former Member of Parliament from East Renfrewshire, who Hess believed, perhaps unfairly, to be a Nazi sympathiser. Hess was swiftly captured by a local farmer at Pitchfork and then taken to Busby Scout Hall, apparently by an inebriated member of the National Guard at Pistol Point, and then taken to the Tower of London along the river that flows outside of here. And time may have passed, but I can tell you my constituents, informed by events in Ukraine and elsewhere, still have as little tolerance for dictators as they did back in the 1940s. Madam Deputy Speaker, my argument today has been that we should think more long-term in this House, but I make it in the knowledge that my own place here will only ever be temporary. And I'll close by saying why I feel that so acutely. My roots are in East Renfrewshire, where I was born and brought up, but my ancestors hail much closer to this chamber. My grandfather was born across the river in Lambeth. He was one of 7 children scattered to different orphanages and foster homes when his parents died. He went to his grave believing that his mother had been taken by consumption, and then his father had succumbed to old wounds from the Great War. But that story was a lie. It was a lie told to a boy to protect him from a horrible truth that was discovered when we researched our family tree. The truth was that my great-grandfather, overwhelmed by grief and overcome by poverty, decided that his children would have a better future without him, that their life would be better if he ended his. So he walked to Lambeth Pier and he threw himself into the freezing water that runs past this Parliament. As the once famous Newton Mearns poet Robert Pollock wrote, "Sorrows remembered sweeten present joy." Because today, if you stand on that place where my great-grandfather's story ended, you can look across to the river where his great-grandson just gave his maiden speech as a Member of Parliament, watched from the gallery by his own children. However long I serve on the banks of this river, I will always have an eye on the water flying by and my mind on the responsibility we have to our children and grandchildren. Thank you.
No doubt it'll do his family very proud, but for me, comfort breaks will never be the same. Maiden speech, Bobby Dean.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I begin by acknowledging and congratulating the Honourable Member for East Renfrewshire on that heartfelt speech. I thought it was very gracious of you as well to say that you're not in the most beautiful of the constituencies. I think you're at least in the top 600 and possibly higher after one or two whiskies. And can I also congratulate the member for Glasgow North on his maiden speech as well. I think the points he makes about engaging with the public and making sure that we restore trust in this place is really, really important. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm not going to speak about Scotland in my maiden speech. I'm going to start by talking about where I came from. And with my parents in the gallery, and I promise to stay grounded, that's the place I want to start. I grew up in a council estate as the eldest of 3 boys. My dad worked long hours as a scaffolder, and my mum worked 2 jobs, one in Burton's by day and one as a cleaner at night. And things weren't always easy. At times got so tough at one point that as a young teenager, I moved into the care of my grandparents. And I found out in recent years that this is called kinship care. It's a pretty formal sounding name, but it's basically where family agree to take on family. I'm very grateful for my nan and pops for helping me back onto the right path, and I know that they would have been very proud of me if they had got to see this day. Of course, it wasn't just family that got me here. I had encouraging teachers, supportive friends, guiding therapists, a campaigning wife, and a totally unreasonable bunch of people called activists who volunteer a silly amount of time to the cause. To all those that have been involved in my messy pathway to now, and especially to the people of Carshalton and Wallington who have put their faith in me, thank you. I am utterly humbled to be here, and I don't take this responsibility lightly. Madam Deputy Speaker, I did plan on describing my constituency of Carshalton and Wallington as a hidden gem, but since I started in this place a few weeks ago, I keep bumping into staff that live there, so clearly it's a popular place. For those that don't know, Carshalton and Wallington is on the South London border with Surrey, or is in Surrey, depending on who you speak to. And I describe it as hidden because despite being a London borough, you won't find us on the tube map. There are no London Underground or London Overground services in our borough, and this is an issue that I will return to at a later date. But it is a gem. I'm not going to say it's the most beautiful, but it is pretty beautiful. It has beautiful ponds, it has many award-winning parks, we have the historic River Wandle, and so many good pubs, it's really difficult to avoid them at the weekend. I would like to take this moment to recognise my predecessor, Elliot Coburn. This House will remember when he bravely spoke out about his own struggles with mental health. I have great respect for his willingness and openness to share his story, and I am certain that his bravery will give courage to others to speak up and seek help too. I would also like to put on the record my recognition for another predecessor, Tom Brake. He served my community of Carshalton and Wallington for over 22 years. He is a true local champion. He is still spoken about so fondly on the doorstep. And this House will probably be aware of his tireless campaigning for St Helier Hospital, and I plan to take up this issue at a later date too. Madam Deputy Speaker, there is much more I would like to share about my constituency over time. Unlike the member for East Renfrewshire, I won't take up that time now because I'm keen to get involved in the debate today as well. I want to start by joining my honourable friend, the member for Richmond Park, in welcoming the thrust of the government's proposals in giving more powers to the Office for Budget Responsibility to scrutinise major fiscal announcements. The inappropriately named mini-budget sent shockwaves across the country. Mortgages soaring, pensions on the brink of collapse, and market confidence damaged so badly that I feel we'll be dealing with the trust issues caused by that disruption for quite some time. Yet the state of our country's finances is not just down to one fiscal event. The populism that infected everything that the last government did was laid bare by the Chancellor yesterday. And I am so angry about the mess that's been left behind. It is always the most vulnerable that suffer the most when the government gets things so drastically wrong. And we must never let such reckless gambles be taken with our country's finances ever again. Now, while I'm optimistic that a fiscal lock will provide the public and markets some reassurance on this, I do hope that the government does not feel locked into one particular model of fiscal management. The key lesson to take from disastrous mini-budget should be not that there's only one way to run the economy, but that whatever choices the government makes, they should be informed by good information and stand up to rigorous analysis. It will be my intention from these benches to encourage the government to take seriously the calls from many respected economists to ensure that fiscal responsibility goes hand in hand with maximising the growth potential of the country over the long term. This is particularly relevant to major capital investments, like the rebuilding of St Helier Hospital in my constituency. Our local NHS trust faces huge costs every year trying to maintain an unfit building. We must not forget that there is a cost to not investing too. And when talking about growth, let us remember that it not only has a rate, but a direction. And this necessarily involves political choices and cannot be left to expert analysis alone. While the OBR can rightly describe what actions will increase growth and by how much, we in this House still have a crucial role to play in selecting what actions will meet all of society's goals. And a purpose-driven industrial strategy, as proposed by the Liberal Democrats, will ensure we deliver the right sort of growth, not least in relation to green industries. The Chancellor is also right to reiterate that the government should not commit to any unfunded spending pledges. But there are many ways to fund the investment in our public services that we so desperately need. And you don't have to increase tax on ordinary workers to do so. If the Chancellor is stuck for ideas, then I would invite her to have a read of the Liberal Democrat manifesto, which includes ideas such as raising capital gains tax and reversing the Tories' cuts for banks. There are fairer ways of raising the revenue we need, and we should look at them seriously. And it's at this point that I turn back up to the gallery, and I have some regret that my maiden speech was on the intricacies of fiscal responsibility. So if you'd indulge me for a moment, before I close, I'd like to make a brief translation by putting my points into footballing terms. Dad, this is mainly for you. The former manager played six up front and got hammered. But that doesn't mean that the new manager has to revert to a defensive five at the back. There are many different styles of play out there, and I think some of them will have bigger rewards. So let's get the balance right and get our country winning again.
No doubt your mum and dad enjoying that up in the gallery. Now, another maiden speech, David Burton Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, for granting me the opportunity to give my maiden speech today, and especially during these first few weeks of this new Labour government. And I welcome you too to your new place. I also thank the Right Honourable Gentleman for Carshalton and Wallington for your maiden speech. Well done. And for my honourable friends for their maiden speeches too. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is truly the honour of my life to stand here today as the first ever Labour MP for Southend West and Lee. I'm excited to take on the challenges ahead, and I'm delighted to represent such a wonderful constituency such as this one. I'd like to start by giving my recognition and thanks to Anna Firth, my predecessor. Anna has been a good constituency MP and should be recognised for her work in standing up for her residents, championing the fight against knife crime, and of course, her private member's pet abduction bill, which she was so passionate about and which gained royal assent just before the dissolution of the last Parliament, a bill which I wholeheartedly support. But of course, it would be remiss of me to stand here today, Madam Deputy Speaker, and not recognise Anna Firth's predecessor, Sir David Amos. For however long my constituents choose to keep me in this place, I'll always be drawn to the shield behind me, remembering Sir David. His murder sent shockwaves not only through this place, but through the whole country. Sir David and I, whilst not agreeing politically, shared many common traits, none more so than our passion for community and the people we serve. I look across this chamber and see the shield dedicated to Joe Cox, again another wonderful MP whose life was cut short too soon. I was honoured to work closely with Joe's sister, my now honourable friend for Spen Valley, as she established the Joe Cox Foundation in her memory. Joe's words of having more in common than that which divides us always holds true for me. It's time for much more civility in politics, And the drive of that civility starts here, with all of us. Southend Western Lee, Madam Deputy Speaker, has a wonderful, diverse community spirit, from Eastwood to St Lawrence, Prittlewell to Westborough, Belfair to Blenheim, and St Luke's residents whom have now just been welcomed into our constituency. So many residents care deeply about their community, but like many others across the country, opportunity and life chances depend on your circumstances. My constituency is home to some of the most beautiful seaside properties. I'm going on that one. It's a beautiful place. However, there are still 12.1% of children living in poverty. Grassroots organisations such as the One Love Project, Trust Links, and the now famous Music Man Project, who recently performed at the Royal Albert Hall with Michael Ball and the band of His Majesty's Royal Marines, do amazing work to help bridge the gap. I'm pleased that with this new Labour government back in the service of our country, we will start the work of bridging the gap of opportunity for all. My constituency has some of the most impressive coastlines. On a sunny day, if you stand, a bit like today, if you stand overlooking the estuary in Leigh-on-Sea or Chalkwell or Westcliff, your imagination could take you away to some exotic clime. And we are blessed to be the 7th most sunniest place in the UK, according to recent data, with 1,884 hours of sunshine a year. Now, there's nothing more tranquil than finding a quiet spot to sit, reflect, and watch the world go by whilst gazing out to sea. From Leigh-on-Sea right up to Shoebury, in my honourable friend's constituency of Southend East and Rochford, we are incredibly fortunate. I'm claiming this. We are incredibly fortunate to have the most amazing places and vistas. We also have a buoyant fishing industry, with many businesses basing themselves in our historic fishing town of Old Leigh, with cockling being particularly popular. Many visitors and residents alike enjoy the delights of some freshly caught seafood from one of our local fisheries. I'm looking forward to working with the Thames Estuary Fishermen's Association, who are part of the Leigh Port Partnership, to ensure that this industry continues to grow and thrive. We're fortunate to have a growing international airport. Many remark on what a wonderful experience it is to fly to and from Southend Airport, and you can often find yourself moving from the plane, bags collected, and into your car or on the train home in less than 15 minutes after landing. Yes, 15 minutes after landing. Try it sometime. Of course, being by the sea, Southend has a popular tourist industry, and with connections from London spread over 2 separate train lines, we're often seen as a seaside magnet for day trippers. We often have several groups and individuals who enjoy cold water swimming, such as the Blue Tits Chill Swimmers, who are determined to get me out for an early morning swim. I just hope that rubber rings and armbands are acceptable. I'm delighted, though, that our government are bringing forward the Water Special Measures Bill, as I know many of my constituents care greatly about the quality of the water in which they bathe. Football clubs are a focal point of any community, and in Southend we are fortunate enough to have Southend United, known locally as the Shrimpers. For some, their football club is a lifeline, giving them the one opportunity to get out of the house at a weekend for the home game. Our club is a community asset, but over recent years, it's been sadly under threat. This insecurity has created much worry in the community. However, just over a week ago, we got the news everyone had been waiting for, as the club has been saved by a consortium of new owners. I'd like to congratulate Councillor Daniel Cowan, the leader of Southend City Council and his council officers, and the COSU Consortium for working with the previous owner to get this complex deal over the line. And of course, thanks go to the dedicated Shrimpers Trust for standing up for their fans. The situation with Southend United, as we have sadly seen with other clubs around the country too, highlights the need for the Football Governance Bill, which I'm pleased to see included as part of the recent King's speech. Madam Deputy Speaker, I have been told many times in my life that I've never achieved my dreams. The boy from a single-parent family, brought up in social housing, the boy who looked different to all the other kids in school and was often harshly reminded of that fact. So often it felt like I was on an uphill struggle. I felt like I was fighting so much harder than those around me to achieve my goals. From being the first person in my family to go to university, building my professional career, and of course, more recently, my political career. I want to thank those mentors that I had in my life who believed in me and who helped me slash through that elusive glass ceiling. You all know who you are. I hope I can now be an example and a mentor to others, and that they will see that anything is possible, no matter who you are. I'd like to finish by paying tribute to my close family and friends who have always had faith in me, especially my husband Mark, who is here today, for his unwavering support for me over the years, and who continues to stand alongside me as we enter this new phase in our lives. I'm immensely proud to represent the 103,000 residents in my constituency, and I'm looking forward to giving them the support they need to live a happier, healthier and fairer life, driven by our mission-led government focused on economic growth. A government who have learned from the mistakes of the past and who will ensure they never happen again. And I welcome the Budget Responsibility Bill and its measures, which will bring greater fiscal accountability and economic stability. My constituents, like so many others, will benefit directly from this government's exciting programme of change, as laid out in the recent King's speech, and I look forward to playing my part in it. Thank you.
Sir David Amos was a mentor of mine. Thank you for mentioning him. He's very sorely missed. Now we go to another maiden speech, Jess Brown-Fuller.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's wonderful to see you take your place in the chair. And a pleasure to follow the Honourable Member for Southend West and Lee, who spoke passionately about his constituency and also about embracing all that we have in common rather than divides us. Also very interesting to hear that you live in the 7th sunniest place. I look forward to coming back to that later in my speech. And it's an honour to address the Chamber as the newly elected Member of Parliament for the beautiful Chichester constituency. The constituency has undergone some boundary changes in this general election, and so I would like to start by thanking the 2 predecessors who represented the residents that I now serve. Firstly, Gillian Keegan was the MP for Chichester since 2017 and was the first female MP to represent the constituency. She served as Secretary of State for Education and proudly championed apprenticeships and the opportunity that her own apprenticeship afforded her after growing up in Knowlesley in Liverpool and leaving school at 16. She was well liked by the Conservative Party and across the House, and although our politics are different, I wish her well in her future endeavours. I would also like to pay tribute to Nick Gibb, the member for Bognor Regis and Littlehampton from 1997. Both Bursted and Pagham residents mentioned to me on the doorsteps during the last few months that he was a popular MP that had served his constituents well, which no doubt added to their frustration when they realised they were moving to be part of the Chichester constituency when their hearts belonged with Bognor Regis. So I'd like to take this opportunity to reassure those residents that my love for the area that I've grown up in knows no bounds, and from Bursted to Bosham, Selsey to Southbourne, Westbourne to the Witterings, Fishbourne to Funtington, and all the other areas that didn't fit within my poor attempt at alliteration, I will champion you all. Madam Deputy Speaker, today is the final day in the chamber before recess, and although I have no doubt that MPs will be rushing back to their own constituencies to spend every possible moment there, if they do manage to steal away for a long weekend, then I relish the opportunity to be a tour guide for a brief moment and tell you why a weekend in Chichester is a weekend well spent. Although my honourable friend, the member for Eastbourne, has already laid claim to the glory of having the sunniest town in the UK, Chichester boasts the high accolade of being the sunniest city, with just under 2,000 hours of sunshine a year. This is not the only way that this glorious city punches above its weight. You certainly won't be short of things to do, with beautiful coastline, sailing opportunities at Bosham, Delkey, Itchenor and Birdham, and the sandy beach of West Wittering, as well as a plethora of cultural offerings, from the internationally renowned regional theatre, Chichester Festival Theatre, the Pallant House and Oxmarket Galleries, the Novium Museum and Fishbourne Roman Palace, and even a spot of racing, both cars and horses, at the Goodwood Racecourse. An afternoon can be easily spent soaking up the history of the city surrounded in Roman walls, or surrounded in nature at Pagham Harbour, Medmery Reserve, or following the River Lavant, a precious chalk stream. I would also not be forgiven, especially by the head of department, if I didn't mention the excellent University of Chichester that I had the pleasure of obtaining my degree from. We're also the birthplace of notable figures such as the astronaut Tim Peake and the singer-songwriter Tom Odell, and we're home to Kate Winslet and authors Greg and Kate Moss. You can understand, Madam Deputy Speaker, why my very special constituency is a desirable location for those looking to relocate to an area with so much to offer. But with the majority of the district sitting within the South Downs National Park, 100% of the housing allocation is built in only 20% of the land, with a lack of infrastructure surrounding these developments, with residents reporting a real struggle to get a doctor's appointment, sign up with an NHS dentist, find school places for their children that can meet their needs, or simply travel from A to B through the traffic on the A27. As a low-lying coastal plain, many communities are also subjected to relentless flooding after developments on floodplains and a lack of maintenance on the Rife. I am sure those in the chamber will also appreciate how important the water quality is to so many industries in my constituency. These include tourism, fishing, water sports and sailing. Therefore, it pains me to say that some of the most active storm overflows are in my constituency. And Chichester Harbour, which is a site of special scientific interest, has been downgraded to an unfavourable declining condition. The River Lavant has warning signs along the bed, encouraging residents and visitors to wash their hands if they come into contact with our water. And those that enjoy swimming in our water are weighing up the health benefits of cold water swimming against how regularly they become ill from doing so. Trust in our water companies and the water regulator is at an all-time low, and the Liberal Democrats have called for measures to address the issue that is a blight on constituencies like mine. The average house price in Chichester, Madam Deputy Speaker, is an eye-watering £455,000. And residents regularly express dismay at their increasing rents and mortgages after the disastrous mini-budget, trying to make progress in their lives and being pulled back under the immense strain of increasing cost pressures. I welcome the bill today that commits to responsible economic governance to go towards ensuring that what we saw in the last Parliament never happens again. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would like to pay tribute to those that supported me to be here, standing in the chamber, addressing my colleagues. I'd like to thank my wonderful husband, Dean, my son, Oliver, and my daughter, Bethany, for their understanding and support, which has spanned far longer than this campaign. They are my inspiration, and I'm fighting for their future as well as every child's future in this country. I'd also like to thank my mum. I'm not going to look at her. I just realised I can't look at her. Who joins us in the gallery, who had been so looking forward to retiring in May this year, only to be thrust days later into a general election campaign, knocking on doors with me, delivering leaflets and being my childcare. Fully behind me, trying to achieve the unachievable. Because Chichester has had a Conservative MP since 1868, except for a brief spell in 1923 when it flirted with liberalism for just 12 months. On July the 4th, residents went to the polling stations and voted for change. Whether they were traditional Conservative voters or whether they were Labour and Green voters lending me their support. We made political history that night. I recognise the weight of responsibility on my shoulders to do every single one of those people proud and represent the area that I have had the pleasure of growing up in. It is a privilege and an honour, and I will fight for my special patch of our country every day. Thank you.
Well done. Maiden speech, Andrew Pace.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a privilege to make my maiden speech with you in the Speaker's chair. And thank you for giving me this opportunity. And to be able to follow such wonderful maiden speeches, particularly those by my honourable friend, honourable member for Chichester, I'd like to pay tribute to her and her mother. I'd also like to pay tribute to some of the other, to follow the first ever Labour MP for Southend West and Lee, and to pay tribute to my good friend from East Renfrewshire for bowing out of the competition with Peterborough over which is the most beautiful constituency between us. I can think of no more important debate to be speaking in my maiden speech than one which is about securing our economic stability in order for my city and this country to flourish. As the gateway to the Fens, the home of food and farming, Peterborough is willing to play its part in rebuilding our country. Madam Deputy Speaker, it turns out I am the 5th MP for Peterborough in 7 years. We had 3 in 2019 alone. So I hope to bring some of the much heralded stability that the front bench talks about on this side to the tenure of being a local MP. And I pay tribute to my predecessors, all of whom have cared deeply about our city and worked hard to be a voice for our needs on the national stage. It turns out I also have some illustrious predecessors, and I feel I may be letting down my constituents. It's fitting during the Olympics to pay tribute to David Cecil, who entered Parliament having won a gold medal already at the 1928 Olympics. I look forward to talking about my egg and spoon race at school. I'd also like to thank my immediate predecessor, Paul Bristow, and his staff for the incredible hard work they paid looking after residents in need in our city. I'm proud to be part of the largest intake of cooperative MPs in Parliament's history. Cooperative and community values run deep in Peterborough. I am the second Labour and cooperative MP to serve our city, the first being my predecessor, Stanley Tiffany, who was elected in another significant change election in 1945. I noted that Tiffany's first question in the House of Commons in August 1945 was on affordable and rural housing to the then Minister of Health and Housing, Nye Bevan. The answer was that housing was a priority for the incoming Labour government of 1945. 80 years later, that challenge remained, and I am pleased to see affordable housing will be one of the priorities of this Labour government coming into power in 2024. Tiffany's roots are in the Peterborough and District Cooperative Society, and I'm incredibly proud to have been elected alongside colleagues on this side of the House on a pledge to double the size of the cooperative economy, a pledge Tiffany could be proud of. Just a few weeks ago, I met staff at the co-op store in Peterborough to hear about the rise in shoplifting and the abuse too many of them face. Madam Deputy Speaker, abuse should never be part of the job, and I would like to put on record my thanks to retail workers in Peterborough and around the country who serve us every day. Yeah. And I give this pledge to work tirelessly with my good friends in the cooperative movement, the trade unions and in this House to give retail workers the dignity and protection at work they need. We're also home to the wonderful English Mustard Growers Cooperative, which was formed in 2009 to keep mustard production alive in the UK after the disastrous harvest of 2007. To many of you here, you will know our crop as Coleman's mustard. Today there are over 40 growing members, including our very own Michael Sly, based at Park Farm in Forney. Madam Deputy Speaker, in Peterborough, we really do cut the mustard. Peterborough has welcomed people from across the country and world for generations as a city, even more so when we became a new town. I am one of those people who have chosen to make Peterborough my home. The new town promise of a decent home, a good job, and a great place to live remain as important today as ever. It is a promise that was frayed over the last 14 years. Peterborough is a working city with a rich history. We work hard, care for our community, and love our country. We are deeply rooted in the industrial heritage of food, farming, and engineering. We are home to a breathtaking cathedral, majestic mosques, an urban landscape surrounded by the fens and poet John Clare's country. We exemplify Clare's words. I found the poems in the fields and only wrote them down. We are at the heart of sugar beet country, home of British sugar. We show how urban and rural can live successfully side by side. We have a rich history and a bright future for food and farming. And I'd like to thank the farming community and my good friends in the National Farmers Union for their advice and friendship. I will always, in my time in this House, be a champion for food security and how we grow more food in this country. We draw on our engineering heritage in Perkins Engines, Caterpillar and Peter Brotherhood, and can use that heritage to create new high-skilled jobs and apprenticeships for the future. We are home to a new and growing university campus in ARU Peterborough and a new centre for green technology at Peterborough College, working to transition blue-collar to green-collar opportunities in hydrogen, electric vehicles and sustainable construction. We bring a rich diversity of communities and languages and traditions, from the Italians who arrived after the Second World War, Eastern Europeans, and a large Kashmiri and Pakistani community. And visiting Azad Kashmir last year with friends from Peterborough remains a highlight of my life. The beauty of that land and its people impress upon me the need to speak up on Kashmir in this House. But we also face challenges. Nearly half of the children in my constituency are growing up in poverty. In some areas, it is even more. For working class parents like mine, the promise was that by working hard, your children could get on. Madam Deputy Speaker, the greatest nobility I have known is working class pride. The pride in good work, in seeing your children succeed, in the ability to get on in life. That social contract has been broken and we are all the poorer for it. So I'd like to put on my record the love and gratitude for my parents for instilling in me that pride and for pushing me to do more. I believe they are watching on telly today, unless I think I'm up against Tom Daley and the diving. I'd also like to thank the trade union movement I've grown up in and been part of for my whole life, for giving me the skills, opportunities and confidence to stand for election and now to stand here in this House making this speech. I have had the immense privilege these last few years to serve as Deputy General Secretary of Prospect and Bectu and to serve internationally as one of the trade union delegates to the OECD's AI expert panel, adding my voice on international issues. The trade union movement makes Britain a better place. The thousands of voluntary contributions of workplace volunteers every single day keep people safe at work, help people get on at work, and add to our economic wealth. I am proud to be union made. And I'd like to finish with this point. One of the things that drove me to stand for election this time was the sad passing of my brother in 2016. Richard's sudden passing from an accident followed by sepsis was tragic, but it also brought home to me this, that my family were only able to get through it with the help and care of NHS staff who looked after my brother and my family. Now, sepsis is something this House has learnt more about recently due to the bravery of the former member for South Thanet, and I pay tribute to him. The NHS and our public servants are the best of us, and I give this commitment in the House today that I will use whatever time I have in this place to champion the NHS, but also to champion awareness over the dangers and terrors of sepsis and what it does to people and their families. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, Peterborough stands ready to play our part in rebuilding our country. We have drive, dedication and purpose, And with a government on our side, we look forward to driving opportunities in Peterborough and around the country.
Yeah. I look forward to seeing his campaigns on behalf of his brother Richard. Another maiden speech, we now have Joshua Reynolds.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's an honour to be called to make my maiden speech as a Member of Parliament for Maidenhead, a place I've always been proud to call home. And I'd like to recognise the Honourable Member for Peterborough for his fantastic maiden speech. It's clear from his speech his passion for his constituency, and I know he will be a fantastic representative of them. Next time I'm putting mustard on one of my ham sandwiches, I will be thinking of him and his constituency. Maybe not of the pun that he put in as well. As a new MP, Madam Deputy Speaker, I was sent a very early email by the fantastic team at the House of Commons Library with maiden speeches from my predecessors to get an idea about what I may like to say. But considering my constituency Maidenhead has only had one MP prior to myself since 1997, there wasn't a lot for me to go off. I must therefore start by paying tribute to that predecessor, Theresa May, who represented the Maidenhead constituency for 27 years. During her time on the front benches and in number 10, she made sure that she put Maidenhead first, once famously having spent a week of late nights in the EU having negotiations, only to get straight off the plane in London and heading for a school carol concert in the town centre. Although I disagree with her on many things, her dedication to the people of Maidenhead is something that I admire and hope to emulate. Hers are big and often very much reported by the media shoes to fill. Unlike my namesake, Sir Joshua Reynolds, I cannot paint to save my life. But fortunately for me and for my constituents, the village of Cookham in my constituency has given us Stanley Spencer. His work memorialised in the Stanley Spencer Gallery on the High Street. We're lucky to still have a thriving art scene around Maidenhead and around all of our villages. Madam Deputy Speaker, Maidenhead is a special place. It has a rich history. It's where Charles I met his children for the last time in the Greyhound Inn, now home to NatWest, before his execution in 1649. Fortunately, should visitors to Maidenhead today want to come to see us, they would discover a fantastic array of places to eat. The village of Bray in the constituency has no less than 7 Michelin stars to its name. But to find fantastic food in Maidenhead, you don't need to go to a restaurant that's been approved by the Michelin Man. You can go to Baked, Tomo, Sauce and Flour, The Borough and Seasonality, all some of the fantastic places that Maidenhead has to offer. And any time you fancy a trip down the Elizabeth line, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm more than welcome to take you to any of them. Part of Maidenhead's history has always been for the bridge over the Thames, and soon after the first bridge was put up in 1280, the town started to build. The current incarnation of Maidenhead Bridge has been standing since the mid-1800s. The toll on Maidenhead Bridge was removed on the night of the 31st of October 1903, in a move that, had it been done today, probably wouldn't have been worthy of attention from the Office of Budget Responsibilities. However, it was so significant to residents of Maidenhead that they gathered by the bridge, and as the clock struck midnight, they took the tolls down and threw them into the river. Another part of our history, famous for bridges, is the Brunel-designed Maidenhead Railway Bridge, otherwise known as the Sounding Arch, opened in 1839, attracting significant attention for its innovative, low-rise arch design. Now, sceptical bosses at Great Western Railway insisted that he leave the scaffolding in place because they didn't believe it to be safe. Rumour has it, though, that Brunel complied with their request. Knowing it wasn't actually necessary, he decided not to attach the scaffolding to the bridge. Now, sure enough, the wooden structure was soon blown away by a storm, and Brunel's bridge has stood the test of time ever since. Maidenhead was also home to the late Sir Nicholas Winton, who's remembered in the Nicholas Winton Memorial Gardens in Open Grove Park and on a statue at Platform 3 of Maidenhead Station. Sir Nicholas, dubbed by the press as the British Schindler, helped to save the lives of 669 children who were evacuated from Czechoslovakia to Britain as part of the Kindertransport in 1939. Sir Nicholas left us in 2015, having reached the grand age of 106. But his life and legacy as one of the great humanitarians is remembered in the town. It's fair to say, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the Palace of Westminster is slightly larger than Maidenhead Town Hall, where I was recently a Cabinet Member for Communities and Leisure, However, what the town hall lacks in its grandeur, statues and stained glass windows, it makes up for in its television claim to fame. I am, of course, talking about the fact that it was used as a location for Carry On Doctor. I often saw, when I was working in the town hall, an excited fan run up to the building to take photos, only then to look slightly disappointed, knowing they travelled so far to see a 1960s office block. Last but not least on today's Maiden History Tour, we cannot fail to mention that the Spice Girls once famously shared a house in Maidenhead before they burst onto the music scene in 1996. I say that even if it was 3 years before I was born. Now, Maidenhead is so much more than just the town of Maidenhead itself. I've already mentioned Cookham, which has been part of the constituency since it was established in 1997. And I've mentioned Bray, which moved into Maidenhead from the Windsor constituency, bringing those Michelin stars along with it. But it's also home to Binfield, Warfield and Winkfield, which moved into the constituency at this election. They may be the newest parts of the constituency, but they are just as important as the rest of it. And I look forward to spending time in each of them over the next few weeks as we head into recess. Madam Deputy Speaker, I must pay tribute to Maidenhead's fantastic primary and secondary schools. They work to give pupils from all walks of life and all abilities the best start that they can have. And I'm hugely grateful for my teachers in Alwyn, Courthouse and Firs Platt Senior School for the work they gave me and the help. Without it, I wouldn't be here in this house today speaking to you. It would be remiss of me, however, not to talk about the challenges that we face locally. Significant number of residents in my community live in poverty. Homelessness is on the rise, along with the reliance on food banks. And our local baby bank, founded by local residents Rebecca and Councillor Amy Teasey, are seeing increased demand for their services. We must take action on fuel poverty, extending free school meals, and restoring the basic standard of living that vulnerable residents need the most. Health services are patchy in Maidenhead, with GP surgeries under phenomenal pressure and the nearest general hospital being over in Slough. I'm determined to see the walk-in centre reopened at St Mark's Hospital after it was closed down as a temporary measure at the beginning of COVID lockdown. I want to see the site expanded to cope with all of the new homes and developments that are being built and proposed for the area. My promise to residents is that I will not let up in my efforts to close the health gap in Maidenhead. Maidenhead is a beautiful constituency, but if we are not careful, its waterways, from Binfield Cut in the south to the Thames in the north, will become open sewers. And I've pledged to residents in Cookham, Hurley, the Walthams, Bray, Binfield, Warfield, Winkfield and North Ascot that I will fight tirelessly to clean up their rivers. And I look forward to working with every single one of my colleagues in this house over the next few years to help make that happen. Thank you.
Maiden speech, James Asser.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for calling me to make my maiden speech, and may I congratulate you on your election. Can I also congratulate all those who have spoken for the first time today and over the last 2 weeks. The speeches we have heard have been an incredible guide to the UK and should make us all proud of the country we collectively represent. I can offer my congratulations to the Honourable Member for Maidenhead on his contribution and wish him well in his time in the House. And so as an MP at the other end of the Elizabeth line and a Carry On fan, I accept his invitation to dinner. Could I pay a tribute first to my two immediate predecessors? Firstly, Sir Stephen Timms, the Right Honourable Member for East Ham, now representing a smaller version of that seat. He marks 30 years as an MP this year, and I know that he is well respected in this House. He is a well-known figure to local people and is recognised as a diligent constituency MP. Indeed, canvassing the areas I gained from him, the most common question was, where's Stephen? As a former councillor in his constituency, I want to thank him for his support. I also follow on from Lynn Brown, who retired at the election after 19 years' service in this House and an impressive 36 years total elected service to the Borough of Newham. I know Lynn made a big impact in Parliament and leaves a strong legacy. I want to thank her for all her support in the last few years, and especially during the election. Her support and advice have been invaluable, and I know that supporting other members is part of her record in this place. West Ham and Beckton has a long history, but this is a new seat, made up of the southern half of the old West Ham and the Beckton and Dock areas of the larger East Ham seat. The area has had multiple constituencies over the years, including at one point Ernest Bevan's old South London seat of Woolwich East, which took in North Woolwich, the part of Kent that is north of the Thames, a curious but often forgotten bit of history with a completely baffling county border. Others who have represented parts of this area in recent times include Jim Fitzpatrick and the irrepressible Tony Banks. But the first Labour MP to represent here was the original Keir Hardie, founding father of the Labour Party, who was first elected to Parliament in West Ham South in 1892. In 1906, Will Thorne, the founder of the union that is today's GMB, which was founded in Canning Town in the heart of my constituency, was elected for the same seat. When Will Thorne was elected, there were just 29 Labour MPs. Things have moved on somewhat since then, but in fact I'm now told there are more MPs who are members of the GMB than there are MPs who are members of the Conservative Party. I thank them for demonstrating it so beautifully this afternoon. I say this not to be controversial, Madam Deputy Speaker, but mainly to drum up some canvassing support in the next election. It is a big legacy to take on because West Ham and Beckton has been at the heart of the Labour movement's history for over a century. It is also at the heart of this country's economic history. It contains the Royal Docks, which was the centre of much of the country's shipping and trade until their decline and closure in the early 1980s. And the area was also a hub for manufacturing and infrastructure, much of which, but not all, has since gone. Beckton Gasworks may now be primarily remembered for its spoil heap that became Beckton Alps and its one-time ski slope opened by Princess Diana, or as a film location for many movies and music videos, most notably Full Metal Jacket. Beckton is, however, still the site of Europe's largest sewage treatment plant. He's not here anymore, but I'm hoping that might reassure the member for East Renfrewshire a little bit. It was a key part of Bazalgette's work to clean up London in the Victorian era, and today is part of the Thames Tideway Tunnel. Sadly, river pollution is still a topical issue 2 centuries on, as so eloquently outlined by the Honourable Member for Chichester. And whilst many industries have gone, shipbuilding at Harland and Wolff and the Thames Ironworks is just a memory, although the local football team, the Ironworks, started in West Ham, is doing all right. Some traditional industries, including Britvic and Tate and Lyle, are still big local factories at the heart of the community. But it is also a key element of London's economic future. The ExCeL Exhibition Centre brings in 4 million visitors every year. London City Airport is London's most central airport and important to the City of London. We're also the new home for London City Hall and have London's only enterprise zone, which aims to create 35,000 new jobs and tens of thousands of new homes on brownfield sites. Education is also thriving, including the University of East London and the London Design and Engineering University Technical College. Locally, we like to celebrate our heritage, and we'll find many parks, buildings and roads named after local heroes, from the arts and sport through to politics and public life, such as local boxers and footballers to the speedway stars of the 30s, 40s and 50s who used to thrill on the racetrack at the old West Ham Stadium in Custom House, and to figures like local factory worker and suffragette leader Minnie Baldock, who founded the first London branch of the Women's Social and Political Union. Historic events in London's history too. The meeting in 1931 of Mahatma Gandhi and Charlie Chaplin is marked by the Gandhi-Chaplin Memorial Garden on the site where the house once stood. Most recently, to mark the move of City Hall, we honoured Sri Lankan First World War veteran and pioneering race relations campaigner Kamal Chunchi, who fought for better lives for the local black and Asian community, and in 1926 founded the Coloured Men's Institute, where City Hall now stands, to further that aim. And he speaks to the diversity of my constituency. We are one of the most diverse places in the country, with communities from every part of the world working and living alongside one another. It's what makes the area such a great place to live and to represent, and each community that arrives adds to the mix, but also joins those long-standing East London traditions of hard work, community spirit and plain speaking. Kamal Chunchi also reminds us that while much focus is placed on the changes that have happened since 1945, there has been diversity much longer. In the 1920s, Canning Town had the largest black community in London. Migration has been a fact of East London life for centuries. German immigration into East London in the Victorian era is part of my own family history. The debate around those who choose to make the UK their home is frequently too narrow and too often driven by populist voices. We forget our history at our peril, but East London is a testament to its vibrancy. Madam Deputy Speaker, My constituents do not lack ambition or aspiration or talent. They have it in inspirational quantities, but too often they lack opportunity. Poverty is a real issue and in recent years has become much worse. Locally, we have seen children going to events in the hope of getting food because they are hungry. Parents sleeping in shifts on mattresses on the floor because there is not enough room for the whole family to have beds. Children forced to do their homework in the bathroom because there is no other space for them to do it. This government was elected on a mandate for change. For many of my constituents, that is not an aspiration, it is a necessity. My early Labour predecessors were sent here to represent those who had no voice, those that needed to be lifted out of poverty, those that deserved a better life. I am under no illusion that over a century on, that demand is still real, and I have been sent here to support change and fight to improve lives. It is my great regret that my father is no longer alive to see me elected. It would have meant a lot to him. His advice to me was to make sure you always do your best because no one can ask more of you. In my election acceptance speech, I promised my best to my constituents. I repeat that promise today. I will do my very best I can for everyone in West Ham and Beckton, and I will give my best to this House too. I believe that together we can achieve the absolute best for our country and for the people of my constituency. Madam Deputy Speaker, the people of West Ham and Beckton deserve no less.
Maiden speech, Clinos Medi. Diolch yn fawr, Madam Deputy Speaker. Before I begin, I'd like to extend my deepest condolence on behalf of Plaid Cymru to all the families affected by the horrific attack on innocent children in Southport. And can I congratulate the Honourable Member for West Ham and Beckton and his maiden speech, and I think he has some similarities to my constituency as well. Hard work, community spirit and plain speaking will get along well. It is an honour to deliver my maiden speech today. I am deeply humbled that the people of Ynys Môn, my home island that I love so dearly, have put their faith in me as their MP. I will work hard to be worthy of that trust. Ynys Môn is known for its political unpredictability. We've been represented by 4 different parties since 1950s, making elections here quite a spectacle. A treat for political anoraks, but nerve-wracking for candidates. The people of Ynys Môn keep their representatives on their toes, and I thank them for this. It reminds me that in every decision and every debate, they come first. Reflecting on my constituency's rich political history, I want to first mention Megan Lloyd-George, the first female MP for a Welsh constituency and a pioneer for women in politics. She served Ynys Môn as a Liberal and an advocate of Home Rule for Wales. Her legacy paved the way for greater female representation in this House. She was followed by Labour's Cledwyn Hughes. 28 years parliamentary career included a tenure of the Welsh Office, during which the Welsh Language Act reached the statute books in 1967. That was a significant milestone in the history of our language. He was followed by Conservative Keith Best until 1987, when Ynys Môn made history by electing their first ever Plaid Cymru MP. I owe Ian Wyn-Jones a huge debt of gratitude. I am honoured to follow his footsteps, whose legacy remains unmatched. I thank him for his continued support and guidance. Labour's Albert Owen took the reins in 2001. Albert served our island diligently for 18 years, always ready to work across party lines to serve the people of Ynys Môn. And the constituency turned blue again in 2019. I pay tribute to Virginia Crosby, whose work ethic I greatly admire. Now, Ynys Môn is Plaid Cymru green again. It was yet again very close, 637 votes. Yes, Ynys Môn is the gift that keeps on giving on election night. But I am very aware of how that nail-biting close result makes it my duty to work even harder to earn the trust of the people in all communities on Ynys Môn, whether they voted for me or another party or even chose not to vote. The topic of today's debate, budget responsibility, offers me an opportunity to reflect on my professional background.
From 2017 until my recent election, I was the leader of Ynys County Council. During this time, I witnessed firsthand the human consequences of austerity measures imposed by successive governments. These decisions forced us to make cuts to essential services, decisions made not by choice, but by necessity, due to the reckless fiscal policies set here in Westminster. I recognise the important principles behind this bill, that of budget responsibility. It is a sensible step to ensure that the government's plans are independently assessed by the Office for Budget Responsibility before implementation. This oversight is important to prevent the kind of fiscal mismanagement that led to the previous government's disastrous mini-budget, which included the largest package of tax cuts in 50 years, without any efforts to make the public finance numbers add up. Such a situation must never be allowed to occur again. However, I have a niggling concern that this government might use that chaos of its predecessors as an excuse to shy away from taking bold economic decisions. Child poverty in Ynys stands at a staggering 35%. We need bold measures, such as abolishing the two-child cap on benefits and making real investment in our services and infrastructure to tackle the pressing issues. I fear that tinkering around the edges won't be enough to drive growth in our economy. We need real investments to attract well-paid jobs and bring some dynamism back into our economy. We saw just today the Secretary of State of Wales refuse to commit to the electrification of the North Wales main line. We recognise the fiscal difficulties facing the government, but investment in the economy should not simply be seen as a cost to be cut. So, I urge the government not to let the shock of the mini-budget deter them from making the necessary investments in our communities. As council leader, I saw how the previous Conservative government undermined our plans for the Wilfa nuclear site. We had plans to create high-quality, long-term jobs and build skills and supply chain opportunities. Our efforts also focused on ensuring that any development would respect our island's unique environment, culture and the Welsh language. Sadly, the Conservative government pulled the plug in 2019. Now, more than ever, we need clarity and commitment from the new government. Like many areas, Ynys is bleeding young people who leave in search of better opportunities. We need high-skilled, well-paid jobs to sustain our communities and to ensure they flourish. My journey into politics is not typical. As a farmer's daughter, I grew up understanding the value of hard work, watching my father, a first-generation farmer, establish a farm alongside my mother. I left school at 16 and undertook a care course, and by the age of 18, I was working as a carer in our care homes. I've been a carer, a teaching assistant, a youth worker. I've had several roles, including selling eggs and milk recording on milk farms. In 2013, I entered politics, standing as a county councillor, and like many women, I initially lacked the confidence to step forward, and I was forced into it. But by 2015, I had become the leader of the opposition, and in 2017, I became the first female leader of Ynys Council. My personal journey has not been typical either, and in 2015, I found myself homeless with my 2 children. It was tough, but now I am the MP for Ynys The most important lessons from my experience is to inspire other women, to believe if she can do it, I can do it. I aim to bring women along on this journey, regardless of their starting point. I will always be filled with pride when women come up to me to say, "Thank you. I've gone for it because of you." I'm not here for myself. I want people in Ynys who might have also been through a tough time to see my work here and be inspired to put themselves forward. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, Ynys is known as Gwlad y Medra, which translates to the land of the can-do. This attitude has always guided my approach to politics, and I will continue to do so in my work here. I look forward to cracking on with the job. I will work with colleagues across this House with a can-do attitude to secure a brighter future for the people of Ynys Môn. And I'd like to thank my two children, Echi and Tom, for their continued support to make sure that their mother is stood here as the MP for Ynys Môn. Diolch yn fawr iawn.
Maiden speech, Rosie Whiting.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I congratulate you on your elevation. It's a privilege to follow such amazing maiden speeches this afternoon. From Ynys Môn, sorry if I mispronounced that, but yeah, I admire you for taking women along this journey with you. For Maidenhead, I had the privilege of meeting you last week. It's an honour to share this House with other young members on both sides. And for West Ham and Beckton, who's left? Oh no, here, sorry. I share your concern about the pollution in our rivers, and I thank you for bringing that to this House. Nothing prepares you for the pride you feel representing the area that you were born and raised in, and in the pride I feel in addressing this House as a member for Kettering, or if you're not from there, Kettering. I want to pay tribute to my predecessor, Philip Hollowbone. Philip was a prestigious parliamentarian. He attended this House as often as possible and spoke here frequently, raising issues of concern that the people of Kettering have. And despite our political differences, Philip has shown me kindness in recent weeks. In the lines of Phillips that have represented Kettering, I also want to thank Phil Salford, Kettering's last Labour member, who made his maiden speech in this House on the 28th of July 1997, coincidentally also the day I was born. Phil's impact as a Labour MP in Kettering was evident throughout this campaign, with countless doors referencing his work. I owe a continued debt of gratitude to the Salford family. Andy Salford, the former member for Corby and East North Vance, which has now partly moved into the Kettering constituency, with Little Stanyon and Cottingham and Middleton, played a crucial role in this campaign. During the time in this House, he ensured that North Northamptonshire's voice was heard, and he provided me with guidance and an unwavering belief from the outset that we could bring the necessary change for Kettering. The Kettering constituency is located in the heart of England, even though I'm not sure it's as sunny as some of the other members here. It's home to natural beauty, from the Weekley Hall Wood to the River Nen, and the people of Kettering have achieved amazing things, such as establishing Johnny's Happy Place, a local wellbeing cafe, hosting a cheerleading team that's won world titles, and we even have James Acaster. Kettering is proud of its stamp on history. The town played a significant role in the abolitionist movement, particularly through the efforts of William Knibb, an influential critic on slavery. Additionally, Kettering has a rich arts heritage with notable figures such as novelist J.L. Carr and painter Alfred East. And the constituents of Kettering are pleased and grateful for the contributions of Dame Sarah Gilbert, a scientist born in Kettering who played a key role in developing the first vaccine during the pandemic. Kettering is known for its industrial links to shoe and boot manufacturing, so it's no wonder that I went on to have a career in the fashion industry. The semi-rural areas of the urban town of Kettering, alongside smaller towns of Rothwell, which is more commonly known as Roll, Desborough, which is known for its cooperative heritage and is home to the last shoe and boot manufacturer Cheney's, while Burton Latimer is where Weetabix are made, and you can often smell the scent of Weetabix through the air. My own village, Geddington, is famous for its historic Queen Eleanor Cross and its strong sense of community. We have unique communities across the towns and villages in the constituency. You may not have been to Kettering, but you most likely have sat on a swing made by Whitseed Park, and additionally this side of the house has almost certainly distributed leaflets that were printed in the constituency in recent months. Growing up in Kettering had its challenges despite all the good things it offered. and I was raised in a single-parent family. My mum, who's a local youth worker, made significant sacrifices to demonstrate to me and my brother Joe that despite the odds being against me at times, I could still strive for great things if I wanted to. Today, I come into this chamber as the youngest woman here, a young woman who hasn't come from privilege, and the first woman to represent Kettering. During the last government, my generation faced significant hardships. There's a lot of talk about Gen Z, but many in my generation have had challenging experiences such as education being moved to our living rooms, growing up on social media and experiences the dark places it can be, especially during the campaign, fear of a climate crisis that could be happening in our lifetime, renting in insecure housing with the idea of home ownership only being a distant dream, and trying to build a career in the midst of a cost of living crisis. And it is this that has led to my generation's trust in politicians being so low. So I'm here today, having campaigned and joined the Labour Party because I believe in the upcoming change, not just for my generation, but all generations. And in my constituency, the need for change couldn't be more apparent. The maternity ward of Kettering General Hospital, where I was born at 8 weeks early and cared for as a premature baby, now has RAC, and a floor is closed off. And after unfunded promises of a new hospital from the previous government, I will fight for the people of Kettering to get the healthcare that they deserve. Kettering currently has the highest crime rates in Northamptonshire. Predominantly violent and sexual offences are reported, but with Labour, we can see a shift to community policing and increased support for youth services to prevent young people from taking part in county line gangs. And I know that every day in my constituency, people are struggling with the cost of living crisis. And that is why this bill is so important, and we must work to get that stable economy and lower energy bills with the launch of Great British Energy. I will never forget the trust that the people across the Kettering constituency has put in me. Kettering, a community with vast potential, requires a supportive government to achieve incredible things, and that's what it now has. Thank you for the warm welcome, Madam Deputy Speaker, from the House staff and MPs from both sides. I intend to work hard here in Parliament and in my constituency for all the residents of the towns and villages. I look forward to the honour of representing Kettering in the years ahead.
She may be the youngest woman here, but she definitely packs a punch. Now for members, please refrain from using you or your, because you're talking through the chair and I don't think you mean me. So, Jim Challen, over to you.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it is indeed a pleasure to follow the Honourable Lady for Kettering. I wish her well in the new role. She brings the youth with her for but also brings I think the experience of how life is as well, and that's important when it comes to representing people here. Lovely to see you in your place, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I wish you well in the new role that you play. Well done. I think we've been incredibly blessed today with all the speeches, the maiden speeches we've heard. Each one has brought their talents, their skills, quite clearly their love of their constituency, and I believe that we're all greatly encouraged. I think, I said it to my old friend to my left-hand side here, that what I think we have today from the speeches we've been able to experience, we've seen MPs who will bring lots to this chamber when the debates, whether they're in DWP, when they're in roads, whether they're in farming, fishing, bigger issues across the world, human rights, whatever it may be, each MP will bring their expertise and their point of view, which will enrich this House and will encourage us. So I'm very, very pleased to have heard, and it's a real pleasure for me and a privilege for me to be able to sit in and hear some of those. Can I commend the Honourable Lady for Ms Maughan? I love her, that wee thing at the end. She said, can-do attitude. Wow, every one of us can do in this House. The Honourable Lady has told us to can do. I think we can do from now on, and I look forward to working with everyone with things that we can agree on. The issue for many of us in this House is not the differences. I suppose maybe I'm probably look at things in a slightly different way. I don't often see the politics, I see the person. And I think if we do that, I think that we can see the goodness that we all can bring to the debates here. So I'm very pleased to you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for allowing me the opportunity to speak on this bill today very quickly and not take too long. I was pleased to see this additional break or fiscal lock being applied, as it is clear that government should take cognizance of high-level support and opinion. And this bill, I believe, will secure just that. So I think the Minister and the Labour government are bringing forward something with the best reasons for doing it, and I welcome that, and I'm very pleased to see it. However, I do believe that advice should be considered. It's the role of government to do what is right with a total vision for the country. And we must always ensure that the decisions are made in this House by elected representatives and not by unelected members behind closed doors. I know that our Minister, my Minister, will be aware of the need to strike the balance between taking reasoned opinion and taking instruction. And I know that the Minister who is here today will very clearly take that on board. He's always been reasoned in his way when he brings the things to this House, and will not be found wanting today when it comes to bringing his reasoned opinion at the end. I firmly believe in the need for the OBR opinion, and the reason for this is clear when we look at the political motivation which seeks to force government to spend. I give this example from Northern Ireland, to spend over £300 million on Casement Park in Northern Ireland, which will obviously necessitate, or could necessitate, increased tax measures, as there is nowhere in the budget which will allow this to be allocated. I'm hopeful that the government will not pursue this. But it's certainly one of my things that I want to put on record. I absolutely welcome, and I said this yesterday whenever the Chancellor made her comment, the news that junior doctors will receive their much needed pay rise. I think there's nobody in this nation will not be encouraged to know that our junior doctors are receiving the pay increase that we all think they should have. And government has made that available, and hopefully that will go in the right way. Their pay rises and assessing and the changes that will be needed to generate this increase can be easily understood. There's none of us that don't owe our NHS a vast thank you for all that they have done. I know when we lived through COVID, and those of us who, many of us lost families and lost loved ones. So the NHS and the role that they played was one that we will be eternally grateful for. What is not so easy to understand is why the average person, this example when I use for Casement Park, is why someone in Warrington or Wrexham is having a tax increase, or could be having a tax increase, to fund a GAA project in Northern Ireland at Casement Park, which will generate income for a private sporting body to the exclusion of other sports. I leave that comment on the record because I wanted to make it for this debate. The drive for this is political and not practical, and it's my hope that the OBR will give a reasoned view that raising taxes for issues like this do not instil confidence in the financial future of this nation. And I do hope that this bill will remind members that every project we undertake must be paid for in the public purse. And we have a responsibility, I believe, in these times when the average person is struggling to live their life in comparison to what they did 5 years ago. The Honourable Lady who spoke on behalf of the Liberal Democrats today made the issue about poverty across this great United Kingdom. And my constituency, the levels of poverty have risen dramatically, especially for children. And I'm very confident, and I do say this honestly for the record, I believe that the Labour government and the Minister responsible will address the issues of poverty across this great United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, so that the children in my constituency that have levels of poverty which they've never had before, that adults who struggle to pay the bills, and we've heard everyone has brought an illustration of that to this debate, Madam Deputy Speaker. So I do and I'm encouraged by seeing the Labour Party in the role that they now have. We have holes in the economy in Northern Ireland from underinvestment. Our pay structures need revamped. Our education system and sector needs improvements that deal with the changing needs of our children. Sound education in particular. I had a number of meetings with my minister back home in relation to this. I'm hopeful that some of the changes that we need are there. But I see demands upon education for special education needs like I've never ever seen before in all my years as an elected representative, when I was a councillor and when I was in the Northern Ireland Assembly. Our health sector needs an overhaul, and all this will take central funding. But it also we do need a change in that and how that's done. The changes will be we don't need massive levels of high levels in middle management. We don't need the issue of agency staff when we could pay our nurses a 10% increase and still be cheaper than employing agency staff. These are things that we need to change, and we need to do that in a way. So I'm really encouraged, and I say this in my intervention in the Minister earlier on. I asked a question about the regional administrations, in particular I asked about the Northern Ireland Assembly, the Welsh Assembly and the Scottish Parliament. And the Minister very kindly confirmed that he will have a role that will show that integration, that interaction with the regional administrations. And in particular, I'm really encouraged that the Minister himself is going to the Northern Ireland Assembly and to Northern Ireland in September of this year. That shows me that the Minister, my Minister here through the Labour government, is one that says what he means and then will carry it out. So that's good news, and I welcome that. When it comes to culture and heritage, it's also important, but they can never take the precedence over heart operations or chemotherapy. No debate on budget responsibility can overlook this foundational aspect, and I do hope that this will serve as a timely reminder to us all. We have responsibilities in this House which outweigh party politics, and that must always be the first decisions that we make in this House. Madam Deputy Speaker, thank you so much.
Maiden speech, Matthew Patrick.
Madam Deputy Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to deliver my maiden speech on this important debate. The matter of budget responsibility is important to my constituents in Wirral West, and it's important to them because they know the cost of getting it wrong, the cost to public finances, to public services and to public trust, and I know they will support the measures we're introducing. May I congratulate the member for Kettering, hope I said that right, and my many honourable friends and the honourable members who have made their maiden speeches today. They've been beautiful, telling stories of constituencies and personal journeys, and I think there's a theme to many of them. I think there's a theme of civility in public life, and about ambition for everybody, and about the number of hours of sunshine each of the various constituencies receive, and I'm going to be looking that one up, no doubt. I will focus my remarks today on the place and the people who have brought me here, and in so doing hope to explain why I believe in the power of argument, disagreement and nuance. Honourable members will know that my constituency is in the Wirral Peninsula. What the House might not have realised is that we're quite particular about how you refer to the Wirral. It's never Wirral, but the Wirral, and you're rarely in it, but rather on it. The rich history of Wirral West, one of Vikings, James Bond and a Prime Minister, wouldn't be out of place in a Hollywood blockbuster. The Vikings came to the Wirral in 900 AD, and they brought with them their own parliament, which they called Things. And so, one of the many beautiful villages we enjoy, Thingwall, was named. Honourable members will probably be grateful that I'm going to skip forward a few centuries of history here to bring us closer to the present day. James Bond, Daniel Craig, the most recent and in my view best 007, was brought up, played rugby and went to school in West Kirby and Hoylake. And former Prime Minister Harold Wilson, who did so much for lifelong learning with the Open University and introduced important social reforms, himself lived in Spittal. Our past may be worthy of Hollywood, but our present and beautiful natural environment wouldn't be out of place in a David Attenborough documentary. Its physical beauty has been captured by many of the finest photographers, but even they will tell you there is no substitute for seeing it for yourself. For walking to Hilbury Island and watching as the seals swim through the River Dee, or admiring the golf courses we have, famous for hosting the Open. And Madam Deputy Speaker, those people lucky enough to call Wirral West their home are themselves part of what makes it so special. They bring passion to everything they do, and they carry that passion with a warm welcome and a great dignity. That passion runs through each of the towns and villages. It's passion for one another and for our area, helping it expand opportunities to everyone. I cannot imagine another place with as many community groups, churches and businesses that work so hard to do such good. Scouts and guides groups, the RNLI, our schools and hospitals, community hubs like the Hall Road Hub, so many groups that support all people, whatever the difficulties they face. It's a community spirit that has powered us through some difficult times, and I hope that this new government can help bring back some hope so that we can look forward to better days. Wirral West, with its expanded boundaries, has been most recently served by two people, Margaret Greenwood and now the Honourable Member for Birkenhead. Margaret Greenwood is deeply passionate about our NHS and our environment, and those are two passions that I share. As an MP, Margaret knew that to get our NHS back on its feet is vital so that it can deliver world-leading care. We're fortunate in Wirral West to have two hospitals, Arrow Park and Clatterbridge. The latter, I know the Secretary of State for Health is particularly fond of, given the support they gave to his family. I think back now to conversations I had in the election campaign, with people waiting, sometimes years, for crucial operations, and the stress that that waiting added to their daily lives. And I will be thinking of those people as we do the work to turn the NHS around. And as Margaret often reminded us, there's no escaping the threat that is climate change. And it came up often on the doorstep. People on the Wirral, from teachers to scientists, environmentalists to parents, like so many, are worried about the threat of climate change. They know it doesn't respond to strong rhetoric, borders or weapons. It is only action, joined up with our partners around the world, that will help us tackle climate change and save our environment. When I see the wind farms off of our Wirral shores, I'm proud that we can be a home of green energy and green jobs, delivering the bold action that is desperately needed. My other predecessor, who now serves Birkenhead, has had a deep impact on my own journey. Ambitious, for me personally and for many people like me, for working class communities, for all of us, encouraging us, believing that we too can stand tall in places, even ones as grand as this. I grew up in Birkenhead. It's a wonderful place, but it's not without its struggles. Standing here now is a testament to my honourable friend, her encouragement and her ambition for people like me. And she will know that as proud as we rightly are that some people from ordinary backgrounds can fulfil their ambitions, that it is still only some people and that there is much, much more we must do. I will not rest until some people having opportunity becomes everybody having opportunity. The enormity of that task is matched only by its importance. And it would be daunting, but for the fact that I know I'm not alone in that mission. I am proud to stand alongside the Honourable Member for Birkenhead and all of my honourable friends in this great task. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Wirral has had many politicians who have made an important contribution to public life. The Honourable Member for Wallasey's championing of women and the LGBT community. Baron Hunt of Wirral, although members will realise I think it should be Baron Hunt of the Wirral, but we'll come back to this, comes from a different tradition to me, but has served people in this country with bravery and distinction over many years. And of course, Frank Field, who we sadly lost earlier this year. Frank was a dear friend of mine, and I miss him terribly. He was the first MP I met. He was interested in what everyone had to say. And as honourable members across the House may know from personal experience, he was quite interested in disagreement too. He was fascinated when what you had to say differed from his own views. And it was Frank that taught me that disagreement didn't need to be tolerated in politics, it needed to be sought out and embraced. That if you believe in something, you should feel free to say it. And as long as you do so, with reason and respect and humility, you should enjoy the consideration of others. Because we cannot reward the absolutists, those that know everything with total certainty, I think are the people we should most fear. I'm conscious standing here of the responsibility placed on me to represent the interests and the people of Wirral West, and I will do that fiercely. And I'm deeply aware that representation is as much about listening as it is about speaking. The most interesting and informative conversations I had on the election campaign were with people who disagreed with me, and I learnt much from them. And in this House, while I bring from my career expertise in local government and economic policy, which I hope will benefit others, I intend to tap into the accumulated knowledge of honourable members from all sides of the House. There's not been enough listening in our politics of late, and I believe if we are to restore faith in this House, which I believe we must, then listening to our constituents and to one another is a vital step. Frank and I spoke often on a whole range of issues, and even towards the end of his extraordinary life, he maintained a fascination with politics, with what it could do for people and the disagreements that lay at its heart. So a small part of his enormous legacy will be these 3 commitments I make to this House. My commitment is to listen in good faith to arguments made in good faith. My commitment is to change my mind when it is right to do so. And my commitment is to stand up for the things that I believe in so that others might do the same. That is what Frank would have expected. It's what the people of Wirral West rightly expect. And it's what this House and our politics deserves. Thank you.
So it's the Wirral or on the Wirral, that's definitely noted. Now we have Luke Charters.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and congratulations on the elevation to the chair. I'm proud to stand here as part of a changed Labour Party that won the public's trust on the economy. And I'm so glad that we did, because without it, we'd still be at the behest of those on the benches opposite, who did so much to damage the public's finances. Now, my constituents paid the economic price for their economic incompetence. Just take the £22 billion black hole uncovered yesterday as an example. Ultimately, that's why they paid the price at the ballot box. The people of York Outer and this country resoundingly sent a message at the general election: never again. And if you need reminding why, take yourselves back to the 23rd of September 2022. £45 billion of unfunded tax cuts with no consultation from the OBR. The pound fell below $1.09 for the first time since 1985. The central bank had to undertake emergency liquidity operations by purchasing long-dated gilts. And banks and building societies entered into a chaotic spin, with fixed-rate mortgage products being pulled. At one point, over 1,000 products were withdrawn in a single day. As the former member for South West Norfolk once said, that is a disgrace. Amidst all the chaos, there's a simple point. The mini-budget didn't meet the needs of the British people. Now take some of the businesses that closed in the dying embers of the last government. A music shop, believed to be the oldest in the UK, closed only a few months after that mini-budget. Banks Music Room had been in York since 1756, but ultimately market conditions saw it shut down in early 2023. Or take the stationery company Thomas Dick in Clifton Moor that closed earlier this year. They cited that they'd been open 90 years but faced chaos and supply chain issues that left it no longer viable. The decisions we make in this place have real consequences, and the impact we can have on people is very real. Now, before my election to this new role, my friend, the Mayor of York and North Yorkshire, ran a small business on our high street. And I remember him talking just before the mini-budget on what the impacts might be, and he warned just how dangerous it would be, and he was right. But it isn't just the impact on the businesses, though. Last weekend, I visited Hoping Street Kitchen, a fantastic volunteer-run project that helps homeless people and those facing poverty across York. I was deeply inspired by their volunteers, their sense of community and unwavering commitment to improving the lives of others. A volunteer told me firsthand how crumbling public services, a lack of affordable housing and long mental health lists have created an unimaginable crisis. They've gone from providing 40 to 30 meals a week during 2021 through to 100 a week in 2024. And that's why it's so critical that we implement our national mission to rebuild public services, build more homes and offer more NHS appointments. But it's also why I'm speaking in this debate tonight. This is why this bill is so important, because it's the only way we can grow those public services with a stable economy. And we saw yesterday just how difficult that challenge will be. That's why we must protect our economy now. This bill respects our institutions rather than undermining them. A prime example is how the bill gives real oversight to the Office of Budget Responsibility, and it also includes provisions for the Treasury Select Committee to have a greater say in key fiscal moments. But with the heightened responsibilities the bill gives the OBR, we need to think about the most effective ways that the OBR is properly scrutinised by Parliament. The bill could make more specific provisions in regard to the Treasury Select Committee's scrutiny role of the OBR. Now, this week I met the team from the Institute for Government who authored a report earlier this year on how select committees can better hold regulators to account. I commend their report and I'd welcome a debate on how this place best scrutinises the OBR. But what this bill really protects against is knee-jerk reactions and fantasy budget. If we are to get the growth we so badly need, we must behave like an established economy, not like an emerging one that came out of the mini-budget. And that's why the Chancellor's presence at the G20 over the weekend and her warm words about Britain being open for business are so important. If we can fix the lamentable legacy that the party opposite left, we've real cause for optimism. Now, I was pleased to see the Right Honourable Member for Godalming and Ash commend the work of the OBR in his first speech as the Shadow Chancellor. But for him to flippantly suggest, quote-unquote, we all understand the politics of a bill that allows the government to make endless references to the mini-budget felt somewhat jarring. Now, George Orwell once said, the secret of rulership is to combine a belief in one's own infallibility with the power to learn from past mistakes. Now, the party opposite clearly have some way to go in this regard. But since this government took office, the green shoots of economic recovery are already starting to show. We may have inherited a particularly difficult situation, but the evidence of stable markets and an increase in the pound show the confidence there is in security this government brings. After all, I did make it clear in my maiden speech how welcome it would be that the country had some good Yorkshire representation in number 11, embodying the value of frugality. We know there are tough decisions to make, and we're not hiding that from the British people. And just take yesterday as a prime example of our approach. This bill, in fact, seeks only to offer greater transparency over decision-making, and it treats taxpayers' money with respect. It's why I'm proud to sit on these benches. And it is why the people of York Outer can be confident that this is a government that will serve them well. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Which brings us to a maiden speech from Yuan Yang.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. First, I'd like to congratulate my fellow members on their wonderful maiden speeches, starting off with the former speech by the member for York Outer and his remarks on budget scrutiny, which I agree with, the member for Wirral West, who spoke cinematically of his peninsula and of the role of reason in political debate. The member of Kettering and I seem to share a birthday week, and I very much welcome the diversity of generations that we see across this chamber. The member for Innismon spoke powerfully about her experience of homelessness, and I'm glad to hear such testimony in the House today. And I'd also like to mention the member for Maidenhead, with whom I share a predecessor, who also displayed an exemplary knowledge of railway bridges, and with whom I'm sure I share common concerns about Sonning Bridge and the congestion over the bridge. Thank you as well, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I welcome you to your place. Thank you for calling on me in this debate on budget responsibility. I strained during the Minister's remarks to find a joke to make about national accounts, but I deemed that it would be too much of a liability. I then considered making a joke about fiscal take and thought that was too taxing. I assure you, Madam Deputy Speaker, there are no more jokes about economics in this speech. Joking aside, I first became engaged in politics while studying economics 16 years ago, and I very much welcome a change in the way that we manage our economy. I'm proud to stand before you today representing my home constituency of Earley and Woodley, a new seat on the east and south of Reading.
For most of the households in my constituency, they have never been part of a Labour seat. And so for many residents, I am their first Labour MP in history. I will work hard to continuously earn the trust of every one of my constituents, although I think it may be some time before I win over our former member for Maidenhead, Theresa May. First, I want to give thanks to 4 of my predecessors. Matt Rodder, now the Honourable Member for Reading Central, is well loved by his former constituents in my seat. Matt's hard work, alongside the work of his predecessors and our Labour group on Reading Borough Council, connected the Elizabeth line to Reading. My other predecessors have retired from the House of Commons, and for Theresa May, the former member for Maidenhead, that retirement is extremely well earned. She stepped up to lead our country at a time of crisis, proving the maxim that it takes a woman to clean up the mess the men have left behind. But even at the height of her national responsibilities, she was always present and well respected in her constituency. John Redwood, the former member for Wokingham, was a man of conviction and authenticity, and I respect that very much in a politician, even though I do not share many of his convictions. Finally, Alok Sharma, the former member for Reading West, displayed international leadership, convening crucial climate talks as the president of COP. For the first time in history, we now have 3 constituencies in Reading. And what's more, 3 Labour MPs. Yay! Early in Woodley has become a new constituency because of the families who have chosen to settle there, moving out from central Reading, from London, the rest of the UK, and indeed the rest of the world. It's a success story for house building, as well as for multiculturalism. It's a beautiful area stretching from Sonning on the banks of the Thames to Shimfield on the banks of the River Loddon. And in Early, my family and I live within dog walking distance of 4 lakes and woodlands. I want to ensure that future generations have access to nature and to affordable housing, because both have been under threat for too long. Sonning, of course, has a long history, featuring in the Doomsday Book, but most of the area in my constituency has been built more recently. After the First World War, Reading contributed to the national campaign to house returning soldiers by building homes in Whitley and Whitley Wood. The area is now home to Reading Football Club. There's high-flying history in Woodley too, which produced aircraft during the Second World War. Most of the houses in Early, including my own, were built from the 1960s onwards, and at one point in the 1980s, the area was the largest housing development in Europe. Shinfield Parish, which covers Spencer's Wood, 3 Mile Cross, and Graiseley, has had the most recent developments. Alongside the Shinfield Studios, the largest new film studios in the UK, we also have the Shinfield Players, a community theatre. Our constituency is not, however, without its challenges. In many parts of the constituency, the building of infrastructure has not kept pace with the needs of residents, and we need a new Royal Berkshire Hospital. We need to ensure that new investments benefit local people. We face deprivation too, and I will support our grassroots community organisations to work alongside local authorities on regeneration. For those living in our new builds, reform of the leaseholding system is much needed, and I look forward to working on all these points with our new government. At the heart of my constituency is the University of Reading, which does world-leading research into climate science and meteorology, and we're also home to the European Centre for Medium-Range Weather Forecasts. Now, there's been much competition in the debate this afternoon for who has the sunniest constituency, and although my constituency may not enter that competition, it surely holds the power to adjudicate the winner. The research prowess of the University of Reading, as well as the Thames Valley cluster of science and technology giants, has made our area prosperous as well as diverse. And we are proud of our diversity. Our diversity makes us stronger. Yet there are those who seek to divide us and to weaponize our country's problems to turn us against ourselves. It's clear that we do face many problems. It's clear that the politics of the past has failed to deliver. And in conversations with our residents, I've heard again and again the despair that's crept into our democracy. But I fundamentally believe our democracy is worth fighting for. I was born in China in 1990, a country without the right to vote. 3 decades later, another crackdown on democracy has led to hundreds of thousands of Hong Kongers seeking refuge in the UK. It's never easy to leave your home or to move countries. My parents came with me as a 4-year-old, and it took them many years to find stable work. I still remember my mother, the evening before I started secondary school, telling me, "Don't compare yourself to the other kids. Their families have money and connections. We don't, and we don't know anyone in this country." Now, as a 10-year-old, I didn't know what having connections meant, but I did learn not to compare myself to the other kids, and I think my mother's advice has stood me in good stead. I thank my parents very much for supporting me throughout my campaign. And I feel lucky that we call Early and Woodley our home. To all those families arriving here, wherever you are from, wherever you start off in life, I want to say that wealth or connections should not be a prerequisite for your children's success. Yeah. And I'm proud to be part of a Labour government which will do our utmost to break down the barriers to opportunity. I joined the Labour Party after university because I saw opportunities drying up for my generation. I studied economics during the financial crisis. I graduated during the onset of austerity. And while studying my master's in economics, I realized how much economic debate had become detached from the real-world crises around us. With fellow students, I set up Rethinking Economics, a charity that campaigns for better economics education. I've spent most of my career trying to make economics and business news engaging and accessible, starting at The Economist and then spending 8 years at the Financial Times, where my colleagues have taught me so much and supported me so well. I will miss them, but in the words of Cynthia Freeland, I fully understand that I'm now no longer part of the pack, but part of the prey. And so it should be in a democracy with media freedoms, although less bloodlust would be welcome across this house, I'm sure. And I've worked in places without media freedoms. I've interviewed Labour activists, protesters, and fellow journalists who gave up their own freedom for their causes. Some are still in jail today. And when I stood for election, some of my friends told me I was brave, given the abuse and violence against women in our society and in politics, which I have suffered and which we must address. But I think I would be so lucky to have a fraction of the bravery of some of my former interviewees. Their determination makes me even more determined to defend and improve our democracy, which has to be constantly renewed through our actions. Our democracy has to be renewed through reform, through empowering our communities, widening participation in democracy, and ending the corrupting influence of money in politics. And our democracy has to be renewed through delivery, through building a fair economy that can support people. It is my greatest honour to be part of a government that will do both.
Yeah. Maiden speech, I call Ewan Steinbank.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to pay tribute to the member for Early and Wardley. I hope I'm getting that pronunciation right, and especially for her commitment in her career before this place to economic education and journalism. I think it is a noble profession which is so critical, especially in today's world. I'd like to thank all members who have given their excellent maiden speeches across the chamber, but I would also like to pay tribute to the parliamentary staff and the Speaker's office, who have been utterly exemplary in introducing new members to our roles over the last few weeks. It has been the honour of my life to be elected for the Falkirk constituency. Falkirk is my home. It's where I was born, it's where I grew up, and it's where I've spent the vast majority of my adult working life. The name for those from Falkirk is Bairns, or the Bairns. An historical understanding is that the name for true Falkirk Bairns is those born within the boundaries of the old burgh of Falkirk. As I was, and I'll beat the members for Kettering and Maidenhead to this, 27 days into the new millennium. As my partner Innes told me on the night after the election, if it turns out I didn't get here early enough to be the baby of the house, at least I can be proud enough to be the bear of the house. I'd like to pay tribute to my predecessor John McNally for his 9 years of service to the people of Falkirk and to his office staff. And as well as to thank John for his 10 years prior to that serving the people of Hertfordshire and Dunny-Pace and Denny on Falkirk Council. I first spoke to John last month when he popped by an event hosted by the Forth Valley Sensory Centre and the Royal National Institute for the Blind Scotland on the very important topic of town centre accessibility, with all of the candidates vying for the Falkirk seat. The stories I've heard about John from those at the Forth Valley Sensory Centre, as well as throughout the community, showed him as a caring and passionate representative, always ready to lend a hand to anybody in need. I wish him well in the future. Accessibility is a cause that I am passionate about. How accessible our streets are can often be the difference between somebody being forced to stay home or being able to access their community. I would encourage all members, especially Scottish members, to read the RNIB report, Street Credibility, Making Scotland Streets Accessible for People with Sight Loss, an excellent guide on how we can use our role to make our streets safer and easier to access for everyone. I'd like to take you through my constituency, the town, villages and estates that make them up. The Braes villages, where my grandfather John and my late grandmother Janet are from, Limerig and Slamarin. Across the Braes there are also Avonbridge, Stanburn, California, Shield Hill and White Cross. As we travel north down the Braes, we go to Maddiston, Brightons, Rumford, Reading, Muirhead, Wallastone and Pullman. And as we go through Westcourt and Lauriston, the tops of the Calendar Park High Flats peak out as you enter the town of Falkirk and the Falkirk South ward I was honoured to represent for the last 2 years. Surrounding the town are the estates of Hoglen and Lyonthorne, Bintaskin, where my mum Susan was raised, and Tamford Hill, where she first lived. Up north past the stadium and the Kelpies, Middlefield, Newcarron, Bainsford and Langleys, to the west through Camelon, where the Union and Forth and Clyde canals bisect at the famous Falkirk Wheel. Towards Bonnybridge, Denny Lone Head, Head of Muir, Green Hill, and then towards the Carron Valley, where we find the town of Denny, the villages of Durrypace, Banknock, Longcroft and Hags. As the member of East Renfrewshire stated in his maiden speech today, and many others throughout this chamber, our people are those that make our communities. These wonderful communities host most of my family and friends. When my dad Duncan made Scotland his home in 1992, as I note the member of Glasgow North stated he moved at the same year in his maiden speech, and my mum Susan, a Falkirk native, they wanted a community where me and my brother David would feel like we could call our home for life. I'm proud to represent my constituents in this place, but I'm even prouder that I'm representing my neighbours. We will all be better off under a government that seeks to unite and serve, rather than one that seeks to divide. Yeah. And this is a Labour government I know will serve the people of my constituency better than what we've had before. Prior to politics, my previous experience of service was earned by working in the hospitality sector since I was 16, pouring pints and serving tables at hotels and restaurants, and even earlier than that, running a matchday kiosk at Parkhead. I swiftly moved on from the latter job. The only place to be at 3 p.m. on a Saturday is the Falkirk Stadium, the home of the Invincibles. Falkirk Football Club this year became the first non-Glaswegian men's team to go unbeaten in an entire league season in Scotland since the 19th century. And I'm looking forward to welcoming the sizeable amount of Jambos in the Scottish PLP to a League Cup fixture, I believe, on the 17th of August, when I'm hoping that we can bring back memories of when we ended their invincible tilt in January 2015. It's a bit niche, that one. However, going back to my hospitality experience, not everybody has recognised the value of that experience within the hospitality industry, as illustrated in a recent online comment from a detractor, and I quote, "Ewan can't be the MP, that's the boy who used to work at that tapas place." I humbly thank the people of Falkirk for indeed electing the boy who indeed, prior to my entry to politics 2 years ago, worked at Christie's Scottish Tapas Falkirk, the well-deserved winners of Scottish Restaurant of the Year 2024 award. I went back to Christie's the day after the election to celebrate the best way you can, which is in the heart of Falkirk's town centre. If any member is planning a visit to the stunning Kelpies in Helix Park, the one-of-a-kind Falkirk Wheel, the historic Calendar House Estate, or the newly restored Rosebank Distillery, and I suggest you do all four, I would strongly recommend a subsequent refreshing trip to one of Falkirk's incredible cafes, restaurants and bars. Some of the highlights being Christie's Scottish Tapas, Behind the Wall, the Sanam Tandoori, Finnegan's Cafe and the Wheat Sheaf Inn. Even harder to avoid than the restaurants previously referred to in Carshalton and Wallington. Both my trip to my old bit the day after the election and my online detractor ringing in my ears declaring my electoral incompatibility based on my pipe pouring past reminded me that the value of service provided by those working in hospitality is not properly valued by all of us who use it. If your feet are still sore from canvassing, and I know firsthand it is nothing in comparison to the shift people put in cooking, cleaning and serving day in, day out. And if anybody in this chamber thinks it's all just so easy, I would recommend you fasten your apron, get behind the cooker and get ready for the lunch rush. But the most important message I pass on behalf of hospitality workers is make sure we are paid properly. The experience of hospitality workers who often deal with low pay and insecure work, despite their work ethic, displays the fundamental reasons why Labour's New Deal for Working People manifested in this employment rights bill that is coming forward matters so much. Despite servicing the essential elements of our economy and our communities, substantial parts of our working population are being told that their work doesn't matter when they look at their payslip. This impression is also being felt acutely by those working in the public sector. Our teachers and school staff, NHS and social care workers, refuse collection workers, and especially now by college lecturers and staff such as those at the Forth Valley College in my constituency. I welcome the significant pay offer that this Labour government announced yesterday. I would encourage the Scottish Government to use any consequential funding that will flow from this to settle the disruptive and long-standing disputes and give Scottish public sector workers the pay rise they deserve. Yeah. Furthermore, age discriminatory bans have been indicating for far too long to young workers that their time is worth less than anybody else's. We've had a relatively stagnant minimum wage that does not reflect the spiralling cost of living and zero-hours contracts that I've worked on, and fire and rehire practices that prevent workers having control over their lives. All things that this Labour government will change emphatically for the better. Mr Speaker, as one of the first members to be born in this millennium, the low turnout across the country is something I'm concerned about, and share the concerns echoed by members in their maiden speeches today, but especially the consistently low turnout of young people in our country. Many young people spoke to me on the doorstep about how they feel alienated from politics as a route to positive outcomes. This disconnect shouldn't exist. As a councillor, I spoke to so many passionate young people with bold and exciting ideas about how to change their communities for the better. I want to especially mention the young people at the Falkirk Youth Voice Forum, members of the Scottish Youth Parliament for the Falkirk East and West constituencies, and the Falkirk Champs Board, all of whom I've worked closely beside. I was honoured to be invited to participate in a panel discussion hosted by the Duke of Edinburgh scheme last Tuesday. I would draw members' attention to their study, Youth Voices 24, exploring the issues that matter most to 3,000 young people from across the UK. Work like this can be a roadmap in us using our time here to make young people believe in politics as a force for good again. The starting place to mending this bridge is representatives who listen to young people and work with them for better outcomes. Votes at 16 will be a substantial step in the right direction, and I'll look forward to this being brought forward in due course by this Labour government. We must also, though, make young people's priorities our priorities, clearly showing ambition for our future when tackling issues such as the cost of housing, cost of living, mental health, the climate crisis, the moral stain of child poverty and the NHS. While many young people understand that we must efficiently progress our progressive economic agenda, they deserve to see substantial progress by the end of this Parliament. I look forward to further credible plans being put forward by this Labour government to make sure we can tackle these issues, especially looking forward to the first Labour budget in the autumn, where I will work tirelessly on behalf of the people of Falkirk, advocating to see us permanently and sustainably end the cruelest policies enacted during the last 14 years. As the people of Falkirk demanded change at this election, the young people of Falkirk, Scotland and the United Kingdom demand that they now see change. I will use my seat and my voice to champion them. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
And we now come to the front bench contributions. Alan Mack.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. May I begin by congratulating you on your election and wishing you well in the chair, as well as congratulating the new ministerial team, who I hope will enjoy their time at the Treasury as much as I did. I also congratulate all honourable members across the House who made their maiden speeches in today's debate. The members for Glasgow North, East Renfrewshire, Southend, Western Lee, Carshalton, Wallington, Chichester, Falkirk, Peterborough, Maidenhead, West Ham and Beckton, Innismore, Kettering, Wirral West and Earley and Woodley all spoke very well with eloquence and passion, and this side of the House, we wish them well for the rest of the time in this House. Madam Deputy Speaker, in contrast to those positive, uplifting maiden speeches, we've also heard Labour ministers talking the country down, claiming to have inherited the worst set of circumstances since the Second World War. And frankly, Labour's approach is more OTT than OBR. To prove them wrong, we don't have to go as far back as 1945. We only have to revisit 2010. Madam Deputy Speaker, when we took over from Labour, unemployment was at 8%. The Conservatives nearly halved it to 4.4%. In 2010, the deficit was 10.3% of GDP, thanks to Labour's reckless borrowing. It's now 4.4%, Madam Deputy Speaker, and forecast to fall to 1.2% in the coming years. In 2010, inflation was 3.4%. Today, it's back at 2%, the Bank of England target. And let's not forget, the final years of the last Labour government saw Britain experience the deepest recession since quarterly data started being published. In fact, Labour Britain was in recession for longer than any other G7 country at the time, and we were the last to exit. That's why in 2010, Labour left us with that infamous note saying, "There's no money left." In contrast, this month, we left Labour with the fastest growing economy in the G7, low inflation, low unemployment, and 12 months of consecutive wage growth. Madam Deputy Speaker, we Conservatives believe in sound public finances, fiscal responsibility and independent forecasts as the foundations of economic stability. That's why it was a Conservative government that created the OBR in the first place, and it's why we're keen to safeguard its reputation for independence and focus. In that context, Madam Deputy Speaker, this Labour bill feels more like gimmickry than government. It's clear that this bill is really designed for one purpose and one purpose alone, to distract everyone ahead of Labour's tax rises in the autumn budget. Is it any wonder then that the IFS says Labour's fiscal lock proposal is largely performative? Or even the Resolution Foundation describing the policy's impact as relatively small? Madam Deputy Speaker, when the Conservatives created the OBR, our legislation recognised that for the OBR to be effective and respected, it had to maintain a delicate balance between independence and accountability. Independent forecasts, free from Treasury interference, would give the public more confidence in them, avoiding the scenario that happened under the last Labour government, where their growth forecasts were out by as much as £13 billion on average. At the same time, elected politicians accountable to this House would retain control over fiscal decisions, because these are ultimately political judgments which should not be delegated to unelected bodies. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, today's bill challenges that delicate balance that we left in place. In fact, the most recent independent review of the OBR, carried out by the OECD, specifically warns against what it describes as mission creep. Presently, the OECD says attempts to expand the OBR's current remit risks drawing the OBR into areas where it does not currently have sufficient capacity or expertise, creating confusion about the organisation's role and diluting its effectiveness. And we on these benches agree. Madam Deputy Speaker, the OBR should not be dragged into making actual or perceived political judgments, giving unelected officials the ability to essentially veto or shape decisions that are in substance political. Quite frankly, Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill and Labour's proposals are full of unanswered questions which need answering today and throughout its passage in this House. For example, is the OBR really equipped to decide what counts as a spending emergency? Should the OBR really be empowered to reasonably disagree with ministers who are elected, ignore their opinions and strike out on its own? This bill gives the OBR more powers, but what measures will the government introduce to make the OBR more accountable to this House and its members on all sides of the aisle? Can the government explain why its fiscal lock completely ignores policies with large indirect fiscal impacts but whose upfront costs don't reach the GDP threshold? For example, Labour's new open-door immigration policy, or their watering down of laws that protect us from French-style strikes. And why has the Chancellor announced over £25 billion of spending in 25 days without an OBR forecast? Despite claiming a black hole in the public finances, Labour have already spent £8.3 billion of taxpayers' money on a public energy company, £7.3 billion on a national wealth fund, and around £10 billion on inflation-busting public sector pay deals without asking for any improvements in productivity in return. Do they have a forecast for any of that spending, or has the fag packet been thrown away? Madam Deputy Speaker, when the Minister gets to his feet, can he confirm there will be no more tax rises beyond those already included in Labour's manifesto? And having already taken away the winter fuel allowance for millions of pensioners, will he rule out tax rises on people's pensions, capital gains and council tax? Madam Deputy Speaker, it was a Conservative government that created the OBR to end Labour's culture of inaccurate politicised forecasts. The OBR has now established itself as a fixture of the economic and political landscape, and we support it. But we have significant concerns about this bill and believe it will benefit from further scrutiny improvement by the whole House at its next stage, and therefore we do not oppose that additional scrutiny. Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill really reveals the true fears and underlying motives of this Labour government. This bill is in fact an admission and a confirmation that one of the first laws they bring forward in this House, after 14 years of opposition, is actually designed to save ministers from their own backbenchers' spending demands and stop themselves from crashing the economy, as they've done on so many occasions before. Well, this bill, Madam Deputy Speaker, shows they finally realised what everybody else already knew: this country can never trust Labour with our economy again.
Minister James Murray.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and may I welcome you to your chair today. It is a privilege to close this debate on the Budget Responsibility Bill on behalf of the Government. And let me thank all honourable members for their contributions today, and I will address many of the points they have raised in just a moment. But let me start by reminding the House of why this bill is so important and what it is designed to achieve. At the general election earlier this month, the British people voted for change. They voted to turn the page on 14 years of economic failure. People across Britain voted to remove the Conservatives from power. They voted to remove the party that crashed the economy and whose ministers we now know were reckless with the public finances right till the very end. People voted to give Labour the chance to serve. And with that honour afforded to us, we have got to work straight away in fixing the mess the previous government left and getting our economy growing. Madam Deputy Speaker, that economic growth is at the heart of our national mission as a government. That growth underpins our plans in government to make people in every part of the UK better off and to get public services back on their feet in a sustainable way. And we know that a crucial foundation for sustained growth is economic stability and fiscal responsibility. We have brought that stability and fiscal responsibility back into the heart of government. Our fiscal rules are non-negotiable. As the Chancellor set out yesterday, meeting them is a principle on which this new Labour government was elected and that will guide her at October's budget. But we want to go further in restoring the trust that was so badly damaged by the Conservatives during their time in office, by embedding fiscal responsibility not just into our country's government, but also into its laws. And that is why one of the first bills to be presented to the House of Commons by our new government was the Budget Responsibility Bill, whose second reading we are debating today. This bill will hardwire fiscal responsibility into significant financial decisions of any future government, and it will prevent any party ever again being able to play fast and loose with the public finances. Madam Deputy Speaker, we saw under the previous government what happens when politicians fail to show respect for taxpayers' money. People across Britain are still, today, feeling the impact of Liz Truss and Kwasi Kwarteng's recklessness nearly 2 years on from the economic disaster they created. The Conservatives' recklessness in 2022 showed just how much damage unfunded spending commitments can cause. Ministers at the time unleashed economic turbulence which pushed up people's mortgages and rents and which hit the least well off the hardest, as it made people across Britain worse off. We must